Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. We just had the West Invitational yesterday, but it's time for the Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Like always, I'm your host, Paulie Hype. It's a little bit different format this time around for this type of invitational. Normally, we do a Saturday and Sunday event, but due to the fact that we have the extra time at the end of the season here, we are going to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that's right. No weekend event this time. It's going to be a full week-long event, and it'll be this format for not only the Mid-Atlantic Invitational, but also next week's Last Chance Qualifier, which will be our final two qualification invitationals here for the CECC before we get ready for Atlanta, May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. Always, I'm Paulie Hype. I'm having fun with you guys today, and we have some amazing Overwatch on the set today. And Overwatch is going to be really exciting. We're going to open it up with Septilent and Tugboat, your casters here, and we have some awesome schools competing. First up, it's going to be Mount St. Mary taking on University Maryland College Park. Other match will be Harrisburg University versus the sinister Old Dominion University. And off stream, we have Stockton versus Rutgers. So some amazing schools here in the Mid-Atlantic region of the USA in our CECC breakdown. And without further ado, let's throw it over to our casters and get right into some of this action. I'll be back later to close out the show, and I'll see you tomorrow for some Super Smash Brothers. So over to Septilent and Tugboat. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie. I could not have said it any better. And what is going on, everybody? What is up, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers? I'm Septilence, that's Tugboat, and this is the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup 2022 Mid-Atlantic Invitational. We have got a whole long day of Overwatch for you prepared here today, and it is going to be a banger of a series to kick that off. Doug, how you feeling, man?
Doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Recovering from a sickness this weekend, unfortunately. But we're here. We are good, and we are live and ready to go forth. Little CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational action. I think that Paulie kind of started describing what we're going to be looking at here today. It's going to go through the format, really give the good people an idea of what we'll be seeing here in the near future. Best of threes in this double elimination competition. Double elimination will end in not a bracket reset format, but instead that'll point advantage action in that grand finals, right, Septilence?
Yeah, I am pro point advantage. I think anybody that's ever worked with me knows that. I do not like the bracket reset. I think the point advantage makes a whole lot more sense, and it's a lot more entertaining for the people at home. It's just easier to follow because explaining a bracket reset can get really messy. But yeah, we are watching a best of three series, so a first to two up until grand finals, which will then become a best of five. And Grand Finals is a ways away. We'll be seeing that later tonight. As Paulie mentioned, we are no longer in that weekend format. We are in a week format, but today, this Monday, dedicated entirely to Overwatch. And Tug, we know our first map, luckily enough, is going to be Control. It will be Lijiang Tower.
Nice. Classic action. Classic action. You can't tie on it, Septilence. That's the big idea here. Starting off with the Control, making sure that this game mode will be going forth with a winner and a loser. Now, of course, in the great game of Overwatch, there are tie capabilities otherwise, particularly in that 2CP format. But we'll not be having to worry about that first map of this best of three here. Looking at Mountain St. Mary's, that's the Mountaineers here taking on the University of Maryland College Park. We'll get their mascots up here just a second.
Yeah, and I'm very excited because our current map structure, our current kind of map choice going through, it starts on Control, which, as you mentioned, can't be drawn. So that's it. Somebody wins no matter what. Our next one is going to be Escort, which can be drawn, but almost never. I have seen an Escort map drawn, I think, twice in my 2 years of casting Overwatch. It is like a 0 point something % chance. It is incredibly unlikely. So we are probably going
exact, like down to like the 100th meter on that, or have it happen when you're opening up points and stuff. Again, very, very unlikely. Go ahead, Septilence.
Yeah, very unlikely. And then we'll be going into Assault if we see a map 3, which, as we mentioned, that's the one everybody's like, uh-oh. Those are the ones that can be drawn very often. But, you know, that's if we get to those. This entire past weekend in both Overwatch and Rocket League in the CECC West qualifier, there was almost exclusively 3-0s and 2-0s the entire weekend. There was one series in Overwatch and one series in Rocket League that had a game 4. But other than that, it was complete and total shutouts. And there's a very real chance that happens here this week as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very, very real chance, but we'll get there when we get there. Terrapins. That is the University of Maryland College Park, the Terrapins. Yes, the flagship university of the University of Maryland, of course. Fantastic stuff. I believe Mountain St. Mary is actually a little West Coast action, so we'll be looking at a little coast-to-coast battle right here, too. So
Absolutely. Full disclosure, I'm very bad at geography. That's why I talk about video games and not maps.
Fair.
I'm not very good at that. Let me tell you what, it is not my forte. But we are
Oh,
now
no.
jumping into Lijiang Tower, and my favorite thing about this map personally is how each of the 3 stages that exist in the world of Lijiang Tower call for drastically different team comps to succeed.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You'd be looking on the inside right here. What? I mean, on this map specifically, right? If we hark back to the past, think about a little goats action. Try not to shake and shudder here, Septons, but think about goats, right? This is really the only maps right here that the May composition came in to substitute one of those, usually tanks, sometimes supports, and May, yeah, that was really the only time on this particular geographical setup, right, the layout of this map, where that was in any way advantageous. What, dual Symmetra action coming out here, not surprised. Now, will they change off the initial? Is this just going to be used for getting teams up a little bit faster? No, it's not. Straight stun. And the rest, right to the middle, as tradition
The
entails.
bloodbath begins. Absolutely. The Junkrat's on both sides. It is just going to be a hellfire of grenades down and through until somebody finds that first elimination, which is obviously the most important. It's super important that these Junkrats don't overplay their hand. They don't overextend, because if a Junkrat falls, that is a go button for the opposing team. But it's going to be the Symmetra on the side of Mount St. Mary's who goes down first. Stixel is going to be the first one to bite the grenade. No bullets in sight quite yet, but that grenade taking him down. Captain not far behind. Captain Quanis is going to be the second to fall. 4v6 in favor of Maryland. They're going to be able to find it, and like dominoes, this is where St. Mary's starts to fall.
Absolutely. What? You're a huge source of damage in the Junkrat earlier. You're a huge source of healing in Captain Aquinas.
Oh!
The Baptiste here is going to be enough. And then Lou continuing on. Maryland College Park doing everything that they need here early. Capture a lot of percentage points.
Lou just playing that classic Junkrat game. I mean, you bounce your nades off the walls, off the choke points, and you make it near impossible for the opposing team to push in. The beat going to be 2% short, and that could really cost. Poor Stixels has not even been allowed to play the game for a moment. Shattered for a third time. A double turret kill comes through, and as the first Elim straight Stockton finally goes down, we're still at a 5v6 in an ult charge somehow still in favor of Maryland.
Yeah, Avatar barely got back to their spawn door. The charge came through and landed right behind him. Got a front row seat to what was almost his quick demise. But, in the day, I think Maryland College Park has lost like 3 heroes so far. And twice was the Symmetra, which of course is most advantageous coming out of spawn. So, really probably the least effective kill of them. Riptire to the outside, looking for a little something inside, using all 10 seconds. So this is something I love, right? Something I love, using the full 10 seconds right here. Maybe could have played that a little bit better, gone in with maybe about another second on top. But at the end of the day, no advantage there for the ultimate. Avatar on the other side will see their tire soon.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a bit of concern, like you said, getting down into that 3-second marker. I think they were worried about not pulling in time. They pull a little bit too early, and it's not a huge loss as your team is already 17% away from capping this first stage of Lijiang Tower. Avatar now with a huge elimination onto Lou. The first time Lou has gone down on Lijiang Tower, and now we're going to be going all the way up to 99. That's a guarantee. Whether Maryland wins this fight or not, it's just going to be all about the aggression coming out and how long they can stall out this point. Zerial leaves the point in an attempt to get rid of this Widowmaker, but Cozy is the one cleaning up a 3-man Earth Shatter into a triple kill, and Zerial finds 2 more. That is a technical team kill, but Lou had respawned, so Athena didn't quite notice.
Yeah, so not quite the timing there, but still the same effect. Switches again, straight stunting, playing a little Widowmaker action. Wasn't against that earlier, but I think this Doomfist will have a lot more of an advantage on this Lijiang Tower sub-map here, Sepulence.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of things on the side of Mount St. Mary's to kind of deal with the Doom. Maybe an accretion if you time it correctly, maybe a junk trap, or maybe a counter pin from Cozy, but all those things require pinpoint accuracy and timing. Right now, nobody's able to catch up straight Stunton as he finds a double kill, turns it into a triple off the back of Mushi, and Maryland, they just need to win one more fight. They need a literal 1 second on a point capped in their favor, and it looks like they are getting ready to find a Gravitic Flux from Zerial Ma, who's down to critical HP. Just can't find that footing, unfortunately, and now we're going to be coming through the Doomfist once again. Avatar going to be able to find that kill. Mount St. Mary's, they find 1. Can they turn it into 2? They need to find just 2 more Elims to cap this point and keep it in their favor. Cozy down. That's got to be at least the beginning of the end here, Chuck.
Yeah, because Cozy doesn't quite get inside this immortality field and then gets dusted out immediately, trying to use some hard cover in the front, and that's not going to be enough. Tire out from here, 7 seconds or so.
Oh!
Another Fire Strike.
That was so clean! Oh, that's a clip. He just hit F9 after that to make sure that they get that clip for that. Oh my goodness, what a shot. One fire strike takes the tire down, and that ultimate just completely null and void on the side of Mount St. Mary's. Speaking of ultimates, that meteor strike comes in, finds Avatar, helps find Captain Quantus, and Cozy is going to be that third to fall. Pumpkin drops the beat. They're getting rid of the stall. Super will finally go down, running a little too close into straight Stockton, and Maryland College with their first stage victory on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, pretty one-sided. Yes, Mount St. Mary has got some decent little percentage points on the other side, but when we look at the pacing of this game, Septilence, it was all Maryland, and it was all the time. Nice little replay action. Big shout out to our production squad. That's K-Tad and that's Sir Scoots helping us out here today, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Also, a little bit of update here. Mount St. Mary's is in Maryland as well. No idea what I was talking about. I said I was getting over a sickness. Maybe that's not the case.
Yeah, I wasn't going to correct you. Like I said, geography, certainly not my strong suit. I'm not going to pretend it is. But now, jumping into Lijiang Tower, we're seeing very few changes here. Night Market usually calls for the Symmetra and the Rhine. That's no surprise. But you see the Reaper and the Doomfist both sticking around. I am truly surprised to see that. Lou trying to get some damage early. And Zerial, I'm not even going to ask what happened. Zerial off the map, Super the next to fall, and this is, even with straight Stockton going down, this is already a guaranteed fight win for Maryland. You cannot lose your Sigma like that. Lou on an absolute rampage. I mean, they saw the Sigma die, that was the go button. They're like, all right, let's go, get in there.
Yeah, I mean, is the only real counter, like you said earlier, to this Sigma play. I would almost be surprised at a certain point. Yes, Avatar on the Reaper, not bad. Cassie now for the Stixel. I think that's that's a much better look here, Sentiments.
A better look for sure. Cassidy can go a long way. Considered one of the more aggressive counters to a Doomfist. Sombra, Cassidy, Pharah, or Echo, because he can't touch them. So I think this Cassidy can be a real disruptor in the form of Maryland's kind of performance. Ushi goes and early gets stunned out. Pumpkin, the next to go, pinned down by Cozy. Lucio missing. This is St. Mary's time to charge. They're in a 6v5. One of the most important players has fallen on the side of College Park, and Mount cannot give them that comfort. They cannot give them that respect. They have to walk all the way in and through this team. Lou is down, traded out for Cozy. An opportunity for Mount St. Mary's becomes a little bit harder as they lose that main tank, but Sigma still alive, trying to farm. Stixels now down as well. Paul, 20 HP in a dream, but Captain Quantus has bit the bullet. College Park, they are playing it slow, calm, cool, and collected. That microwave fully straight Stockton to win the battle and put Maryland back on top. Halfway done.
Yeah, straight Stockton, not a care in the world. Love to see it. Another boop there towards the end as well. And yeah, now the DPS core from Maryland College Park, just kind of hanging out, getting to know each other a little bit better. Teleporter out. This is actually maybe some big brain plays.
They're going for some rollouts here. The Gravitic Flux being committed exclusively to the DPS. Lou taken down early and now straight Stockton. What is that, 50 HP in a dream? The accretion going to be missed, and that microwave is plugged in here. Tug, straight Stockton will be able to win that 1v1 against Serial Cozy. Go on to the tank line. I mean, that's just the icing on the cake here for Maryland College Park. They're going to find another massive team kill and I think secure themselves this fight win. Only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, so fantastic plays right there. Literally just keep the microwave on, right? That defrost, whatever else. Just kept pressing the plus 30 seconds button, and that was going to be another for a Sigma. Fantastic drop right here.
Delta with the remake kill onto Super. And like I said earlier, taking the Lucio out of the fight, that is the icing on the cake of a one fight, especially because Reinhardt becomes so much harder to utilize without that speed boost and advantage. Maryland College Park looking good to start off our day of Overwatch here, Tug. A 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and if we look at percentage points, if we look at the pace of this game, neither really that close. Mountain St. Mary's, maybe they just need a little bit of warm-up action, not 100% sure. A nice boop there towards the end, and then just followed up with a shatter. Yes, that immortality field can keep you up, but the stun that comes along with it is very frequently going to result in a full 3-4 kills just like that. So
yeah, and straight stun with 55% kill participation. I mean, I talked about the importance of that Symmetra and how much damage she can truly do, and I think straight stun gave us probably the best example I've seen at a collegiate level of what that Symmetra can do. Just constantly winning out 1v1s, berating the tank line for the entirety of the game, not allowing them to have any remnant of a shield, and it worked unbelievably well. And I mean, I think that Symmetra could be the sole reason that fight win was so easy for Maryland College Park.
I mean, at the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing our jobs as casters if we said that dedicating your Sigma and a lot of resources on over to 2 DPSs, one of which can't even get back over there because they just use their TP to get themselves and the Doomfist over. I really just think that's a situation of put a projected barrier up behind you, 700 damage. It'll take a lot of it. There's only so much that a Doomfist can do from right there, and they'll reposition in a second anyway. It doesn't really matter if the Doomfist is over on the other side of the map, right? Three different movement abilities, they'll be there. I can guarantee you, they will be there. If they're a Doomfist worth their salt, they will be there. Symmetra just is simply a different story, though. Simply put that up right there. Don't dedicate one of your main tanks over there and just push on into point. You're like literally looking at a 6v4 situation, 6v5 shortly after once this Doomfist comes up. But then if you look at the Symmetra, where's the Symmetra going to run? Is it going to run right down mid? Are you really going to try and run up right behind? Because that's a situation of just Reinhardt keeping the shield up in the front and then turning around for 1 full second maybe and taking out the Symmetra. You can get the microwave going, but there's only so much damage that can do at a certain time. I think that was just more of like what's it called? A binary decision, right? A 1 or a 0. Yeah. Go this way or dedicate all of our resources over the other side and try and take out 2 DPS who aren't on point. I think that's an easy decision.
Yeah, without a doubt. And this fight was the one where I really thought Mount St. Mary's was going to be able to clutch back this victory, at least, to cap the point in their favor for a moment. But Cozy had fallen. I still thought things were possible. Stixels goes down, and all of a sudden it's a 4v6. The Baptiste falls. And a fight that started really strong for them because this is the fight Super had already, Pumpkin had already died. The Lucio was gone. And I thought it was an unbelievably winnable fight, but Maryland, they had better rotations, they had better peel. At the end of the day, that's what won this for all of them. They won both maps on Lijiang Tower pretty convincingly, and that one just hurts. I think they were going to win that fight either way, but the Lucio surprise remake kill is definitely one for the books.
Squashing frogs, hate to see it. That was the perfect positioning on that one, especially as these members came on in. Just as an update, we'll be looking at slide swapping right here. So University of Maryland, that's the Terrapins. College Park right side previously will now be on the left. And I realize it may sound like I'm saying that for you good people, but I'm really saying that for myself because I will call this opposite every single time as we get on into this next map. Next map is
Dorado.
Yeah,
that is fascinating. Okay, so all this past weekend, I cast the CECC West qualifier for
long days, right?
Overwatch. Yeah, very, very long days. But it was weird because this entire past weekend, I'm talking about, I really don't think we're going to see Dorado that often. Like, I think it would be weird if a team picked Dorado. Almost every single team chose Dorado. And now today, we're getting Dorado again. Now, I feel personally, Dorado was not a map people were attracted to. It's not a map I felt we were seeing very often. I was so used to seeing Rialto and Havana. And I feel the meta hasn't really changed enough for Dorado to all of a sudden be so popular. But these collegiate players, they love it.
Built different.
Truly.
I guess if it is loser pick, right, and especially if the maps go back and forth, then it kind of makes sense that what your crowd favorites and your most hateds are always going to be deleted off first, right? Those your Elioses, those are your King's Row for your hybrids and whatnot. So maybe that makes a little bit of sense. I'm not 100% sure. We'll get into the action here in just a couple seconds. But Dorado, I think it just fits that perfect middle ground area, right? It's not my favorite. It's not my least favorite by any means, whatsoever, right? And it provides that good middle ground. It's also obviously it's a map that's been out for a while, but is this a map that teams practice on constantly?
See, to me, I didn't think it was. Like I mentioned, I was so accustomed to seeing Rialto and Havana, and honestly, almost nothing else. It was for so long. I mean, there was a point where I felt like I had forgot Dorado exist. But recently, a lot of these teams, and actually Mount St. Mary's is showing us this right now, Double Bubble works super, super well on this map. There's a lot of high ground advantage for Winston, and the Zarya, as long as she's got that line of sight, can keep him alive to help them both charge ultimates. Mount St. Mary's, they're going to try to make it work. This dive comp can go the distance, but we need to note that Cozy is the only one that can dive. Everybody else is going to take a little bit longer to get there.
Okay, Maryland College Park also, I'll try to get through this quickly. Pumpkin coming in for the DPS, that was straight. J-Lev coming in now playing the Mercy. Lou staying on D. Okay, there's a lot of changes here for Maryland College Park, all right? Mount St. Mary's mostly keeping the same look. Zeppelins, and take that away in just a few seconds. I love this overhead look, right? Mushi just kind of positioning. And this is a huge dedication of time and resources actually to Mount St. Mary's. Yeah, let's take a look at this while we can. Zerial coming up, but Mushi's just literally going to bait them out and just keep jumping up right here, getting a lot of damage in edgewise. And there's not a small, moderate range damage capabilities from this squad. Yeah, so defense easily taking one.
Yeah, I mean, not only did Cozy jump in alone, but Paul slept them mid-air. There was just an immediate discretion of the Winston. He was no longer important, and they folded him like a lawn chair. That's exactly how that's going to go, and that was my concern about Mount St. Mary's team composition here, is Winston's the only one that can really dive forward and over-aggressive like that. The rest of the team, they've just got to hold W and hope they can catch up eventually. Already a minute off the clock. This feels very reminiscent to me of King's Row, and how often we'll see teams go up all the way or up and around through the high ground and then drop onto point. That takes about 45 seconds to a minute every time, and it can hurt teams a lot more than it can help them right now. Mount St. Mary's trying to give us a take on that same level of play, trying to bring that out early with a nano onto Mushi. It's got to all but seal the deal here against them. This is still the first attempt.
Yeah, Mushi's just been out here with no healers, not a friend to be had outside in quite a while. As I say this, the res coming on to Cozy, nice grab, but again, like, what is the ultimate idea here, right?
Exactly.
Like, everybody is over here, but we're looking at like 3 different team fights right now.
Exactly. It feels very discombobulated. I mean, it's very back and forth on what we're seeing. Zerial taking themselves out with an ult fire, and the grab was good. It was the lack of follow-up that I'm kind of going to be critiquing, because the grab hit 4, I think, 3 or 4, but there was nobody there to do damage. So all the grab did was buy you maybe 6 seconds.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, when you have one of these being that Zarya, even if you don't have a Winston bubble, that's just going to be enough, not only to kind of turn that from a disadvantage to a mild advantage, right, with the Zarya shields being boosted up. Here comes another nano. Let's see how this one goes.
Cozy is able to pop the Primal in an attempt to stay alive, but nanoed Winston out of Primal actually does notably more damage than a Winston in Primal Rage, so Cozy has to pop it to stay alive in an attempt to continue making space for the team, and honestly, I don't see a lot of fruits for the efforts here. A double kill does come through, luckily enough, for Stixels, immediately traded out. Avatar falls. That's a transformation offline, and now as a resurrection for Delta comes back through, it's a 6v5. Super trying to make it a 6v6, which brings that transformation right back into the swing. Delta down once again. That mech, I'm not even sure it made an appearance. Pumpkin finds the elimination onto Stixels, and the DPS line for Mount St. Mary's has fallen. If they can clutch this out, it'll be nothing short of a miracle here.
Super. A Herculean effort dumping into the middle of this right here, but Paul has literally just had everybody's numbers thus far. We saw them sleep.
Oh!
Another one!
Speak of the devil! Paul with an incredible sleep. Just a masterclass on this Ana character so far.
What's the Zach Galifianakis meme? There are several of them, I guess I should clarify. The Zach Galifianakis meme with all the numbers coming in front of his head. Like,
oh, yes.
Calculating trajectory. All right, emitting now the sleep dart, and it hits, of course, always.
Yeah, 100% success rate so far from Paul, I think. I don't know if that's true, but it definitely feels like it. Paul has slept Cozy at least 4 times in the 4 minutes that we've seen, so there have really been a lot of aggressive sleeps. And Lou, with, I mean, arguably one of the biggest picks you can find right now, turns it into a double off the back of Stixels. DPS line's gone. There is no hope of a secondary attempt here. We are looking at the final fight on the side of Mount St. Mary's. Down to single digits on the clock now, and St. Mary's, they're walking back to spawn. Can they even find the time to touch?
Are they changing? They might be looking at changes. I'm not 100% sure. The copy comes in, nobody touches.
Nope.
Avatar can't quite get there, unfortunately. And that's going to be a huge foot forward here for Maryland College Park. Coming on in to this possible last map. Mount St. Mary's holds this, of course. I mean, that's a 79 meters on first point is rough looks.
Yeah, rough looks for sure. Dorado, a map that we very often will see the second stage. I feel like we don't see the third of Dorado very often. Oh, great. This is the replay of Cozy getting slept in midair. So Cozy is going to dive in, and Paul, just like you said, had their number. Bonk. Good night. And then at that point, you fell asleep in the middle of 5 people. Like, that's a game over. That's a game ender. So Cozy got taken down early, and that felt like, to me, the beginning of the end. I feel like from that moment, Mount St. Mary's never regained their momentum.
Is that yeah? So there are multiple people caught in the grab, but kind of like we mentioned, you know, grab by itself, even with a grab throws some damage from the Zarya on top, there's just not a lot that is going to happen right there. I mean, if this was last few second plays, you know, 4-6 seconds, something like this, that makes sense, right? If that's what you need for your team to rotate, for your team to stay alive and whatnot, get on in this one and purchase a new lease on life. That is not the situation we were looking at, Septilence. We had many minutes left, and Zarya that it takes to gain in this game.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that, Tug. I was going to bring up that same point. Zarya's ultimate, one of the slowest charging traditionally in the game of Overwatch. Not an ultimate we're often seeing people just kind of throw away because they have it. And that really is going to be biting them in the butt moving forward. We've got both teams on a different team composition. Our first appearance of both Orisa and Roadhog. Mushi has immediately decided, though, that is not the style they want to bring out. Good old-fashioned dive comp from Maryland. And I say one half-decent kill from Pumpkin here is just going to open the floodgates.
Yeah, and I think they kind of know this as well. That's going to be enough. That's a main tank as well. That is setting up Maryland College Park for success.
That shot so good, even our producer went, oh! So that was a very good shot on Dekosi there. Lou able to find another one. The headshot's going absolutely insane right now. This is just, like I said, one kill, floodgates open. I mean, this is just the beginning of the end against Mount St. Mary's here. Maryland, they are trying to give us a 2-0 speed run.
Stereo coming in, but the res coming in on the back end. That's J-Lab still keeping the dreams alive. And members not really attending to point quite yet. Yeah, you take out Cozy early. That's going to be enough. And, like, no shield out to block these headshots. So
it is just going to continue rolling in. A little over a minute off the clock, and Maryland College, they have come through large and in charge, Tug. Not only have they secured themselves a 2-0 victory on the day, but, or at least on the first series, they've sent a message to everybody else. I mean, this is truly a really strong showing from a team to kick off the day.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear. What they had straight on the DPS earlier. That was a fantastic showing from even a new DPS as well. Lou obviously playing both games, but we literally saw the Widowmaker headshot lineup on the most effective character to take out first, and that being a main tank. I think that's a fair statement. And then Lou, another fully charged headshot. This one on an opposing DPS. Now you're looking at a team that can pretty much just heal themselves.
It was a great showing all the way down the board. I mean, what a way to kick off our day of Overwatch. And I'm not sure if we are doing interviews, at least in the beginning of the series, so I am going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. We'll either be back with an interview or our next series in just a little bit. Either way, use this time, get some water, get up, stretch your legs, do what you got to do. It's going to be a long day, so we'll see all y'all right back here for the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational in just a bit. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers? And welcome back to the CECC. Oh, thank you. I'll tell you the same thing I told Hot Dog. Honestly, not mine. I saw it on Twitter. I really liked it, and I was like, hey, let's run with it. It's clean. I love it, but I love it because it addresses everybody. It's wonderful. But anyway, welcome back, everybody, to the CECC 2022 Mid-Atlantic Invitational, one of our final invitationals, as the next one will be the last chance qualifier. Okay, hold on, rephrase. Technically, this is the last invitational because we only have one more event before Georgia next month, and that will be a qualifier for teams that have from anywhere in the country that have performed in any of these invitationals, and unfortunately, fell this short from greatness. We'll be seeing all of them, I think, next week. So that's coming up really soon.
And by last, of course, you mean Scholastic season. Lots of awesome esports action. This was summer probably, but definitely next season as well. Esports is just getting started, people.
Yeah, esports just kicking off. Collegiate esports. I feel like every season we're seeing it grow and grow and grow, and it is wonderful. I love to be here every time, and I love to be here coming into our next series. I'm very excited to see just what these teams bring to the table. I know that one of the teams, full disclosure, don't remember which, but I know one of them has an ex-Contenders player on their team who has technically played in the Overwatch League as a substitute during the peak players unable to make their games. So there is somebody, a real powerhouse in here. I'm hoping we get to see them really go out and just overperform, give us the series of a lifetime.
Absolutely. Hopefully a little bit of a closer one as well. We just watched University of Maryland, Mount St. Mary's little cross Maryland action, little intra-state rivalry go down and just call it like we saw it. University of Maryland taking a more dominant 2-0 victory on here. Once again, double elimination action. That does not mean that Mount St. Mary's is out of this competition yet, people. They'll be dropping down that lower bracket. Still have a chance of redemption coming through here for the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Obviously, this all building up. You kind of mentioned it there, right? Little LAN action over there in the capital city of Georgia. It's Atlanta.
Yeah. Atlanta, Georgia. People are calling it the largest collegiate esports event that the United States has ever seen. So it is going to be a very real, very exciting event that I cannot wait to see all of these teams go out and play their absolute heart out at. It is the Collegiate peak. Truly, in my opinion, it is really going to be a banger event and a very exciting one at that.
Absolutely.
I think we're waiting on getting some Rs for the moment. I think there's a small tech issue on one of the teams, but we're getting that figured out right now. We'll be jumping in just a bit. I know that Control is our first map. I don't know if it's Lijiang Tower every time or if the players have a say on what it is, but either way, Control is my favorite map type in the game.
Oh,
so no matter what it is, I'm very excited to see it.
You got a good head on your shoulders, Septulins. You know of these game modes, and Control is hands down the best. These two teams also going to be knowing that, Lijiang Tower, awesome. That's what we saw last time. Little Elios action coming on here. As a Lucio main, 1,000+ hours, gotta say it does my heart good.
Back when I was a goat on the sticks, back when I played Xbox because I didn't have a PC, I would play Lucio. I would play Lucio all the time, and then I came to PC. It was a whole different ballgame. Now I'm a Reinhardt player because I cannot figure out the accuracy. I cannot figure out the aiming that these PC players require. Back when I could use a controller and everybody was a little bit slower in the game, I was going crazy out there. But I came to PC. I had to kiss my Lucio goodbye, and now I just swing funny hammer. That's my whole tried and true play style.
There you go. Yeah, aiming there. Well, mostly timing. Obviously, Reinhardt the character is. Aim does come in with those fire strikes and whatnot. But yeah, the tracking on Lucio. I have attempted it myself. Septulins. We won't talk about my current SR placing on PC. But coming from Xbox, obviously everybody on consoles as well. 360's not as easy right there, and you get a little aim assist on the sticks as well. So.
Without a doubt. And it's funny because now on PC, my friends flame me all the time because my 3 most played characters in every category, Reinhardt, Junkrat, and Moira. Those 3 characters have something in common, and it requires the fact you absolutely do not have to know how to aim when you play them.
Timing.
It has worked. It has worked very well for me up to this point, honestly. I think I'm like a mid-diamond player, so I'm not like horrible, right? Notably worse than I was on console, but it definitely is quite funny. My friends will never let me live that down. And it looks like we're actually on Oasis here, which is going to be super exciting. And I do want to confirm.
I could have sworn it's heard Helios. Oh, well. It's that end S sound, I think.
Yes,
that's what it was.
that S will get you. And it is Elk on Harrisburg. That is the ex-contenders player. I want to call that out early. So if Elk comes out and drops a 6K every fight, we kind of know what's going on.
6K on Brig. That is, I mean, if it was on.
I've seen it.
They were playing on the Zen. I could back it up a little more. But yeah,
now it's even
6K
more
on
likely.
Baptiste. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah. The odds going way up on that one.
Yeah. Looking at these compositions, though, classic Ryan Zarya action for Old Dominion. Harrisburg, a little bit of a different look. Kind of a pick comp right here with Divio going to be playing that spoiler in the back, that nuisance, that annoyance, right, constantly.
Yeah. A lot of bit of a pick comp here. I'm very anti-Genji without an Ana. I think that's an incredibly dangerous thing to do, and these teams bringing this Genji out early may cost them. It looks like Beef Chief is going to find that first elimination onto Genji early. We're looking at a 5v5, but Lethal is the next go down. Divio ties it back up, taking the Baptiste Legend 9 off the table, and it is just going to be a bloodbath till the bitter end. One of these teams has to find more eliminations, and Beef Chief is trying to make sure it's Old Dominion. It looks like it is working well for them. Harrisburg losing both their supports, and Akawa finding an exit frag, but that's just for morale more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. What, 11, 12% or so? A little bit of stun. Tap actually is going to find that one. Realize that Beep Sheep was there and was low, so that's going to be a solid pick for Harrisburg coming into this. They have to get there soon, though, because I think Doomfist will get there quick.
Yeah, Doomfist, one of the highest mobility characters in the game, can definitely return to things very quickly in the blink of an eye. And Beep Chief being taken out at that point in the fight, I feel didn't really add much, honestly, because he can return so quickly. But now it's a double elim in favor of Harrisburg as Old Dominion loses their Zarya and Baptiste. Lethal, unfortunately, traded out once again in that May. Such an important character in the composition they're trying to run. Akawa making up for that lost time by finding the Rhine and the Doom, looking for a third out of the Cassidy, but Tap had that one on lock. Harrisburg just shy of 50%, finally flipping it in their favor.
Gotta say, I love Akawa's grind to stay there, right? The perseverance.
Yeah.
Got a little bit lower. Elk definitely helped them out. That charge would have been bad news otherwise without the immortality field, but immediately bringing it back, hitting the take a breather, getting a little bit of healing from Elk, and then immediate whole hog action to send these players flying. Harrisburg taking points, and they get contested soon.
Tap needs to pull the blade within the next 6 seconds because, I mean, as soon as Index gets that beat online, they're going to be able to save the day. And, okay, now the beat, never mind. Never mind. Blade no longer necessary as Divio has decided that fight's over without an ultimate even used from the side of Harrisburg. And I mean, things really looking more and more in favor of Harrisburg. Just take a look at those ults.
Yeah, so Akawa a little bit slower to it. Elk did pull the amplification matrix, but it wasn't even in a position that really came through. Now Lethal just trying to buy a little bit of time with the Blizzard. I'm not as sure about that one, Sepulence. So it's a bold strategy. We'll see how it pays off.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there. I was going to say slightly bolder than I think I would have appreciated, but it looks like, buys them more time. They've been able to secure a real lead off the back of it, and Tap pulls a blade to meet a hammer. Don't bring a sword to a hammer fight, I guess, is the lesson we take away from this one. Divio with the minefield out early, so is going to bring that beat. Oh, and that's just a bloody unfortunate circumstance. The tank line for Harrisburg trying to win this fight dual-handedly. Both ultimates used. And no ultimates on the board right now, actually.
So that was 4 picks, 2 of them environmental-wise, and onto the tanks, or 1 onto a tank as well, if my memory serves here. So that's about as good as it gets, right? Harrisburg not willing to let the last little bit of these HPs go down, instead just take it to the environmental. Akawa kind of called out right here.
Akawa got disintegrated. I mean, they had 1 second appearance and then immediately dropped to 0 HP. Tap rotating around onto the high ground. Divio finding Index early. That poor Lucio just cannot get in fast enough. And with that, Harrisburg turns around what felt like was going to be a very one-sided engagement. And then all of a sudden, they made the magic happen. They take that first stage over Old Dominion.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, I think, just is what happens when a team is able to come back and kind of monitor what it is that happened in the first little bit of this game, right? Old Dominion ended game 1 100-48, so 48 ain't bad. About halfway there. It's nothing to cry about, nothing to write a tearful letter home about, right? At the end of the day, this is just Harrisburg that came back. Like the tap change onto Bastion, I'm not even sure if that was 100% necessary. And we kind of saw how I think Harrisburg was still able to get it done even after Akawa got called out on the bottom. This trans right here as well, that's the boop off the side. Okay, sorry. So that wasn't tank players, but that was the that was the main support. You don't have Elk, or excuse me, you don't have Legend 9 here. Get with the Immortality field. It's much easier for you to take out players quickly.
Niche now trying to meet Akawa on the Roadhog, but they're going to learn very quickly that Akawa is not on the Roadhog. We're going to have to see how well that can really work out, especially as Index is taken out by a lethal right-click. By lethal, quite literally. Harrisburg, they've got that numbers advantage. They found an insanely important elim, and first fight truly may not even happen. They just may have to get point over for free. It's all about negating ult charge.
I like that a lot. Yeah. Lethal just purchased first point and no team deaths with a single Maywall. That's a cheap deal. I'll take that every day.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love Old Dominion's playstyle there to not engage into a 5v6. They knew it was important to negate as much ult gain as possible and make sure none of them overextended and gave their lives for it. Now it's going to be Lethal, the first one to fall on the side of Harrisburg. Using that May early can definitely be a problem, but as Tap finds Legend 9, things looking better and better for Harrisburg. Divio 60 HP and a dream. You are certainly not making it out of that one, my friend. Elk commits the Immortality field, but not fast enough. A lot of free elims for Harrisburg, but I just don't see Tap doing enough here.
Yeah, and 33% first engagement, not bad, especially, and again, when that first engagement was, I think the Lethal will probably have like the most impactful play that doesn't result in any picks today. I'm going to call it, okay?
Yeah, I could absolutely see that happening. The one elim, and then like you said, the wall blocks them out, just folded. Absolutely a great team play, and that was all about team communication from both sides. Old Dominion not to overextend, and Harrisburg to know that they had control. They were in the driver's seat, and they've got it all over again as Aristo goes down early at Matrix from Elk, a very selfish one, but a very effective one for a moment. As Beep Chief knows how to play the game, Baptiste is your #1 priority when you're on the Doom to get him out or at least fade out the Immortality field. And Beep Chief was able to do both. Divio now with a minefield trying to flip the point back in favor of Harrisburg. Someace finds 1, Tap finds 2, and that's got to be the deal breaker. Harrisburg flipping it back in their favor.
The main difference right here is the coordination as well. Niche coming in with a pull on this ball. And Divio gets out of there like he doesn't have 600 health plus like the shielding capabilities, right? Like just straight fear in the eyes. But again, this was a great pinch play. Little lobster action coming in, right? The ball across the back, 3 members up the middle. As Old Dominion, I'm not sure if the call didn't come in yet. It's like, hey, this is a full retreat situation. We can't win this. The Sigma, that was Aristo, using the last little bit of their EAT abilities come and try and get this going. Dragons down the middle. That shouldn't be too impactful.
Oh!
No, that separates out Niche.
The Maywall broke the hook Niche had landed the hook on Tap, and the Maywall broke it, so Tap gets to live another day thanks entirely to their DPS duo. A very risky play, but one that pays out in dividends as Harrisburg finds themselves back on top of the fight. Lethal getting a little bit too aggressive for my liking, but as Elk moves in as well, it's going to become a 2v2. Looking all the stronger here in favor of Harrisburg.
Beep Shape, I gotta say, has been doing a fantastic job of just interrupting these healers in the back. Elk realized that a little while ago, and now changing onto the classic Doomfist counter onto this Brig. Practically one of the now the trans here, so has been getting these in perfectly timed.
Lethal is really boxing with death in one of the small rooms there toward Hookah. Looks like they were able to make it out back into a full team fight, and I can hardly call this a full team fight, Tug, as already Harrisburg has found themselves 3 eliminations. 3 turns to 4, turns to 6, and eventually, in eventualities, Elk with a great whip shot kill and a team kill to clean it up. Harrisburg winning Oasis 2-0.
Yep, 2-0 by sub map. That was 148 on the first on Library, 142 on this one on the second. So similar performances, but once again, Harrisburg's adjustments mid-game really the reason why this kind of ran away for their side. Hands down the best play of this one as well. This is shortly after Akawa came out and was, saved by the Immortality field.
Right.
Was had to back up, take that breather and whatnot. And really, yeah, I was curious if Soames was going to go up there. 43% kill participation on the offensive, and I can guarantee you, not all of those was just from their shots. This is from Orb to Discord. That extra 30% is lethal here, and I'm not talking the DPS player for Harrisburg.
Yeah, and Akawa with 55% KP on primarily that Roadhog. We saw a little bit of Diva on second stage Oasis Gardens, and Hog is such a hit-or-miss character. Not quite feast or famine the same way Sombra might be, but if you aren't overperforming on Hog, you're underperforming.
Yes.
Even playing to par is not doing enough on a character like Roadhog. So Akawa really doing a phenomenal job, getting the most value out of whole hogs that I have seen in ages. I mean, I really have not seen a whole hog so successful in quite a while, and Akawa was finding 2, 3, 4 of them in total back on stage 1 of Oasis. A great performance to kick off the day for Harrisburg, and moving into our second map, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Dorado again. Like I was saying, these collegiate players, they love it.
Well, I think there's a bit of writing on the wall when it comes to like the most popular, right? Again, you can almost kind of like predict these map bans and picks as these go through all the way down from the most popular and the least popular maps immediately going to get deleted out, and then somewhere in the middle is usually going to be where you're landing on here through those bans and whatnot. We'll get confirmation on that second map coming in here in just a little bit. I think we saw previous Rialto. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so another common pick here.
Yeah, another common pick for sure. And I think we actually have a couple of replays from back on Oasis that I hope we do get the chance to look at before we jump into Rialto here, because there were some real star-studded plays. Tap in particular tries to go in, tries to pull a Blade, and then all of a sudden they don't have to, because Divio goes in, finds I think a triple kill in total. Yeah, Divio just really starts to wipe the board with anybody from Old Dominion. Yeah. And it's funny because that Blade as well was, let's be honest, was not great, was not Tap's shining moment. Yes. They pull Dash in and they are deleted.
I'm not sure if that was a lack of communication. I'm not sure if that was like an overextension from Tap's part. I'm not sure if that was the classic Genji mistake where they use Dash to come in where nobody's low and they can't just instantly reset it. I'm not sure. I don't know, people, okay? It went too fast. But my point is the simple fact that Divya was able to clean up these 3. Again, every single one assisted by this Zenyatta Orb of Discord. But still, the fact that Divya can do it and then you don't even have to pull it later. Tap doesn't have to go back and continue on like getting progress towards the second Blade or whatever else like that. They've at least purchased themselves a lot of wiggle room at that point. But yeah, just kind of clinical for here. Looking at Old Dominion, they could kind of go for more counter picks as well. Now that's a lot easier to say on the control than when you come into more offense defense sided here, but yeah. so perhaps I'm kind of looking at the past a little bit. But moving on in here, I would love to see a little bit more shield play and whatnot. We kind of saw what they can do with these Sigmas and whatnot, and I would like to see a lot more of it, Septilence.
I would love to see some more Sigma. I feel like he's one of my favorite characters in the game, one that I've always had a great appreciation for, and I think Sigma is a really interesting character in the sense that a player can do a whole lot or a player can do a whole little on Sigma, and it's very important that we see those levels of successes. But it looks like Akawa and Divio are now going to be coming in on a Wrecking Ball Zarya.
Different look entirely. Now we saw what Divio can do, but again, Harrisburg on the defense. This is another kind of pick comp coming in. Tap showing us the first Junkrat play of this matchup thus far. We got plenty of that early. Looking at any changes, Index, I think, on the side of Old Dominion.
Index is swapping characters. They have been in. They run on Lucio back on Oasis. They're swapping onto a Zenyatta. This is going to be unique, I think, especially because Harrisburg does not have a lot of healing. Wrecking Ball doesn't necessarily need a lot of healing, but looking at Genjis, looking at Zaryas, they're probably going to need a little bit more additional support. And speaking of Genjis needing support, it's a support that takes out a Genji. Index with a great early kill, immediately traded out by Soams. Divio in and off the map. Really not a great start for Harrisburg so far. They're on the defense as well, so these elims practically, I mean, the longevity of them is incredibly damaging. Wow. This is going to be the first probably 2 corners completely for free.
Yeah, and going to be Tap that is a little breath away. Yep, braved on a little bit too hard, this niche player did. That was going to be it. No healing there. And Lethal, once again, gets dusted out very, very early.
And I'm a huge fan of Junkrat here, Tug. Anybody who's ever spent 5 minutes with me knows that. But I do not think this is a good map for Junkrat until the 3rd point. And if you're on defense, you don't want to have to worry about the 3rd point. You want to stall your teammates or your opponents, excuse me, as quickly as possible, and then really make the magic happen after that. Deep Cheap really finding some tricks of their own with that elimination onto Akawa. Aristo is going to be traded out straight away, but with the Zarya missing, the recontest is near impossible for Harrisburg. There's no bubbles to keep the team alive. Lethal finding Index, taking them off early, and be a huge opportunity. Okay, Lethal has decided to remember how to play the game. Picks up a quadruple kill, and is going to be able to seal the deal against Old Dominion. Less than a meter on the board, and Lethal was like, oh, right, Genji, and drops a 4K to clean it up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Like this Shimada brother, right? Not playing Hanzo. Lethal finally finding some good positioning on this after dropping not once, gotta say it, twice, very, very early on some suboptimal positioning. You said it though, feast or famine. Lethal is eating.
Yeah, Lethal was hungry. Came in trying to live up to the name of being incredibly lethal. That is unfortunate for Niche being trapped out for actually a decent chunk of that nano. Now pops the Primal Rage, able to find the elimination onto Tap at the 1-1 trade. Deep Chief down, Visor comes out, forces Soames to drop a little bit of action as now it's a Visor trying to find some value and does onto Divio, who gets a little too far from that Zen. Wrecking Ball falling. I mean, Wrecking Ball all about that wrecking stall, you know what I mean? He is a notorious character for being able to stall out a point for elongated amounts of time, but it looks like it's Akawa who's dropping a massive grab. Oh my goodness! I mean, what is it with these grabs today, Tug? That was another weird one, but that time it was just wonderful.
It was fantastic. It was a near snipe here, Septiline, seriously, and that's just what we've seen from Akawa and these other Zarya players here today. That was perfect positioning. If this lands in the front, these players would have been sucked on the outside of these planters' side and probably gotten some hard cover onto the side. You can pump damage that all day long. You're not going to destroy any part of this map.
Yeah, no destruction on map. It is all about
that would be
using. That would be cool, I agree. Lethal pulling Blade and as a little celebratory dance with Tap before they dive into things, which actually gave Index enough time to get that Transcendence, completely negating out Lethal's Blade. A strong play from them earlier, now canceled out by a very rough one. Goes in 1 second too late. Index is there to cancel it out. And we're down to a minute left. Harrisburg, they pull that ult a little early. They've got, okay, 1 left now as Elk chooses to bring that Visor out in an attempt to keep Akawa alive. There's the Riptire, the one ultimate that was at the ready. Elk finds 1 kill, trying to turn 1 to 2. Yeah, they double those elims, unfortunately. Not quite yet. Tap's Tire as well. No value, but it looks like it made a lot of space, which then gave the tanks time to move in and deal a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, Soames is back up to this Transcendence here soon. You'd look at a Primal Rage from Divio, and then the copy from Deep Chief. Those are the only ultimates on board. Index now switching on over to Lucio, and I gotta say, I like this. This is just gonna be, wow, Optimal once again just dusted from Lethal in the back, proving that nature.
Yeah, Lethal just really doing a great job masterclass on the Genji so far, if we ignore the Blade we saw earlier.
And both of these things are literally just set up to kill Lethal, so.
Yeah, absolutely. The tanks,
I'd have to say, like, I'd be surprised if you don't see a change soon. Like, there's been 1 good play from Lethal so far. Not trying to be too negative, but there's been 1 good play.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely correct with those tanks. I mean, the best 2 tanks to deal with a Genji, because neither of them can worry about his flank. They go right through it, and that makes Genji a really difficult character to utilize up against the tank line. And now there's another Winston against you, Deep Chief, on the transformation there. Get the jump pack kill onto Elk, taking them down early. That Baptiste falling, I think, opens up a window here for what I always call the Overwatch factor. A team waiting until the very last second to finally really kick it back off. They wait for that overtime to start, and they walk it into whatever point they need to succeed. Old Dominion, seconds away. I'd say probably 3 or 4 elims away from securing this, but Divio, we're like, did he oh no, as they go down early. So Soam's not far behind. Old Dominion, Overwatch Factor at its finest, finding that first point cap.
Fantastic. 2.5 minutes added to theirs. Elk, Lethal both taking the long walk off a short pier, and that's going to be, yes, a kill there towards the end, but Old Dominion now absolutely a rolling. We saw a tap change earlier, we saw an optimal change earlier. Of these two, which you like more? The Torbjorn tap side of the defense, Tracer offense, Old Dominion.
Ooh, Optimal almost taken down early. And Optimal's been taken down early quite a few times. I think that's a huge part of the reason we're seeing a Tracer swap, is just increase that longevity, increase the lives per 10 minutes, or I guess decrease the amount of lives per 10 minutes. Lethal finding Optimal once again. First player to go down. Lethal with a double kill. Double dash in. Does not pull the blade, and I'm glad they didn't, because Niche was there to take him down. Those tanks, almost impossible for a Genji to win, especially in a 2v1 like that.
I gotta say, this has been pretty thematical from our first game as well. A lot of just split, like we were watching two different team fights, one up top, one on the point, and Old Dominion was pushing this all the way through, but I think Harrisburg just did a better job of recognizing what their priority was, right? They come through here, they take advantage of the players up top, but dedicated all of their players there. They were keeping one to stall at least a little bit down bottom, and then responded there once they took out the players up top.
Speaking of up top, here comes Divio from the heavens. The top row pile driver, not going to find much as the beat from Index was used. The Nano to boot, most likely onto that Winston Soames with our first blood of the fight. Index going to fall Niche, finding Elk, the 1-1 support trade. Looking at a good old-fashioned 5v5 as Old Dominion has really flipped this fight back in their favor. A couple more elims to keep the card moving. Tap taken out now by Optimal in the back line. This blade, a weird one for Jerseys, but Lethal trying to make the magic happen. Has to completely give up on any hopes of that blade finding more than one.
Yeah, so maybe had a option there at the end. Not gonna happen. Dominion rolling on in again. No massive changes outside of that optimal height Cassidy action. Of course, we have seen what they've been able to do so far, and I really like this. Back and forth we go. A lot of fighting onto point, a lot of fighting onto boats, a lot of fighting onto stairs.
Oh, Tap just spending the Molten Core in every possible option that they can. Every inch of the map going to be covered by that ultimate. And you've got to wonder why Lethal is still on this Genji here, Tug. I really don't want to pester on it for too long, but there's a Cassidy and a Winston. Okay, so I guess it's still two as they've swapped on the Diva for maybe a little bit more ability, but it's definitely a tough scenario to win. Harrisburg stalling out 5 more seconds. They've got to win one more fight, and Soam's trying to make that happen right here, right now. The Elam onto Cassidy. The Diva Max gone. Deep Chief losing that transformation. Lethal with a double kill of their own. Akawa finding a melee now onto Niche. As that echo goes down, that seals the deal. Rialto card stalled at point 1.5.
Yeah, just about right there. I love the Beep Cheap copy onto the Zed at the end. Just, you don't always need a whole bunch of HP, right? You don't always need a copy onto one of these tanks. There are plenty of options right there as well. The closest being this ball player, obviously can be up and down performances on that one. And set ops to go to the Zenyatta, the huge amount of damage output immediately comes in, just starts clicking on heads left, right, and center. And even this ball at the very, very end of that did fall prey, even after taking them out. So the try shots on the end. Lethal, this was their awesome play, right?
Yeah, their shining moment. That was a really good opportunity. I think that was the real turning point for Harrisburg. I think Old Dominion had 95% of the momentum, and then that 4K led into this play, which then, was the grab, which continued to snowball against Old Dominion, burning out those remaining 90 seconds. But I just hope Lethal honestly does not bring out the Genji. Now, they have an Ana. Okay, Elk's on Ana, so I'm definitely a little more in favor of it now, but I don't know. I feel like there's...
Right? Like the combination of these two healers, I really do think will help this one out. Divio also on the bow is not going to be needed to be babysat a whole lot. And before we get this one started, I do want to go through here. Confirmation, that was Rutgers, Stockton. Rutgers in 2, y'all. Rutgers 2-0 win over Stockton. Just as a little bit of update for you guys on the other side of this bracket.
Yeah, today feeling a lot like this past weekend. A lot of 2-0s on the board, and let's see if Harrisburg can keep that trend a trend. And going to be the timing. The doors opening once again. Lethal already 20% of the way to that blade, thanks to a massive Bionade from Elk, hitting, I think, 5 of the 6 members alive on the side of Old Dominion. Tap with a double kill to open it up as well. Index finds Lethal, but the damage has been done, my friend. There are a few people left to keep you alive. Elk sends Optimal back to spawn. Index and the Diva not far behind. That was probably the most dominant fight win we've seen so far. Oh, Lethal.
And it continues with the perfect, theme right here, right? Lethal getting a little bit aggressive on the end. Now, this doesn't matter, of course. They'll be spawning back up. They have dash and everything else to get to this. It's just kind of funny. We're having fun with it. But Elk on over to the Ana. Just saying this does my heart good, right?
Definitely. She's a character that has fallen to the wayside pretty aggressively, which is sad because I was an Ana player for a long time. She's always been a character I've enjoyed. I love the Sleep Dart and the Nano and Elk, really trying to make both those ultimates worth it, which is good. You can see Elk and Lethal are neck in ult charge. They're going to be getting their ults, you know, hypothetically around the exact same time, which opens up a complete instant Nano Blade. As if they even need one at this point. Lethal! Lethal! The turrets! That's the second time Lethal has gone down to sim turrets, but
I get it. Harrisburg.
I get it. I do.
Yep. Okay, yeah, you saw it too, right? And Lethal's just a distraction, everybody. Lethal just jumps around and is super loud and aggressive, and then everybody on Old Dominion pays attention to him, and then in the meantime, Elk just pumps in these Ana shots, and Divio gets him in the back. That's fat brain strats here. Big brain strats.
It's funny that Divio's even on Wrecking Ball right now because Lethal is playing the Wrecking Ball style of that over kind of hyper aggression. Elk committing a Nano instead onto Akawa in an attempt to keep them alive. Looks like it's doing dividends here. Legend 9 goes down. The Diva not far behind, and Lethal into the drink.
Back on out to this outside. Looking at the ultimate charges for right now, Beep's got this photon barrier up soon, and actually are sectioned out from the rest of their team. I'm not sure if Harrisburg realizes this, though. Got the car wash set up, so we'll be in a good position to defend themselves if need be, but this is going to be a 5v6 until then.
Beep Cheap low-key has an insane flank right now if they choose to utilize it. Tab going to be falling early, gives Old Dominion another leg up. Kawa sending an insane just grab in. They knew there was nobody to eat it at the time. The Diva was not in the right place. Tab launching that Molten Core from spawn as well. Harrisburg coming through, trying to find this win as quickly as possible. They've got 4 minutes to do it and about 5 meters to go.
4 minutes to do it, 5 minutes to go. That is a rough call, Cephalence, especially once your team is falling again like dominoes from Dominion.
Wow.
That's going to be close to 0 here for Harrisburg. The first map being a little bit closer than the second. But regardless, Old Dominion will not, again, be taken out from the... Okay, I think the game is just trolling us now.
Lethal with the 4K play of the game. No surprises there. And I'm glad we actually get to see it because we were spectating somebody else when it happened. Lethal goes in deep, dismisses the tank line, and all of a sudden, Optimal gone. We know the Winston is not far behind. A huge opportunity. Harrisburg, they walk away with a 2-0 victory. Akawa, 29 elims, 49% KP. What a powerhouse player. Akawa definitely, seriously, I think, the strongest tank we've seen so far today.
I think that's fair. Looking at over Akawa's play, there was situations where they got aggressive, but these were not situations where they were doing this without knowing that their healers had their cooldowns, had their ultimates and everything else. The perfect demonstration, the perfect example of this, Cephalence, is this very last push. They needed to get that that first point. Obviously, it's extra time, but it's also a lot in the way of momentum. It's a lot in the way of that mental factor, the mental boom that comes along with getting on a long and quick rush off your initial attack. That was Akawa gets aggressive right here, gets a little bit low, but again, knows that their teammate has this Ana Nano boost. Now, this is not always the optimal decision. Doesn't matter. When you have half one of the tanks from Dominion gone, another one pulling a whole hog and can't heal themselves, and then the rest of the team kind of split across this second bridge area, that was the perfect, within the second pick for that Nano boost, and that just purchased them all the space in the world. I really, really like that.
Without a doubt. And folks, we're going to get ready to throw it to another break. We're going to get 2 teams ready for you in just a couple of minutes here. So use this time, get water, do what you got to do, but come right back here. We got a whole bunch of CECC Overwatch coming at you in just a bit. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 Overwatch Edition. I am Cephalence, still joined by Tugboat. We are going to be bringing you another fantastic series. One team that we had the chance to see already, I believe, and one that we have yet to see on stream today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Moving on up through our uppers bracket, that is James Madison taking on Maryland College Park. Now, we already saw the Maryland College Park, that's the Terrapins, come through. Just going to call it a little bit more of a one-sided offense there. Did take that one in 2-0 against their intra-state rivals, University, or that was Mount St. Mary's. James Madison taking theirs in 2 as well. So this has been a lot of 2-game series thus far here in the best of 3s.
Yeah, even the ones off stream have been all 2-0s today, so hopefully this is one that's really going to give us a run for our money, take us all the way to that assault map, which then hypothetically can push a map 4, but let's at least get through map 1 before we start worrying about that. I know it'll be control. I don't know what the map is going to be yet. Of course, we would guess Lijiang Tower, as that is just kind of the collegiate preference, but there are quite a few control maps in the game.
Yep, absolutely. Getting confirmation now. That's Lijiang Tower coming in. And I was being a little bit facetious. JMU got a bye in there first. So obviously a 2-0. But this will be the first time they're actually playing here today. Not going to be saying that they're coming in cold, though. Guarantee these members going to be coming up. They know what's at stake here. And that's a little bit of an invitation action, right? On into Atlanta, Georgia, May 6th through 8th for what you said was the biggest collegiate esports event in the United States of America. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what people have been calling it. That's what I've been seeing it kind of promoted as, especially on the Twitter sphere. So a lot of people are very excited about this program and about this event. And these teams, it's very important to note, are all spot. One team walks away today. We have a lot coming in. One walks out with that guaranteed spot in Atlanta. There's, of course, the last chance qualifier happening next week that any of the teams we see today can sign up for if they want to, but that'll be happening next week. We've got to focus on what's happening right here, right now. We just get closer and closer to the end. And Lijiang Tower, one of my favorite maps in the game. I could probably watch it 100 times in a row and never get sick of it. I love the versatility that teams have to present. I love the changes in composition that teams have to make at the drop of a hat. I love everything Lijiang Tower has to offer.
Yeah, I can dig it. I can dig it. What we'll hopefully see is the third map here, right? Lucio mains. We want to see boops and whatnot. But yes, one team to rule them all here, Septilence. One team to, I can't think of it. I know the quote, but I can't think how to reference it to Overwatch here. So rule them all.
No worries. But you're right though. One team will rule them all. One team will walk away. And it's interesting because somebody walks away today, the absolute top dog, top of the world, and then they go up next month against a bunch of teams who have also done what they do today. So it all of a sudden the skill floor just skyrockets, and it is going to be the literal best of the best in the entire country. We have had invitationals. I'm not even going to be able to name all of them off the top of my head. Southeast, Mid-Atlantic, East, West, North, South. I mean, these are the best collegiate programs in the country going toe-to-toe just for the chance to go toe-to-toe with the teams that are even better. I mean, it is just an incredible event. It has been months long. We've been doing this since, I don't know, December, January. I mean, it's been a long journey to get here. I don't remember exactly when it started, but I know that this game will be starting in just a couple of seconds here, Lijiang Tower. And like you said, I'd like to see Gardens. I feel like that's the one we haven't seen as much of.
Yeah, and something else, I don't think we've actually seen any Farah action come through here. We've seen a pretty pretty solid run the gamut when it comes to these DPS characters. Really have seen pretty much every single one. We haven't seen a Sombra. Obviously saw plenty of Genji. We saw the Hanzo actions, the Shimada brothers coming up and showing up so far on broadcast. But let's go ahead and get on into this one, Septilence.
Jumping right in. Hey, wish granted. It is Lijiang Gardens as our first appearance. And 2 wishes, 3 wishes granted, Tugboat. This is fantastic. We've got Lijiang Gardens. We've got M-Pulse on the far, and we've got Lu on the Sombra. So all 3 of the things we were hoping to see right now are going to be making an appearance right here.
Yeah, so what, you out there rubbing lamps? Because I know I was rubbing mine. I got all 3 of my wishes granted here, Septilence. Love to see it. Love to see it. Got Paul over here, Maryland College Park, also on the Moira, and I think that was the last support character we hadn't seen as well. Plenty of Brig, Zen, Lucio for our soft supports, plenty of Anna, and a little bit of Mercy action even as well. Yeah. Gigafart. What is a pharmacy combination with no Mercy?
Yeah, very true. I mean, what is a Pharmercy without the Mercy, right? It's a Pharah just trying her best. Things become a lot harder in a circumstance like that one. And I think James Madison absolutely has an initial advantage here. Okay, lesser so, as their Baptiste is taken offline. Python gets bitten out by Pumpkin, immediately taken offline. M-Pulse finds Lu as well. So all of a sudden, we're back in a 5v5, and I want to get that initial...
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot of back and forth on here on 2 point. That's Maryland College Park coming out on top so far. I don't think this is a situation where you have to ban in the pharmacy yet, though.
Full advantage of James Madison. Time
Yeah, so Silverstein now on the res, James Madison doing fantastic stuff. What they've done with Python, taking them out first and forcing Madison to rely on the Mercy is fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm right back into the swing of things. Sorry about that, folks. That's just me living in nowhere, Ohio. My internet is not very good. So I'm right back into the swing of things, and Impulse trying to do the very same. The bubble comes out and obliterates Mushi. I love the hyper-aggression there. Unfortunately, not able to save that Baptiste, but it looks like your team still going to come out on top of things here. Silverstein comes through with Impulse to find a double kill to boot. Storm Hornet taken offline, and these fights incredibly back and forth. So much so that I'm surprised we're looking at a 40% to 0. It feels like we should have seen this point pass back and forth at least 2 or 3 times already. Straight Stockton a little worried about the 1v1, but going to be able to find it on Billy Fun.
Yeah, so I think that might have been a little bit like what's it called? A stagger, not a struggle. A stagger as they could get, right?
It was a struggle.
It was a little bit of a struggle. We're not calling out Straight Stockton here, but they got it done. They got it done with the help of their friends, right? Like all good things, all the best things in this world. Big boop onto a ball.
You gotta wonder, he must have used the grapple in an attempt to get into point a little bit faster. Just read like a book. J-Lab knew it was coming, found that elimination, and James Madison really starting to struggle. We're getting to 70%, which I always consider kind of our last fight territory. The EMP comes in a little late from Silverstein, finds both the tanks, and somehow no capitalization from the team. They're zoned out entirely by that Death Blossom. The EMP, null and void. Tugboat. There's a lot of ultimates at the ready for James Madison, but they're really running out of time to use them.
Yeah, Silverstein forced back as well. Maryland, College Park, all positioning around on this. Impulse and Gigafart, they're trying to get something to get this pharmacy combination in, but it's just hard to get in damage edge-wise.
Afara, I really thought was going to have a massive advantage. Both Reaper and Sombra not very good at countering Afara, especially with a Mercy pocket, but this Diva has gone so above and beyond. Pumpkin has been doing a phenomenal job making sure that Afara gets absolutely no value, and as Impulse and Python both fall offline, Maryland has all but secured their victory here on stage 1 of Lijiang Tower. Lu finds another. Gigafart finds the resurrection, but I mean, at this point, you are just delaying the inevitable. Pumpkin pops the Diva Bomb just to make that space and find those E-limbs, and Billy Fun on the wrong side of a Diva Bomb. Maryland College Park walking away 100-0.
Yeah, so the last little bit of that, James Madison just fighting this a little bit more frantically, right? Maryland College Park's ultimates just proved to be just not a little bit too much, a lot too much. And again, kind of a split look on this. This is what the same kind of problem that we saw on Dorado earlier, is that these teams were opting to fight kind of like split team fights. We saw as many as 3 kind of like individual 2-on-2s on the Dorado, and that kind of continues on the first map, Gardens for Lijiang Tower. Completely different look, completely different sub-map we're looking at here, though. No pharmacy ability capable. Would not be surprised if we see the Mei.
Yeah, the Mei would not be a surprise at all. I'm shocked to see Silverstein locking on the Sombra. She's one of my favorite characters in the game, but you are going to lose the matchup against a Junkrat almost always. Looks like Impulse going to have that TP directly out of spawn, and then swapping onto the Tracer, getting great intel from Silverstein. There goes Storm Hornet, already 33% of the way to that minefield, and those adaptive shields, I mean, probably one of the strongest abilities in the game. It ramps per how many enemies are around you and completely negates ult charge when you take damage. I mean, it is a bonkers ability, and Storm Hornet really making the most of it. Halfway to a minefield already.
Crazy stuff on that. Storm Hornet doing exactly what they need to. And
oh my goodness!
Provide a lot up top. Yeah, now 90%, hands down, going to be the fastest here. Paul on the other side now has that amplification matrix.
Storm Hornet refusing to go down, but things are getting bleak. Commits the minefield, doesn't even have the pile driver to boot, and finds an elim. Poor J-Lab taken down early. Gigafart, though, will be traded out straight away. Storm Hornet finding now the main tank to boot. Maryland, things are looking rough, but Lou refuses to lose. It is a phenomenal opportunity here. Maryland College falling just a little bit too short. I think James Madison should have this first fight in the bag.
Yeah, James Madison had a fantastic look at this towards the beginning, but I think that the 2 soft supports just led to 2 tanks that were not able to get this one up as much. We every time we've kind of got on with Storm Hornet here, we kind of see them just beating feet to try and get to some sort of health pack. Whether or not this is hacked by Silverstein is going to determine whether or not they can stay alive through this.
Silverstein shot, hit by a stray nade, forced out of invis, and has to recall straight away. That's going to buy Maryland maybe 5 or 6 more seconds. I mean, that is really a very small play that can go a long way for them. Gigafart and Python already down. James Madison staring a 5v4 in the face. Very few supports left on the table, and that will seal the deal. Lou with a massive double rip tire kill. Finding a double kill. That's now, what are we, a 2v5? Y'all know the drill. There's a very minimal chance of a team winning that. Maryland back up to 40%. And remember, Maryland should have lost that last fight.
Yeah.
Somehow they come out on top, and somehow they're halfway done with stage 2 of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, so just members able to get in there just in the nick of time. James Madison found some picks, but they did not find them quick enough and like close enough chronologically to each other. That led just the slow trickle of Maryland College Park members able to get back in, but now an attempted flank. Once again, both teams, we've seen this tried multiple times, but just like that, shatters and more, nothing happening against two soft supporters.
Storm Hornet went in deep, finding that minefield onto Lou, and that could be the real opening they finally needed. A melee kill onto Billy Fun shouldn't seal the deal against James Madison quite yet, especially as the beat has now been committed from JLab. That's huge. They baited out an ultimate, but they need to get the point cap for that to count as a baited ultimate. Right now, it's just a very well-used ultimate from JLab, trying to keep the team up and running.
Looking at Maryland, or looking at James Madison, Septilence, if there's any one character you'd change, what would we be looking at?
One character to change on the side of James Madison, I think, has got to be Silverstein off the Sombra. It was the first comment I made way back at the beginning of the series, and so far the Sombra just has not been able to get that level of vitality. I don't know if that is the right word, but that level of success that we need from a Sombra. And oh, good try from straight Stockton there, but that was just so directly above you, it was really difficult to find yourself on top of. Now, I guess below. Double kill coming in from Billy Fun. The minefield from Storm Hornet opens up the point and eliminates all of Maryland for the first time here, Tug. James Madison is back on top. They're finally going to get the point in their favor. Waffle Iron has been flipped for them. They just got to make sure it doesn't get burned.
Absolutely. Absolutely. James Madison coming out of the last would not be against the Sombra pick either. Definitely agree with that. 15%, 16%. Impulse is going to be looking for a little bit of positioning coming into the last here and probably sticking around that Silverstein hacked health back.
The EMP has to be huge. This has to make up for all of the lost value we've seen from this Sombra so far. X-Man is the way to do it, Tugboat. Billy Fun already able to one. Bushi finds another. Paul and J-Lab putting down the remainder here. Maryland College. Blink and you miss it. A 6-man EMP turns a 6v6 into a 6v2. James Madison using one ult wins a full fight.
Yeah, and that is just as simple and as quick and as clean as it gets James Madison. Python had the rally at the end. Another flank action. Impulse is always here.
Impulse just in the back line, living it day to day. 40 HP, choosing not to recall, trying to get out with just a couple of blinks and going to be able to... No! Almost able to do so, but yeah, I wish we would have seen the recall there a little faster or used at all. Truly, James Madison losing the one ultimate they have online, going up against nearly 5 on the side of Maryland. Gigafart already taken offline as well. Here comes Lou with that Riptire, and there are no ultimates to negate the type of damage Riptire is going to no. Yep, one by one, they're going to fall like dominoes, and while it's going to be close here, Tug, not going to be close enough. James Madison losing their full 6 roster, and that is going to be an unfortunate way to go out.
Gigafart might be able to pull trans and then get there and touch.
Run!
That might put them a little bit of time. Oh, the charge!
Oh, no! Oh, that was unfortunate. I so truly thought they were going to touch, and what a pin. What a left shift coming out from the Ryan there to really seal the deal. Like, that was Mushi. Oh, man, that was funny.
Fantastic stuff. Yeah, so that one just lined up perfectly. They really, like, maybe if the Zen had pulled Transcendence a second earlier, could have gotten there, yada yada, who cares. Yeah, you might be invincible, but you're still able to be picked up and slammed against a wall, even while you're healing everybody by 300. 4 gold medals for Storm Hornet. That was the ball player over here for James Madison.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that at all, honestly. I mean, 4 gold medals. We saw it, I think, best showcased on Control Center there. Just in the backline the entire time. Farmed an ult, and I think 25, 30 seconds. And with some characters, that's like, okay, so what? Like a Moira or a Baptiste. It's like, yeah, we expect you to do that. But on a Wrecking Ball, like, that is pretty darn impressive. In that time, I'd say roughly we're usually hanging out at 50, 60% for Storm Hornet to literally double that. Breathtaking.
Well, we saw incredibly quick, like, movements to ultimate, right? That was, like, the ball players have been coming through all day long and having some fantastic impact on these games. We saw it earlier on the Oasis maps. We saw it here on Lijiang again for the 3rd match on broadcast. Saw it in the 1st. Speaking of these previous, though, little replay action coming at you.
Oh, is this
no,
the bomb?
I'm so
glad. I'm so glad we clipped that. That is so unfortunate. Billy Fun just sent it straight up, and it was at a perfect angle where, I mean, just that Symmetra could not get low enough. Even the crouch was not there to help. And it's funny because that sim going down was really kind of the go button for James Madison to find that first point cap. And I'm going to guess this is our 6-man EMP. It certainly is. An incredible performance from Silverstein there. And I was talking about the importance, the first EMP was lackluster and the Sombra was not finding the value I wanted. But you come in, you hit all 6. You cannot perform any better than that. That is a peak 6K. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so literally as good as it gets onto Silverstein. Might have been a little bit of a different look. I just think kind of like the Sombra going in with the rest of their composition might have been kind of like a wonkier look. But hey, they got it done regardless. That was a little bit closer, obviously, second sub-map than the first sub-map. Cleans 100-0 on the Gardens phase. But let's kind of see how these teams changed coming into map number 2. Sides will have swapped again, people, and again, that's mostly for me than you guys.
It's important that you guys know they have swapped sides. You'll see their names on the top left or right, respectively. And we're going to Dorado, our second map, one that we can't. Oh, I guess we can get away from. We did see Rialto last time, so I can't be too surprised. But Dorado going to be really surprising. Question on my mind: Storm Hornet on the Wrecking Ball. Is that going to be a consistency? Is that something we're going to continue to see? Then the same question poses, of course, for that Sombra, who has been incredibly hit or miss up to this point. Sombra, the definition of a feast or famine character. Either you are doing everything for your team or you are doing nothing at all, and it can be incredibly detrimental to stay on a character that cannot find the appropriate value.
We've kind of seen the effect that has had so far. I'd have to say ball players are almost the opposite of that, though, right? At the absolute least, a ball player is sucking up 1,000 damage per team fight, and that's just with ability and their main pool of health and armor and whatnot, right? So much less feast or famine status, and much more so for ball players at least. You gotta get these hooks on into premium positions to be able to get hits, and then the seismic slams on down, or the Seismic Slam is the Doomfist ability. Pile Driver, thank you, sir. That's why you have co-casters like you, Septilence. The Pile Driver on down. These are much, much harder angles to hit, but at the end of the day, again, you can just play your best wall impersonation, right, and just suck up a bunch of damage. Sombra is a completely different story in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, I mean, even to soaking up a lot of damage versus doing a lot of damage. Something a lot of people don't remember is Sombra is a character built exclusively to help teammates capitalize. She cannot perform individually. She, I believe, deals the lowest damage in the game per headshot at only 6.
Yeah, and especially for DPSs, right?
Absolutely.
Reward for getting headshots is just, I mean, you're literally looking at Zenyatta's that have way more. I mean, Zenyatta, what's 48? You multiply that by 1.5, it's 70 something. That's per headshot, people. And much charged them up.
Yeah, it is really just a real shock value moment to hear that consideration. You're thinking that is insane. We're looking at Baby Diva, who does 98 DPS a second. It's like if those are headshots, she cleans house. She has a higher fire rate than Mercy, but. That's Sombra. So feast or famine, so make or break for the entirety of the team in Maryland College Park. They are sticking to it.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No, I'm sorry. That's James Madison, I believe. Right?
I'm sorry?
I believe the overlay is backwards.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Maryland College Park on the left side. James Madison on the right. We'll get those names fixed for you guys. Not a big deal at all. Gigafart and Python. Rest of is James Madison again on the right and the red, rotating on around and just leaving Impulse down bottom. Impulse is the player that can get out of this most quickly, so I'm not against this whatsoever. James Madison opting to now drop down once we get closer to this overhang position.
Storm Hornet going in deep on the Winston, and oh, just like Cozy, games ago, leaps in and is almost completely deleted from the fight. Luckily enough, Storm Hornet is able to make it out. Python cannot say the same. Pumpkin over-aggressive. Echo, one of the fastest damage burst combos in the game, and I think Storm Hornet just learned that the hard way, straight stunting with the cleanup kill onto the Winston. Card moved a little, but we're going to need it to move a whole lot more.
Yeah. There will be many tough lessons you learn in college. Perhaps this is one of them when you look at a divided split attack like this. Silverstein, once again, just trying to get something done in the background, but they're just always waiting and really respecting this this Cassidy flashbang, though. So smart play is not to play their hand early.
Yeah, especially on the Tracer and the Sombra. Cassidy, I mean, he just flash fans you and you're dead.
Yep.
That's a one-shot combo. Yep. So it's very important, like you said, to respect that space or at least to bait out the flashbang before you go in. And Cassidy will have your number and will follow through on those eliminations. Bushi now finding Python once again, second fight in a row. Python is the first one to go down, luckily enough. It out early. Cassidy's offline and really fun. Back in and back now, really bringing the heat back down and out. And Nanoed Winston losing a fight against two of his own. and it's going to be 3 Winstons going toe-to-toe-to-toe, and Paul is somehow going to be taken out in the mix. None of the Winstons are the ones to fall, but Paul will not be with us at all.
Paul not with us at all. He's a poet and he doesn't even know it. J-Lav, Lou, following in the back. Maryland College, nope, excuse me, James Madison again on the left. Gonna be dusted out. Looks like Maryland College Park with 3 ultimates glowing. Bird ultimates a little bit farther away from, but they'll get that one. And 50% on a tracer towards ultimate charges basically there, right?
Right, and the overlay is correct now. This is the same teams coming out Silverstein with a great EMP. Somehow the bomb isn't going to find the appropriate follow-up, but looks like the kills are going to be pouring in regardless. Pumpkin into Silverstein, into J-Lab, and Billy Fun. I got to say, we've been talking a lot about tanks today, and I want to give them their note. This Diva has been very impressive up to this point, and I think a huge factor that James Madison was able to come through and cap that, especially with M-Pulse going in and cleaning up any kill that Billy Fun didn't find.
There were many, though. The kills that really did not find, right? But this Diva player for James Madison has been dumbing out so far.
Yeah, just giving us an absolute masterclass on how to play this character. Silverstein getting some great intel, but as we mentioned earlier, Sombra should not be taking 1v1s nearly ever, let alone 6v1s, so Silverstein really has to play it slow here, play it careful, and look for a lot of damage, down to 60 HP, and still choosing to not get out of the fight. A great dive coordination coming through. Stormhorn and finds Elam onto Stockton, and we hear the res from J-Lab, but I think they were booped away. No resurrection quite yet. Bushi gone. Lou cannot be far behind, and they will not be. Huge opener here for James Madison once again to get that card moving.
Killing streak action. 10 now for Billy Fun. Having a lot of fun in this Overwatch game indeed. Still pushing on. 3 minutes to boot as well. This is a different James Madison squad that we saw in game number 1.
I feel like it's also important to note something we haven't talked about. Lou is in the tank role. Lou is a Junkrat extraordinaire DPS player who has now been swapped into the tank. Pumpkin and straight Stockton on the DPS of their own. A very fascinating composition change to make, but most Zaryas, excuse me, most DP quite good at that Zarya.
Yeah, fair. A huge DPS output themselves, just really the biggest change is in shield. Hack coming in.
6-man EMP, but Tug, that was the best possible example of what I was talking about earlier. No one was there to follow up. There was additional damage on that EMP, and they could do absolutely nothing about it. Bright side, Silverstein's already 1/3 of the way, so it's not going to be the end of the world. That EMP doesn't cost you much or win the game for you, but it was not great timing on it. I want to see better timing from the team.
Even with the Grav, though, Maryland College Park, the Grav really didn't do too much right here. Maybe a bit of a wasted one again. Zarya's ultimate is one of the longest it takes to get all the way back. What, 2 DPS ultimates, a support ultimate on Maryland College Park. James Madison, that single tank, was at least a little bit closer to its semblance.
Winston going in deep here. Mushi trying to farm that primal, slept by Gigafart early on the low ground. Terrified of being taken offline, and they almost are. Sub 100 at a point there, but the supports coming in very strong. A huge opportunity for UMCPG to keep moving forward. But now it's Winston who's going to get netted and almost dies. No, he will die. It's the Flash Fan. That takes Storm Hornet down, takes that Nano completely offline, and College Park back on top.
Yeah, so this one's still going on, though. The duplicate to this Diva, solid selection, but then doesn't quite get back on into Mech. Nice stick onto J-Lav here.
J-Lav goes down. That could be an opening, but I think James Madison has unfortunately many members to really try and turn this around as quickly as they want to. I wish they would have held their ultimates and then moved into the next fight with them. They lost somebody so early out the gate, but instead they try to fight that has now lasted maybe 4 times, as you might think. But hey, who am I? Clearly I don't know about. They come through with a triple kill that should seal the deal for them to cap that. So at the end of the day, it does work pretty well.
Yeah, so James Madison going to be getting that next tick. I got to say, this team fight would have gone completely different, Sepulence. If we're looking at J got in a position and then just kind of waited, kind of bided their time like a little bit, because they pretty much got ultimate as soon as they died. You know, if you just wait another 10 seconds or so, get this rally, make sure that all teammates are armored up going into this, and then Paul is able to whip that nano boost into play as well, we'd still be looking at a fight on to point number 2. As it is, though, that is Team Crafting at its worst. Let's see how point 3 goes.
Oh, point 3 looking at least decent for the time being. On to straight Stockton. J-Lab beats the bomb not far behind. 90 seconds left on the clock. James Madison can't afford to lose even a single fight, or they will have all momentum ripped out from underneath them. And Dorado 3rd's notorious style of map where if you lose momentum, it is almost impossible to get it back.
I mean, this is just such a short trek from Respawn on into this last turn as well. Once this payload reaches this last corner and continues on its last little, like, straight journey right there, you're going to be looking at defensive players and Maryland College Park players that are able to get there in a matter of seconds, much discounting any kind of movement abilities, of which pretty much everybody here except for Nana has. So, see how that goes. Movement so important. Nice there. Multiple stuns.
Oh, my goodness. Storm Hornet just does not get to play the game there. Sleep into flashbang, into shield bash, triple stun, and that is just, nobody wants to be on the wrong side of a triple stun. Luckily enough, Winston has been traded out, but made a phenomenal point earlier. The spawn advantage in college quite literally cannot get better. They have the best possible spawn advantage in the game of Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, again, Paul is the only one that can't get there, and even they don't really need to, right? This is just such a short difference to get on in there. Impulse against them is not going to yield anything, though. And then a wasted Tracer Bomb, wasted Sticky. Hupkin finding theirs, though.
Yeah, that Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find much early. JLab losing the shield very quickly, but that's still not going to seal the deal one way or another. We're going to enter that overtime in just a minute, and the 3MP comes out from Silverstein in an attempt to save the day. Straight Stockton will go down. We need the opportunity for this team to get in deep, but JLab refuses to die. It looks like they're finally going to be going down in the blink of an eye. Billy Fun takes out a 2 on their way out the door. Mushi finds 1, but is that going to be enough? The Rhine cannot swing that hammer fast enough, and James Madison to cap all 3 points there in overtime. I feel like we almost never see a team cap all 3 here on Dorado.
Not on Dorado. That's a completely fair statement, Setfluence. There's a reason why we saw this first one on broadcast not even go down to that first point. James Madison found whatever it is that they were doing wrong, and they completely flipped it around on its ear. Love to see this. This was a one-handed affair in game number 1. That's a completely different number 2. We might, not calling it yet, might Setfluence be looking at our first 2-1 scoreline in our best of 3 so far.
Tug, if we get even one of those today, I will be satisfied. Yeah, I will be very excited to see a series go to a map 3, maybe even a map 4. Again, Assault's notorious for being those drawable maps. There were a lot of changes from James Madison that I kind of want to highlight while we're watching the highlights. But Silverstein in particular, I think the EMPs got better over time. And I think we're still seeing an increase of the EMPs kind of through and through the playstyle. Back in game 1, I didn't like them because there was no follow-up. We saw that same mistake here on Dorado, but only once. So the EMPs are very becoming more impactful for James Madison to capitalize.
Well, I mean, the 6K on Lee Jong literally decided it for James Madison, at least within the map ever so briefly. So, feast or famine, Silverstein is looking to whip them up, team up a nice meal. Not against the 2 soft supports here either, given that you have Storm Hornet with their own shielding abilities and the hacks possible from Silverstein. Impulse's ability to recall as well will just yield in less of a situation where they're going to need constant healing.
It's definitely scary because James Madison has the lowest possible healing output in the game against some real damage dealers like Roadhog and like Echo. It's going to be a real consideration, especially as James Madison is on the defense after all. And Gigafart falls to Paul. That could be the kill to rule it all. I mean, Pumpkin finding another elimination onto Storm Hornet. And you lose the Zen. Not only do you lose the healing, you lose that Discord. And in a team comp like the one James Madison is running, that Discord orb goes the extra mile when the team needs it to most. Straight stun with a double kill, trying to clean up James Madison right now if they're able.
I thought we saw the Paul kill with the Sleep Dart. Sleep Dart doing 5 damage, people.
I wish.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've seen some crazy sleeps so far. And to get that the last little bit of damage is just like chronologically unlikely. So, would have been cool.
Yeah, definitely an anomaly when a player gets killed with a 5 damage ability. It's not something we see very often, but it's always fun when we do. Mushi, wow, going in quick, taking out the entirety of the support line. James Madison, maybe you farm a little bit of ult charge, but I mean, you've got to kiss this fight goodbye. You cannot win this with no supports online.
Yeah, it's a fair statement. Looking to get out quickly. Impulse still providing a little bit in the back, so the contest coming through, they're just like kind of tickling this, just like Bushi is getting that done against the Tracer.
It was definitely a game of the stall. Take as long as possible to die, trying to burn down this timer as quickly as you can, because 5 minutes on the clock is not what James Madison was looking at. We're just above 4 minutes, so technically Maryland a full minute in the lead right now. James Madison going to try to stall out on Dorado second for as long as humanly possible.
I guess I'm just like, okay, for James Madison, what is the Brig being played for? Who are they trying to stun here? Like, obviously, Shield Bash is not bad against either of these dive tanks. but there's not really a situation where you're going to get up against Paul very frequently. Little Brig on Brig, that's not a great counter. And this Echo will be up top, like straight stunning on the Tracer, who has been dealt with pretty well so far, Sepulence.
Yeah,
straight stunning is the only one that I really see as countering, right?
I was gonna say, I think the idea is to counter either the Tracer or the Winston, but Lou is doing such a good job of following Mushi in constantly that you can only shield bash one of them. Yeah. So the shield bash isn't getting the necessary value that I think we're looking for. And I agree, I think James Madison needs to bring out a main support one way or another. Brig and Zen, they do a whole lot of non-healing abilities, but their healing is kind of where it's starting to fall short for James Madison. Storm Hornet finding supports on the side of Maryland, so all of a sudden the healers from James Madison looking a little bit better.
Yeah, so James Madison just kind of like reading this one through, but losing a little. Wait, hang on. Yeah, no, so they lose their supports and then still keep the dream alive. That's Gigafart moving back, right? Interesting.
5 ultimates here for James Madison, and they've already burned seconds off the clock. They have really made space for a massive time bank that Maryland had moving into second point. Gigafart hops a confusing trend. We're seeing able to find only one with the EMP, so if they get the kill, it's worth it, right? Unfortunately, it's traded out straight away. Python losing that Brig, arguably more impactful than losing that Echo, but as Lou has to kiss that mech goodbye, it's a forced bomb. Nobody should die to that one, but the remech coming through will be very important for Maryland College. That debuff, she gets to stay in full swing. Gigafart gone for James Madison, and they will start dropping like flies.
And just trying to come back at this one. This is nothing if not predictable. You lose, I mean, you lose your support players. That's just going to go down this way. Not a whole lot there.
Not a whole lot at all. James Madison in a very unfortunate circumstances. They lost those supports. Gets to roll down for Maryland College Park. This is just an opportunity on opportunity for them.
Across the middle, Maryland College Park dealing with ball across here, and then a lot more flak ball. Yeah, Silverstein just absolutely eating this alive.
Silverstein doing a great job, and I'm glad to say that because we've seen a lot of Silverstein. We talked a lot about what they were strong to the table, but now it's really working out well for them. Somehow, Storm Hornet and Impulse got credit for taking a away. That was interesting. The minefield.
Yeah, I saw that too.
That was weird. I've never seen that before. I wonder what the logistics
was. From their cop minefield for a second. I'm not sure. Yeah, I before either. Here you go. Stumping your casters, Overwatch.
Yeah,
we'll be done with you Overwatch 1 too.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Impulse goes for a pulse bomb onto who knows who, but and the value that for James Madison, they used about every ultimate they had. They'll have a transcendence, and they'll if they can pace it out long enough. Paul trying to keep the team alive has to be ultimate under the sun.
100 seconds left on this one. We're looking at a Maryland College Park squad that had 5 minutes coming out of point number 1. That is not a situation they're enjoying.
Not a situation they're enjoying at all here, Tuckboat. It's going to be 90s the clock. Straight something to minefield bomb, but it's not going to be able to find that, unfortunately. It goes for the stick. It's going to fall a little bit short. EMP into bomb. Nobody, but really fun was like, I'll do it myself. Gets a double kill with the remake. Takes Lou down. We're getting close to those double digits. We're getting close to under. A straight Stockton goes deep. That Elim on Gigafart. That should be just enough to turn things back over.
Yeah, so I love that straight Stockton is just kind of realize that the dropping down here was not the ideal. Right? They stayed up there for as long as they could. No more damage down bottom. They're contesting and pushing this one down bottom and making sure that the players can come back and really contest this off for any significant amount of damage. Good time.
James Madison capped this in overtime. And it's looking incredibly likely that Maryland may do the same. If they cap it at all, Pumpkin goes down. All of a sudden, the pulse bomb from Impulse finding some great value. Stuckton with the trade onto Gigapart straight away. All of a sudden, getting an Elim, or getting, finding an Elim onto Silverstein. The stun comes through, stopping that Wrecking Ball in his tracks. But Storm Hornet demonstrated for us many times today that they can live much longer than we anticipated.
I mean, they're basically up to 600. They haven't taken, until just now, they haven't taken damage in a little while. Now around, little spin to win action. There comes the ball, Primal Raid. This gets down, and I don't believe they'll be able to get back up. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Spoke too soon. Pumpkin work at that one, though, is yet again attained for this offensive squad.
100 seconds on the clock. Maryland College capping with anything on the clock would be great, but even capping in overtime is a-okay because this is Esport after all. Both teams capped. Both teams get a second chance, even if they cap in overtime. Now to 80 seconds already, so a fifth of what we had available down, and the fight hasn't even truly begun.
Yeah, 100% right. Fights over the outside, little Tracer one-on-one action. Impulse now using their own call back here. Love it.
Oh!
Love it. Impulse over straight stunting right there.
Pulse bomb
If you ever need to wonder about it, we'll just look at that clip.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb was used there. Straight stun. I don't know what they were trying to Pulse Bomb, but it was used regardless. And that's an ultimate off the table for Maryland College Park, one that they're definitely going to want back. 60 seconds left. They have to get this cart to what is often considered an impossible point, and now they're down an ultimate to do it. A 4-man EMP comes through, but where is the damage? Impulse. Pulse Bomb doesn't find much of anything. Straight stun goes down once again. JLab falling as well, and P doing dividends for James Madison. They are looking mighty likely to win this second map here.
Yeah, paying out very, very well. James Madison has taken it. They took it in overtime. Maryland College Park doesn't take this. They have as far as they can get on this second point right here, and that will be map number 2. And we'll be getting to map number 3, which is, again, kind of what we all want. Ultimate's on board. Here comes the Nano.
Nano, but the Winston, I mean, does not have a primal to get out, and yeah, falls to sub 100 HP in the blink of an eye. Wow. Not what you want to see from that Winston. You commit a Nano to find absolutely no value. Now it's a bomb into a high noon, and it looks like both of them aren't going to find Diddley Squad. Oh, excuse me, Python will be going down there. Pumpkin finds that Elim thanks to a great play from JLab. Brought the shield in front of the Cassidy, because Cassidy moves like the slowest of anybody in the game when he's in that high noon, so it's important that keep him alive for as long as possible. Gigafart takes out Lou in the blink of an eye. Oh, and the minefield, just absolute field day. Gigafart with the triple right now. Bloodthirsty support. If I've ever seen one, triple turns to quadruple. And this is Zenyatta here to absolutely clean house. Looking if this wasn't a custom game, but it is after all. And James Madison, they win that to tie it up right here. We're going.
There you go. That's going to be James Madison. Yeah, 3-2 victory here on Dorado. Finishes it in overtime, and then Maryland just can't quite get there as well. Silverstein, this is definitely one of their hacks, right? One of the big EMPs.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
I think this is a 4-man EMP that's capitalized off of pretty quickly, Brig, and it just really starts to flow in their favor. They actually find the point cap in that same time, giving them 2 minutes on the clock, and the pressure just continued to kind of throw in favor. It looked great. Great performance. Silverstein, 25 enemies EMP'd.
Wow.
That is a card I would like to see. That is, I mean, that's exactly what I was looking for. That's nearly 5 EMPs in total, you know, if that's per EMP. Yep. But overall, I think they're getting a lot more value as we go further into the series. I guess the anti-silver lining is Silverstein hasn't played anything else. It has been exclusively Sombra. And the longer you play against a Sombra, often the easier it becomes to deal with her. You start to learn her patterns, you start to learn her approaches and play style, and a team can absolutely take advantage of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're 100% right. Looking at, I mean, just general Sombra play, when they're invisible, when they're coming up eventually, and like you said, you play more of this is going to be something that a defending team is going to be able to suss out. They're going to be able to just simply play a little bit closer. They're going to be able to, like, ult track this EMP a lot better, and then just simply deal with this as it comes in a quantifiably different way. If we look at a third map, Silverstein's still running the same thing. I'm not sure how much advantage it'll get. The day is just going to require Silverstein to literally just turn up the effectiveness so they have had on the character so far. And if that was possible, if that was just easy as, you know, just the binary, there's 0, 1, then one would anticipate, one would assume that they would have done that already, and this would have been James Madison and 2 already. That is not the case we find ourselves in, though.
And I think it's important to note that Assault is a unique play style. It's a unique map, one that we haven't seen very often or at all truly this weekend, and one that we won't see much longer. You can tell I'm used to casting these on the weekend. I just call the Monday a weekend. But it's really interesting because Sombra, I think, struggles to find particular value on an Assault-style map because the compositions are usually built more around a Reinhardt or an Orisa, and those are about survivability rather than primary damage. And maybe there's a disagreement in that, but I think the Sombra isn't going to find particular value for majority of the Assault maps.
Yeah, I can agree with it. At the end of the day, I think that Maryland had such like a solid look coming up to this on this last point, and then just the stall action, right? And this is 100% because of Storm Hornet.
Yeah,
they were even able to get up there at the last little bit, kind of clip an edge right there, picks a walk the back on up, and without Storm Hornet playing on the ball consistently, I'm not sure if we've actually seen them play a different tank up to this point, except so I'll have to refer to the notes here in between games and whatnot. But
I don't think so.
Don't fix it if it isn't broken, right? This is just fantastic looks from them so far. Whether that's stalling in the back, whether that's taking picks out, whether that's just disrupting supports on the other side, Storm Hornet is just doing everything on the ball right now.
Without a doubt. And there's this notability of playing or having your team play the same characters very often or over and over, because any team that's going to play against you
and pull up a VOD review and look at the maps, look at how you play them, look at your rotations and the characters you choose, and if you've ever played anything else, or if you are going to bring those characters out, it becomes really easy to take advantage of teams that only play one composition. So it's going to be interesting to see, if we see a win here, or even in the lower bracket, are they going to get called out because they're only playing the same characters?
Yeah, like the static comp, right? Like the same thing
Right.
over and over. I have to agree with you. At a certain point, it would almost be a mistake from a team playing against them, especially if they have a break, to not come forth and kind of realize, okay, they are super heavy on the ball. Okay, they are super heavy on the Sombra. Okay, they have at least shown a couple different times that they're willing to go to that two soft supports, to the Zenyatta and the Brig. And this is just not something that can hold up, that can upstand against a whole lot of damage output. If you come in, that burst damage will come on top of two soft supports like that instantly, especially at the beginning of games. You don't have a transcendence on board. So
we're jumping into our assault map, and now excited to tell y'all that it is Hanamura at the end of the day, which, as we can already take, has forced Silverstein off the Sombra.
I like it. Little Ash play. I mean, of course, this is just what they're showing so far, but much, much harder to change heroes, right?
Yeah, much harder to bait a hero choice on. I'm a little bit worried about Impulse here. I think they can play the angles until on the point, and then the Pharah really struggles to find pressure. And if Maryland is TPing directly on the point, like it looks like they're about to, Pharah probably won't be able to do much.
Yeah, you're just little passing all of that aerial damage that will be coming in at them, and just making that pressure a non-issue. Stay on top, and that can completely dash out one of these corners in which the Pharah can get damage in. That might be a short walk.
It's a really good move there coming out. I'm not even sure from who. Maybe Silverstein. That was a great coach gun to separate the team off at the moment, but Storm Hornet off the wrecking ball and the first wrecking ball. That's going to be a disaster for James Madison. That Orisa is so incredibly important to climb and just to create space against the enemies. Billy Fun is down, and I hate to say it, Tug, but James Madison has to give up this first point already.
And we're looking at 90%, right? It makes sense to die on this out as quickly or as much as you can. Pause that. 6 minutes and 8 seconds, Septilence. 6 minutes and 18 seconds. Crazy stuff.
That is not a time bank you want to be on the wrong side of. No. I mean, that is a massive time bank. We're looking at statistically like 7 to 8 successful holds to burn down that entire time bank. And Maryland College, as they bring that window out early, I think Storm Hornet's going to be the first one to find out. You do not want to push directly into this team. Ryan doing 85 damage a swing with that hammer, and everybody else there to collapse on top of you in tandem. Not even a minute off the clock. They've already found 33% and counting.
Yeah, now that's a lot of pressure right here. Maryland quickly dipping the shield up top. This is going to be Billy Fun forced to play the rest of this point from up top right here, just trying to get in damage edgewise. Nope, that's going to be a drop down, an instant L against a Reinhardt player. This offensive push isn't over yet, Septilence.
Oh! Might be now as the Ash goes down, but she's walled out. The Blizzard comes to boot. Photon Barrier up and running. And actually, somehow, James Madison, even 3 ultimates into this, they're still finding themselves on top of the fight. I mean, that is a really impressive just showing from James Madison. A great defensive positioning, and they didn't overextend with any ultimates.
Speaking of ultimates, 2 tank ultimates online from Maryland College Park. We'll see J-Lev Soundberry here soon. Look at the other side. Tank ultimate in a couple seconds. Silverstein's bot. We got the Mercy ultimate as well. This is James Madison looking at a pretty solid defense coming at this. If we just take it for everything that it is, Impulse will have that sticky grenade soon too.
I'm waiting for my favorite aim bob to make an appearance, but Silverstein maybe coach guns everybody off the high ground. No! What? He throws the bomb up on the high ground? Oh my goodness, I love that. What a power play from Silverstein, and everybody's favorite aim bob is doing his aim job. Silverstein with the double kill. What a incredible performance. I love that. I would have never thought to do that. That was such an intelligent play.
Yeah, I love that play. Just simply realizing that you send this out, they're not even going to really notice for about a second or so until they just happen to get clips of it on this side. I mean, yes, obviously audio cues are there as well, but when you're teleporting in, there's just only so much that you can do to really reposition very quickly. Straight stun now going over to this Cassidy player. Maryland College Park, got to say, though, they didn't, I mean, they have this change. That is the only reason why one of their players is counting up from 0 ultimate-wise so far. 4 on board and Luke soon with the Blizzard.
The first Blizzard from Blue, unfortunately not super successful. Didn't find the value they were really looking for. And now Mushi drops the Dynamite in a pretty rough spot. A couple players picked up by it. The bomb will be blocked out, and Silverstein down. Impulse finds the immediate counterplay, though. Mushi goes to try to read the escape, and instead gets slept out. Lou drops the Blizzard, trying to get rid of the Winston, but he's nanoed. He's got his leap. He's got his bubble. He's got everything he needs to pull your focus for as long as humanly possible. We're looking at 3:20 on the clock now, which is a much more realistic time bank. Even if Maryland wins right here, there's a world where James Madison can cap with more on the clock.
That was a fantastic job. Pumpkin actually putting this one on the corner, and that's going to be it. Maryland taking this one unless we get a drop down and Herculean plays in just a second. Got the Shatter on board as well. That's it for main tank. And on the side, actually here, that's it. And that's going to be Maryland with about 3 minutes on this clock, Septilence. Even ending this with a, with the Shatter, right?
Yeah, it's a shame too. That Bob was like 2 seconds too late, and it wasn't that they threw it too late. It's that the ult charge was just a little too slow.
Yep.
And look at him! Look at his success! What a guy! A triple kill in the feed. I mean, he's just so
right.
talented. But it stinks because Silverstein was at, I think, 95 when that Ana fell. One more successful bullet, a half-decent Dynamite, and that Bob could have been there to stall, but unfortunately, it did not happen, and that gave Maryland their second point cap. 3 minutes on the clock.
When you think about Bob, realistically is going to live for at least 3 or 4 seconds. Obviously, he took kills in the end because players weren't responding to it, but I think it's fair to say that he would have taken at least a couple. Yes, they had barrier up, but that keeps a swinging Ryan from dealing damage. Might have been enough for this defensive squad to have held on, but hey, maybe that's perhaps that is theory crafting at this point. James Madison, a similar look as we have seen so far. This is offense, though, and it can definitely change. Straight stunting. Soldier 76 for one of the first times today.
Yeah, we've seen legs. I think we saw him once on Rialto, but this is definitely the first time this series we have seen Soldier 76. Silverstein back on the Sombra, and I've got to say, I don't dislike it on offense. I was worried about it on the defense. If you play offense, you can hack the Mega that's directly underneath the catwalk, or you can hack the Mini in the soup store, whatever you'd like to call that, restaurant, and that gives your team a huge healing advantage. It makes it difficult for your opponent to push out past the choke. And a lot of times we'll see teams take advantage of that. It's actually a strategy that originates from the Shanghai Dragons. That's back when they were really starting to make Sombra meta. Silverstein going in, getting a lot of intel, a lot of decent information. Could possibly get around for a hack, maybe onto one of the supports if they play their cards right. But until attention is pulled, it's going to be hard for the rest of James Madison to make it through. Storm Hornet on the point, just pulling focus, and that's all they need to do.
That is literally all they need to do is just split attention right here and make sure that Maryland College Park kind of backs up. These longer range maze shots will also just be negated in there. A nice move out. This is almost enough to the first tick when you have this many on the point. Now 2, there's first tick. And that's going to be a successful first push regardless. Even if everybody on offense died right now, that's successful for a first push at 45 seconds. Yeah,
a tick is absolutely successful. Like you said, and it looks like your statement may actually come true in a second here. Even if everybody on James Madison dies, they got 33%. That was a technical win condition. Now they have to do that 2 more times and then ideally cap with more than 3 minutes. But capping with even a minute on the clock can be enough for a team.
Yeah,
more. Yeah, absolutely.
Any 2CP, but specifically this one, especially given the distance that offenders have to go onto that second point and just simply how long it is. Looking at members here, I think everybody, no, I guess Lou doesn't really have much of a movement ability on that May, but everybody else he's close to it. Pumpkin, actually, nope, doesn't have that one either. But now, attention on, that is going to be just like that. Storm Hornet, the purchase is another 15 seconds or so. So even if they get nothing else, they just purchase another 15% for free, right? Storm Hornet's now out, and going to go pick up a health pack.
Oh! What a disgusting shot from Lou. I mean, that just interrupted any iota of a hope or thought or dream that team had of engaging. That is just not going to be what they were looking for success-wise.
Maybe at a certain point, James Madison has to pay attention to the fact that they are playing not 1 but 2 flankers, and this is, like we literally said in between games, a Maryland College Park squad that's just paying a lot more attention to that. They're always paying attention to this flank because they have Silverstein's played so much. Oh my goodness. Talk about getting in close. Silverstein, I will never sing the poor praises again.
Yeah, Silverstein, I love it because there's no way they've hurt us, right? But it is clearly showing this Sombra getting better and better every single map. A 4-man EMP to open and then slam the very same door on Maryland College Park. A huge opportunity, 4.5 minutes. If they win on this first attempt, this first fight, they will have more in the bag. But that's a tall ask with nearly 6 ultimates ready for Maryland.
Storm Hornet once again putting the First little bit of pressure up there, maybe
Oh, he's
15%, and now inside, pile driver down. Yeah, nothing happened right there. College Park all glowing right now as the Supercharger did come out. I think they were anticipating a lot more offensive pressure than just a Storm Hornet ball.
Yeah, I think that actually works really well for James Madison. I don't think Storm Hornet intended to bait out the Supercharger, but now that they have, that works out really well. That's an ultimate off the board for Maryland. And they do have another amp matrix. You know, they have another damage amplifier if they need it, but even getting out that one ultimate can go a really long way for a team.
Mushi playing the middle position right here. Big health pulling more. The straight stun on the side as well. Be able to provide that pad of healing if they so needed. Now rotations coming in. Every offensive push by James Madison has started with the Storm Hornets touch on the point.
Oh, Mushi surviving that is absolutely baffling to me. Insane that Mushi got to live through all of that. Was 1 HP, but unfortunately the follow-up was not there. Paul will be the first one to go down. The Sigma not far behind, so Mushi will finally be on the wrong side of an engagement. Python taken out by Lou. The Brig falling. That was a rally immediately taken out of the fight.
Yeah, both support ultimates used by James Madison. I'm not sure if this was a miscoordination of between teammates, between these support players, or if they thought they needed them both regardless. That gives them pretty much nothing in a situation they really could have used it. Okay, so Python actually changing now, that makes sense.
Yeah, the rally coming out. I think the Baptiste can work a lot better. I almost wish it was Baptiste Brig, but that is definitely not a composition that we see often, at least on offense. Defense, it makes sense because it's all about survivability. Oh, this is miserable. Such an easy point to stagger on because Billy Fun has to run so far to get to the nearest death pit.
Yeah, that was far out to the outside. They got a little bit charge on this, but of course they'll come back with that Diva Mech. 2.5 minutes on this one. James Madison is burned down to a situation where they cannot finish this one more time.
Yeah, like you said, unfortunately no time on the clock, but even finishing with a minute, even less than a minute, well, less than a minute's not great, but you want to have at least a minute on the board. Maryland, if they win this, they're ready to just seal the deal, walk away with a 2-0 victory, and remain in the upper bracket. Remember, folks, whichever team loses this series doesn't lose at all. They will fall to the lower bracket. A massive EMP comes out, picks up both DPS, and Storm Hornet somehow is the first one to go down. Pumpkin with that great kill will charge up that Supercharger just in the nick of time here. I'd suspect to see it in probably this fight.
Lou about 5% away from that one as well. Straight stun. Gonna be like just a hair, spitting distance away from their own ultimate. Maryland College Park's DPS will be popping off in just a second. I like the hold from up here. We already kind of saw what happens when you take this to the other side.
Oh,
Did they toss their? I think they tossed their.
That's my guess.
Yep.
In the fight, they turned it through the translocator to get out, and then in the fight, they went to teleport out, and it was not on the map.
Oh, they're changing. They're changing. Okay.
Right, definitely calculated, absolutely tactical.
Maybe we'll see like one Silverstein Cassidy life just to qualify the self-death.
Yeah, to make it all worth it, right? Gigafart now with an Elim onto Lou early, but Silverstein getting spawn camped by straight stun. That is the only way to explain an Elim happening that quickly. That could be some great value, but no, Billy Fun's bomb somehow finds nobody. Truly surprising, but that will take down Python, traded out for Mushi, and that Baptiste is an important one for the offensive team to have. Maryland College Park trying their absolute darndest, but it is just not going to make the cut.
No, it is not. They have gotten progress onto the first point on this one. That has yielded nothing after that. That has frequently come off the back of Storm Hornets' hyper-aggression early, but now changes here. I'm not against this one as well. More of like that rolling death comp type composition with Gigafart providing the speed boosts. Such a funny name.
It is. I was just thinking that. That's so funny. I was just thinking how many times we've said Gigafart on this broadcast. I wonder if that's their whole point, to make casters say Gigafart. That's pretty funny, honestly. Now a Blizzard coming out from Impulse. Excuse me, from Lou. I got distracted. Both Blizzards. We've got a full-blown Venn diagram on the Hanamura high ground. Pumpkin and Lou going to be able to find a quadruple with the help of that Tracer, making a quintuple, a complete and total team kill. And poor Billy, the last one left alive. That is going to be Maryland College Park walking away with a 2-1 victory on the set.
That is going to be Maryland College Park in 3. The second map, Dorado, goes down pretty one-sided at James Madison, especially when we look at this in part. Maryland not able to completely finish it on the second point offense. Now, as it is, this is incredibly fast offensive pushes on both sides, really. I mean, one side literally took like 40 seconds. The other one just took like a little bit longer. But I think it really did come down that was the big difference right here. That was the main difference for why James Madison was not able to come back on this offensive, because there's so much time was simply burned off from the first stage on Hanamura. They come in with a similar amount of time. They still have another minute and a half, and they still have that like Reinhardt Diva composition, but they just have every ultimate on the other side to just kind of negate that away and win one team fight, which is really what this all boiled down to.
Right, without a doubt. And because I believe we're a little bit behind schedule now due to the fact that took us into our third map, we're going to throw it to a break, get our next teams ready, and we'll see you right back here at the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 Overwatch Edition. Still Septilance and Tugboat on the mic. We are here to bring you another Winners Bracket series between two teams coming in hot off some 2-0s.
Absolutely. That is both. We're looking at Harrisburg and Rutgers. Harrisburg coming off of the Old Dominion University win, and then Rutgers coming off of a Stockton 2-0. Now Stockton dropping down, playing against that Old Dominion University is going to be, unfortunately, first team that is eliminated from upper brackets into lower brackets. Now St. Mary's has also dropped down there here, Septilance, and they'll be playing against the loser of this match on that lower bracket side. So Mount St. Mary on their last option here, and whoever loses this will be on their last option as well. So
yeah, the safety net for somebody in this series is absolutely going to be ripped away. We've got two teams in the upper bracket, but y'all know how the bracket goes. There's one team at the end. We've got to let these teams go one by one. And unfortunately, Stockton was the first team to fall, like you mentioned. This is going to be a great series coming up, though. I control whatever control map that may be. I'm sure we'll find out in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, in just a second. We'll get that started here soon. Looking at Busan here first, so I'm not against it. We've seen Lijiang, we've saw an Oasis, and now a little Busan action. Love it. The newest control map within Overwatch, right?
Yes, I'm a Busan believer. I adore this map. I adore 2 of the 3 stages. I'm not a huge fan of the Gardens one. I don't think it's called Garden. I think it's called something else. But the outside one, I don't. Seppi no like.
To be fair, control maps. I think like literally all of our control maps have at least one sub map that could be called Gardens. It would like make
very
sense,
true.
Right? So
I know Oasis and Lijiang actually have a sub map called Gardens.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Busan has the one. I can't think of it. But either way,
downtown Mecha Base and what?
I think it's called Gardens. I don't know, but downtown and Mecha Base, 2 really exciting maps. And Busan has kind of what I call control map-like syndrome. You know, all 3 stages are going to call for very, very different team compositions, and the teams are going to have to show us some great utilization, and their abilities to role swap are going to have to be huge here, or at least character swap.
Yeah, and well, we've seen plenty of back and forth plays though so far. Harrisburg coming in, that was Lethal Tap, Akono, Devio, Elk, and Soames. Soames is mostly playing onto that Zenyatta. Now, if we see a super dive-heavy look from Rutgers, which we have seen like before, other collegiate competitions here, Septilance, I think that'll kind of force this Harrisburg squad to maybe play a composition where they have to protect these supports a little bit more. Not that Elk, not that Soames are going to need it, but looking at divey compositions, that is what's going to be on the docket.
And Rutgers, our last remaining team that we have not seen on stream yet, so they will be the last team to kind of be revealed, so to speak. They're going to be coming in pretty simply here with that symmetric TP, most likely out of spawn. And Doug, there's some notable changes, some differences here on these team comps. I'm really curious how these smaller changes are going to impact these teams.
With it. My only question is, how do we say this Rutgers Brig player's name?
Brig. I'm not even gonna give it a try. We're just gonna call that Brig, and if it's something else, well, hopefully we will find out at one point or another. Rutgers, they very early butterfly. Oh, that's cute. His name is Butterfly, cute, right? And it's shaped like a butterfly. Oh, I love that. I do enjoy that.
Yes, I'm very much about it. Not up until that, I thought maybe like Bib. Maybe?
I was also aiming toward Bib, so I'm glad we asked. Anyway, we saw Harrisburg go in very aggressively there, and actually now Rutgers trying to match that aggression, but the shields from Rutgers have that weird issue of being immobile once they're placed, or at least Sigma's is on cooldown, so it's very difficult to constantly be rotating that shield around. Ajax and Rucksax are going to be the first to find the wrong end of those shields and how difficult it can be to utilize them against such a fast team comp.
I'm with it. Just a little bit of cleanup action. As I say that, actually, both teams finding a pick or two right there. We see Divio onto the SIG as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steph. We saw Divio really showing up on the ball play earlier, right?
Yeah, which is surprising because Akawa is now on the wrecking ball, so there's definitely a change
Completely
happening.
different.
Yeah, completely different look here from Harrisburg. Tap on the legs. We're seeing a lot of Soldier 76 today. Very exciting. Akawa in the back line, just waiting for a time to strike. A half-decent pile driver who really ruins the team competition here. And now, as we're already a quarter of the way done in favor of Harrisburg, Rutgers more and more stuck on their back foot.
Yeah, this is just a Rutgers squad that's really finding a hard way in edgewise, right? Like everywhere they go, it kind of seems they have been stopped right here. Now that is partially because they have not utilized these ultimates yet. There comes a Gravitic from this Divio Sigma, and that doesn't really get a whole lot done.
Not a whole lot done at all. Divio with the first blood in what feels like an eternity. This is a very slow matchup so far. Divio finds that elimination early, and now we're halfway done. And Elim for Harrisburg pretty much seals the deal on that fight. Looks like Iron Man's going to try to find somebody out the door, but Lethal is not going to be impactful enough to really flip this fight on its head.
Yeah, so standstill so far fought, and that will, of course, be advantage of Harrisburg once they have taken this and start taking picks on this. Rutgers coming off of a hot 2-0 victory, but looking like they're getting dusted off first. They do have a lot of they've had like some good looks thus far, but oh my God, Harrisburg Tap just getting everything right there. Lethal finding 2 as well.
Now I'm kind of just thinking this through, and I know there's a retired Contenders player by the name of Ajax, but again, retired. I think the last time that Ajax was seen was like 2019. So I'm not positive this is the same Ajax, especially because I think that one was a support player. So I'd be very surprised to see them here several years later on a different role. But the name definitely throwing me for a loop.
2019, basically a lifetime ago, though, right?
Yes, definitely.
My
In the world of
God.
esports, you kidding me? That's a whole lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, 3 years normally throw a global, unprecedented pandemic in the middle of it, and you will have different looks esports-wise at the end. I think that's the best neutral way I can say that one, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna make the assumption that this is not the same Ajax. If it is, I would love to be corrected, but I definitely don't think it's the Ajax we know and love from way back in 2019. And a couple of replays coming in, which I'm glad because it's interesting to see kind of how slow this fight really felt. When you compare it to a lot of the fights we saw earlier today, the Elims were very rarely pouring in the way we've seen 3, 4, 5Ks all day long. It was like maybe one good Elim to really flip a fight in a team's favor, and then other than that, it was like nobody's really doing much. I'm hoping to see a lot more aggression and a lot more speed come out from the teams here on downtown.
I can definitely agree with you. That was more just like solo pick status. There was no huge 6Ks, nothing like this. Even once we had these ultimates on board, and now both teams just giving themselves a lot of respect. Taking it all the way out, about as far away as you can get from point, but that's going to be an early main tank deleted from Harrisburg. Not good looks, Supplements.
Now, Tap does not have a mercy pocket the way that, Iron Man is going to. Butterfly can definitely pocket that Echo, keep her alive, and a pocketed Echo, very, very scary. One of the scariest DPS to have a consistent pocket the way that we're seeing one right now. Rutgers with an early point cap, and they're down 1-0 for the time being, so they need to rack up as much percentage as possible.
Fight still going on here on the point. Rutgers found 0 percentage points in submap number 1. Is fortunately a situation they will not end this control with. Tap once again. Yeah, I mean, we saw them on Soldier 76, saw them on here, doing everything right now.
Tap attack coming in quick. Lethal and Divio there to clean it up afterward. Now, even that poor baby Diva is not going to be staggered out. This is going to be a complete and total fight win to flip that point as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so 26%. I mean, yes, Rutgers looked great at the beginning of this, but do they have sustain? That's the question. Yes, I like Ajax on the Orisa. I don't believe we've seen Ajax play anything else thus far, but between Iron Man getting mega aggressive and Wiz, again, playing kind of like the more centralized role, we might be looking at a more split team fight situation set for instance. We've seen the detriment that can have so far. Now Lethal. It's going to be them biting the bullet for getting way too aggressive.
Lethal, yep, way too aggressive, paid the price of their life for it. That could really hurt Harrisburg. They've got a percent advantage, but they can definitely be taken away pretty quickly here. Iron Man going in deep, but instead it's Wiz, who's taken out by a very angry Baptiste. Elk, that Contenders player we've talked about before, really living up to the name, dealing a whole lot of damage in the form of that Bap, finding another kill, getting ready to clean this all up. So Ames has been traded, but at this point, Harrisburg, they've got that in the bag. For a brief moment, I thought Rutgers had a chance, but as those double ults come through and find those kills, Rutgers, they've got to get out as fast as possible.
Tap onto Iron Man right here. We saw Iron Man have an impressive Sigma performance just for a few seconds, even pull up the ultimate, but realize nobody was caught in it, and then cancel it. Smart plays. Smart plays.
Very smart plays indeed. Rutgers comes through and ate a lot of ultimates kind of looking for, an opening, but it was Harrisburg with an opening of their own. That minefield in particular not only created space, but found 2 elims down the line, and that really is going to be hurting the team across kind of all dividends tapped with a very early elim into a great gravitic flux, but I think everybody had either gotten out or died before the flux to really do much. Harrisburg with a complete and total just team turnaround there, a team wipe across the board.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're able to take down Baptiste like that, regardless, it's going to be good, right? Because if you take them out without them getting out their mortality field, because that is 9 times out of 10 the immediately 1-2 that you're going to see. A little bit of damage onto a Baptiste, immediately mortality field out. Harrisburg keeping them out, though. Nobody touching on that, and it's Harrisburg in 2 for our first map.
I'm sad, Tug. I wanted to see Mecha Base. That's my favorite one. It's like Mecha Base Downtown and whatever that third one is called, because we, for the life of us, cannot remember. But it is a shame.
I don't know. It looks like garden. I mean, it literally has gardens here. It has like the big bell.
I always call it the map with the big drum, but I feel like I can't be saying that on broadcast. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah,
that's not
just
a
little
specific.
bit too dumb, right?
Yeah, right. That's a little too low on the
It's too
totem
simple,
pole.
right? Yeah, exactly.
A great performance
It's
from
the
Harrisburg.
place with the maps and the windows, right? Like,
yeah, right. Absolutely. Harrisburg. They come in. Their first series was probably the most dominant one we've seen today. Like, it was just a very impressive performance all the way down the line. There was a lot of ultimate usage that worked well in their favor, and then even without the ults, we were seeing 3, 4, 5Ks, right? Rutgers is, again, a team we haven't seen yet, so we can't compare them to anything else. All we've seen from them is the one loss they've got under their belts right now, and hopefully they're able to turn that around on our escort map, which could be quite a few. I'm surprised we haven't even heard about Gibraltar. We haven't seen Junkertown. I mean, there's a lot of maps. Havana, even. Everybody loves Havana, and these teams seem to be steering away from it.
Sunny Havana, yes, not been selected quite so far. We've seen like a heavy preference for Dorado, which again, kind of that middling map makes sense. Favorites and least favorites getting deleted out quickly from the pick ban stage, which of course this is going in at. Once again, best of 3 is coming on in until we get a best of 5 grand final. In case you're just joining us here, about the middle part of this broadcast. These have been pretty much 2-0s all the way through, except for, of course, that was James Madison, their opponent, going up and taking it the distance a little bit earlier. Also, after this, you'll be getting a little Jag action coming on here with Septilence, so that's nice and exciting as well. Grand Finals, again, just kind of running through everything again format-wise. Grand Finals, no bracket reset there. There will be point advantage coming into the best of 5 there, whoever is coming in from that upper bracket.
Yeah, that'll be a point advantage for the team that remains undefeated through the entirety of the series. And speaking of undefeated, I mean, can we just talk about how consistent we have seen Harrisburg be so far today? I think we've got a couple of replays that we can take a look at to really get some of their greatest highlights. Lethal, I believe this is that triple pulse bomb, maybe? I know they're only 60%. We had a great play from Lethal earlier. I think we got to look at. I think it might have been play of the game even, where it was a triple pulse bomb elimination, and it really just gave Harrisburg all the momentum they needed. It's interesting because there's so many fights, and we saw this even in the last series, where I was thinking, like Harrisburg's probably going to lose this, and then somehow somebody pops an ult, somebody drops a 4K, and they're able to flip it on its head. It's incredible every time.
Yeah, that dream does not die so quickly. Tap, Iron Man, gotta call both of them, or shout both of them out, not call both of them out. This is a rave, not a rant, right? A good, not a bad. These Echo plays so far, especially on this first map, absolutely just everything that a Echo player would want earlier on. The selections on duplicates, damage in edgewise, utilization of ults. That's even, again, I gotta shout that out, right? Iron Man realizes nobody's in the Sigma ultimate and just abandons it, so they continue to try and get damage in while they actually have that form, before they actually go back to the formal Echo form. As it is, it's just top quality. And now,
hey,
you heard it as well as I do, Septilence.
I got a big brain sometimes. Yeah, perfect prediction. It's gonna be Junkertown, a map that I'm really excited to see. One, especially because we haven't seen it. We've seen Rialto and Dorado. I'm really excited to get that spice up and that change. And I love Junkertown, not playing it but watching it, because this map almost always calls for a Widow duel, and I'm really hoping we get one here.
Longer sight lines. This is not just twist and turn in that S-curve as much as, like, say, your Blizzard Worlds or whatnot, but pretty much guaranteed to have little Widowmaker action. That's a character we have only seen, like, a little bit. I think that was only first matchup, right, Septilence? We actually saw the Widowmaker. Yes, we've seen Hanzo's. Yes, we've seen Ashes, but the only one time we've seen, like, the formal, like, full-on sniper action has been that match one.
We saw one Widow on Control Center, and I was like, that's the only Widow I can remember, and even then I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. So I think this will be the first official Widow that we're gonna see, if we see one at all.
And I think that kind of speaks to where the game is at, right? It's easy to meme on the great game of Overwatch, of course. God knows I do it plenty. But the fact of the matter, all the 30-plus characters that are within the game we have seen at some point in this collegiate competition, and these are all higher-level players, right? So some of them quite literally reaching the highest level of Overwatch competition that is possible across this great planet. So the simple fact that we've seen every DPS, every tank, every support character coming in across these, I guess, 4 matchups now, again, I think kind of says enough about the state of Overwatch that we need to going into Overwatch 2.
I'm a little bittersweet, honestly. A little sad. We got one Widow, but it's not quite going to be the duel that I was expecting. Rutgers has enough time to come through and change whoever they want, considering they're in the attacker spawn, so they can wait until the bitter final last second to really go for a swap. And speaking of bitter seconds, Rutgers, this is their last chance to stay in the upper bracket. This is a best of 3, and Harrisburg winning Busan pretty convincingly is definitely going to be big shoes for Rutgers to fill.
Shoes indeed. Look at those size 12s, big boots. As it is, a comeback is necessary here for Rutgers. They have to pretty much, I'm going to say they're pretty much going to have to take at least a second point to put up a solid foot forward against a Harrisburg offense. Looking at a Harrisburg offense has just been impressive thus far, and they've been able to complete pretty much everything that they want to across this match and the previous match that we saw.
And Harrisburg choosing defense first is something that we see a lot of higher seed teams do. It's so they can set their own win condition. Truly, it's so that they can stop the card wherever they want, and then they know exactly how far they have to push it to succeed. Wiz goes in deep in an attempt to take out Lethal with an assassination, but it's Elk who finds that first blood. Iron Man taken offline early. Wiz seemingly not far behind. Resurrection comes through. We're back into a 6v6, but for just a split second as Wiz will end up going down pretty early on here. And Rutgers, even with the spawn advantage, it's going to be really hard to win this 6v5.
Not one, but both shield tanks kind of left out by themselves. This is Ajax a little bit farther away, but of course Butterfly is getting the healing onto both of them. Early pick right here. Lethal's out of this one.
Early pick and a great one at that. Lethal, like you said, taken down early. Tap on the Widowmaker. I almost feel bad. Nobody's playing in Tap's line of sight, so they just have to like hang out in the back for a little while and hope somebody eventually turns one of those corners. I'm sure that Widow will get its value when it needs to, but right now it looks like she's finally going to get her chance as the entire fight gets ready to move. And there it is! Tap with the first blood onto Wiz to open up this second true fight. It's been a very long one, but Lethal traded out all of a sudden. He's looking a little bit worse here for Harrisburg, worse for wear. And as I say that, so am Sakawa coming in. We've got a minefield to boot. They've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, this defense looks like they're going to be holding on for another few seconds at the absolute least. But yes, we're talking about snipers. Mostly you got to talk about Iron Man, right?
Right. Absolutely. Iron Man has been doing a really good job finding early elims. We saw a headshot kill onto Lethal earlier, which is hard. Tracer has one of, I think, the smallest head hurt boxes in the game. Like, she's a very small character, so for Iron Man to hit that, whether it was luck or skill, was still a crucial elimination. Parsifal comes through with an Amp Matrix just around the corner, but it's the Dragons from Iron Man that are really going to split this team up. And I like that. That almost feels like the Amp Matrix was a distraction. The Dragons could find Tap, immediately disrupts any hope or dream that Baptiste had of finding some eliminations.
Okay, it's going to be all for naught here coming in unless they can find some serious picks. Tab looking for a head on this one. The Grid of Flux does land.
Juxas is going to be going in pretty aggressively there. Yeah, definitely too aggressive for my liking. Akawa was there, and Elk just with a shield bash disrupts any hope or dream of movement that you had. Not that Sigma has much movement to begin with. Oh, and Iron Man just gets juggled into the pulse bomb. That is unfortunate. Lethal now finding the Mercy as well. My goodness, I'll make the joke one more time, but Lethal really living up to the name. I mean, just going in deep, finding a double kill, sometimes a triple like they did on Busan, and making these fights so easy for Harrisburg.
Yeah, I mean, you take a pick or two like that off the rip, especially a main support, you're going to be looking at a real good time coming into the next engagement. Teammates thanking you left, right, and center.
Is in a cheeky spot here. It's going to be difficult, especially if Lethal finds the opportunity to move forward. But okay, just kidding. Akawa is the horse you've got to be keeping an eye on. Lethal gets traded out again by Iron Man. A great headshot kill. 1-1 DPS trade. And I'd say the spawn advantage is pretty null and void. Slightly in favor of the attacking team, but the closer that cart gets to the first point cap, the closer it really becomes down the line. Ajax finding an Elim coming out early. Akawa is going to be struggling. This is tough. Harrisburg losing that shield in a crucial moment like that. That absolutely hurts.
It does. I gotta call out a minor mistake, right? Wiz is literally playing with Butterfly, and they're both decently high up. Why wouldn't Wiz be paying attention to the front, trying to get headshots that way, instead of looking at the smallest head in the entire game when you have their literal counter right next to you?
Yeah, a great question, truly. Akawa is going to be finding Iron Man early. We see the rally from Elk. I love that. You know, you're trying to burn out these final 15
what better way to keep your team alive than one of the strongest support ults in the game. Akawa, though, goes down. It looks like Elk isn't far behind. That support ult not going to do much of anything, and the point cap just snuck in the blink of an eye. Rutgers finds that first point cap. They put 2:30 back on the clock.
Yeah, another lease on life right here. No recall to be spoken of, and Iron Man just eats his counterpart alive. Harrisburg, Rutgers, now a little bit of a change here. This is to be expected after point 1, though, right?
I wouldn't have been surprised at all to see Iron Man lock in a Junkrat. I think point 2 works really well for Junk. Not only because I love him and love to see him, but there's so many angles, so many close corridors where not only him, but his full kit, his ultimate, everything works so unbelievably well. Both these teams, though, going for distance rather than damage and trying to keep their distance as far as they can. A very early bongo from Akawa, and it is essentially null and void as most of the people using it are pulled off the high ground and completely removed from its line of vision. Akawa finds an Elim still without that damage boost onto the Sigma. An early start and turn into an early win. Lethal able to find Iron Man once again.
Shooting fish in a barrel right now. That's going to be close to another one. Lethal getting super low, but still keeping the damage on. And this has just been a this is probably the worst situation possible for Rutgers, right? The slow burn at the end. They lose 2. That means Harrisburg knows that they're going to be able to take these kills and then go in for like the 3rd and 4th. Now, I'm not sure if the amplification matrix was necessary there. You might be seeing a switch from Soames.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch from Soames if they go down here. Maybe they don't want to be running the Baptiste anymore. Maybe it was kind of a confidence thing, right? It was like, we'll just make space. Wow!
Wow.
Oh, amazing. Good shot from Wiz there. Wasn't a headshot, but a good kill regardless. And they farmed their ultimate off that Tracer, luckily enough. And now there's no secrets on the side of Harrisburg. This team moving full back in. And that Gravitic Flux could really do a number if it's played correctly. Nobody goes down, but a lot of damage to be dealt. Didio falls early. Iron Man almost with some dragons online. Elk not far behind, and 50 seconds left on the clock. Rutgers, they're looking at a now or never circumstance. Akawa and Tap, they've decided enough is enough. They want to stop this cart right here, right now.
Yeah, Tap's still not too far away. We'll be able to provide damage and kind of rain that down upon coming in the last little bit. That finds it. Fantastic stuff. Tap is literally deciding this game for Harrisburg right now.
Tap is absolutely deciding the game. Lethal with the pulse bomb kill coming in, making sure Tap doesn't have to deadlift too hard, right? Getting a double, turning it into possibly a triple here if Iron Man can't hit the shot. Oh, but you got a recall. Maybe you find both now. Oh my goodness, Lethal trying to win the 2v1, but did not count on Butterfly being there to strike. The Great Bash takes out Lethal, and there's only 6 seconds left here, Tug. Rutgers, they have a serious numbers advantage moving into this final fight. Iron Man sends some dragons just kind of out and about, trying to make some space, and I think that would be really good catching somebody returning to the fight, but unfortunately everybody was up on bridge, nobody there to fall to those dragons, and that's an ultimate that they might want back.
100%, 100%. Looking at Soames right now, Mortality Field below them, but they're just kind of caught up top. Trying to get down is the idea right here, but split attention yet again. This is the theme we have seen recurring throughout the rest. 1.5 meters away, now Divio answers.
Answers. Lethal trying to get a little bit of damage here and finding Wiz early. Rutgers losing the Widow, but honestly, she wouldn't have done much at this point anyway. It's all about the remaining members. Parsifal will fall. Some's already gone. Elk gone as well. The supports from Harrisburg are gone, and Rutgers there taking as long as humanly possible. But it looks like every time the Overwatch factor will kick in all over again on these points. They're taking us all the way to point 3 of Junkertown. They have met your preference here, Tug. You said they needed at least 2 to try to win this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 80 seconds left in this, and Rutgers looking pretty nice. They're really needing to strike back. Obviously, they dropped this Junkertown. That'll be it for Harrisburg after they took map number 1. And this is just a series of players trying to get way too aggressive, trying to purchase themselves a little bit of space, but giving up the lives for it, giving up the heads for it. Iron Man Wiz, mostly that's been Wiz, obviously able for longer range damage, but Iron Man just picking bad positions right now.
Yeah,
and now Wiz again.
It's just like a back and forth. It's a constant 50-50 trade coming out. Rutgers, you know, Wiz is alive, Iron Man isn't, and vice versa. The DPS really struggling to just stay alive at the same time, and of course you're going to need your DPS to succeed. Ajax with a minefield, that's going to be the 3rd ultimate out already on the side of Rutgers. Harrisburg, they're sitting on quite a few because they haven't really needed to use one in a couple of minutes here.
Well, that's fair. Like glowing 4 right now. Wiz switch onto Genji. That's the only reason why they're low. Parsifal a little bit lower, no trans anytime soon. There comes the minefield. Here comes the dragons.
Minefield into dragons, and the dragons, I like that play because it forces everybody off the high ground, and pretty convincingly at that. It makes it really difficult for the team to stay up and above. However, it finds no damage, very little value in terms of eliminations, so that's an ultimate that bought you a couple of seconds. Your team then didn't capitalize off the back of, and I think that's what I'm primarily worried about. But as Harrisburg dumps every ultimate under the sun that they've got lined up, all of a sudden, Rutgers might be able to find them. No, just kidding. Rutgers is doing it too. That's 6 ultimates in one fight. And I get it's overtime, but I just feel like those were kind of used in a panic sense rather than a statistical one.
Yeah, and this supercharger was hands down the most effective of all of them, right? Akawa, Soames just literally keeping their eyes on the prize, right? Like making sure they're remembering what is most important. It's not necessarily a couple picks on the outside. It's just sitting on top of this once this overtime situation happens. Rutgers with 2 points, not 3, because they did not finish here, Septulence.
They did not finish, but they got mighty close. And talk about, honestly, it's a good spot to end, at least for the viewers and the casters, because while the map can be incredibly close, we don't have to go into extra rounds. We don't have to worry about, all of that. So it's like they made it basically to the 3rd point. Can it be mimicked here by Harrisburg? And Harrisburg, a team, reminder, has not dropped a map yet today. I doubt they're looking to start that right here. We're going to need a miracle here from Rutgers, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 4 maps, or what, I guess 3 maps played, excuse me, 4th coming in here in just a little bit. And, I mean, it's one of those situations, the snipers, right? The Widowmakers and the Hanzos both sides. I love what Lethal and Ironman have been doing on these tracers, but Ironman just simply spent a lot less time there. This is Junkertown, so it makes sense, but this is also, eventually, you kind of go down to the Mr. Miyagi advice, right? The best block is simply not to be there. And eventually these players will just get that, especially if one team abandons the sniper action. Just simply not sitting in these longer sidelines is going to be the quickest, cleanest, and most effective counter to these opposing snipers that we can possibly see. Rutgers now doubling up on those. I think Harrisburg's in a really, really good position right now.
Harrisburg, like you said, in a very good position. And it looks like we're finally maybe having the Septulence dream come true, if I'm lucky enough, with that Widow 1v1. I've been hoping and praying and dreaming that we'd see it, and it looks like we're finally going to get the chance. Iron Man locking out of the Hanzo once again, and I like it. It's a very simple character, one that you can really do a lot of work with, and if Iron Man can find even one elim a fight, they are doing more than they're worth.
With it. Tap actually coming through and getting damage on both sides. The pull up to the top. Had Iron Man on the sights, but I don't think had it charged up the whole way. Now repositioning and continuing to try and get some attention and damage and pressure in.
This might be a slower fight exclusively because it may just kind of be a battle of the Widowmakers. One of them kind of has to find the first opening or the first available elimination to look for those general successes, and I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that at any real time.
Harrisburg's just been rolling this whole way. There's been very little contest so far, Septulence.
Yeah, very little contest. Just down the line, it's like Rutgers is maybe waiting for Wiz to get a kill, and Wiz just does not have the appropriate angles to find one. Harrisburg taking advantage of that every second of the way, just coming down and out. And Wiz finally gets that first blood, but it's traded out immediately for Butterfly, and now Akawa is going to fall as well. Harrisburg, I think, is looking a little bit rough for them. They may get stalled out by Rutgers here.
You can see Elk kind of like at least cheating up a little bit, saying like, hey, is this what I really want to go do on the back? But now Elk is setting up themselves by themselves. Soames is the center of attention right here. Immortality Field has been dusted out a little while ago. Lethal actually answered there. Now Divio joining the fight.
Elk returning to the fight from a flank as well, forcing this Sigma to turn its back and kind of keep an eye on it. Oh, that's a shame. Elk pops the Transcendence to keep Akawa alive, and Akawa was unfortunately, 5-10 feet out of range, and that was just enough to keep that Orisa down. Divio minefields the cart in an attempt to just walk it down. Now the Wiz has to drop. But Widow's never going to win a 1v1 against a Wrecking Ball like that. Divio knows that as well. Gets a good rotation out, but Divio unfortunately just can't do enough. Ajax finding a double kill, Wiz putting a third down, and Divio does not seem necessarily far behind at this point. Feels like, yep, they are delaying the inevitable. Divio down. It's up to Lethal and Akawa to save the day. I'd love to see Harrisburg back out and re-engage as a full 6, but it looks like they refuse to do so.
It's going to be a nice stick at the end, but this is something I think that this Tracer player, through the Lethal, should have utilized like right now, like 5 seconds afterwards, right? Now we're looking at Iron Man on the respawn, on the way back, and coming in to get something going here, and 60% to ultimate. Now the Widow ultimate out, everybody knows where each other are.
Oh! Tap with the trick shot. I always like to be on the wrong side of a Widow duel like that. I think that's so funny. We think the Widow we're spectating is going to win it, and then she goes down, and it opens up opportunities just like that. Harrisburg, they're able to find that first point capped. 3:44 on the clock. Way more time than Rutgers had as they capped in overtime.
Yeah, and they still have another point at this one, Septilence. Looking at the Harrisburg squad, everything ultimate there was burned, though. They're looking at Divio, kind of close to that minefield, but the other side, Rutgers has that Baptiste ultimate online. We'll have Dragons from Iron Man here soon. Hello.
From Iron Man. Big opportunity if those Dragons can show up soon, but Harrisburg just unfortunately not able to find that appropriate footing they're looking to strike with. All about patience and farming these ultimates, and every time we see Harrisburg with one ultimate, Rutgers seems to get one of their own. And oh, a melee onto Lethal could be just the beginning of the end for Harrisburg here on this attempt. A minefield committed from Divio as well. All about the next elim that will really seal the deal. Losing Lethal hurts, but not going to cost your team yet. It's when you're down in the 6v4 that it really becomes difficult to win.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And now, just by keeping the dream alive, they provide pressure, collapse onto Iron Man, and now they're fighting a 6v5 at their own advantage.
Oh, Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find Squat, and Soames. Okay, Soames finds a kill, but Tap is immediately traded out. These Widows, I mean, they are just neck and neck, back and forth Lethal. They're going to get that vengeance kill for their fallen teammates. Slowly but surely, Harrisburg, it's like the fight has never ended. They've just continued to move the card inch by inch, meter by meter, possibly all the way into the second point. Yeah, no, they have done it.
Wow, okay, so the contest comes through at the very end with a ball, with a Hanzo, not going to be enough. Trying to give up the life right here and make it on back as Ajax, they do. 3.5 minutes on this last point is oppressive. Tap, switching back on over to that Widowmaker.
The payload's under my protection.
Tap back on the Widowmaker, a little bit of uncertainty there, and I think I'd love to see something else. It feels like Wiz has been generally on the up and up. I think we're looking at like a 60-40 kind of scenario where Wiz has been winning those 1v1s much more often, so maybe Tap going on to something a little more up close and personal. I think a Sombra could go a long way. A Doomfist could work wonders, as there's no real crowd control on the side of Rutgers. Oh, there's a hook now, but Ajax just swapped.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Rutgers losing their main support as well. Harrisburg has just been rolling on in, and now they have positioning everywhere. Lethal falling to a well-placed shotgun blast from Ajax. Not sure if there was a hook at the end, but regardless, I do like this pick. This is like opening up a lot of opportunity for them.
So Ames finds that immortality field. That's going to be a good opener. Takes it offline early. Oh, wait, are we going to touch?
1 meter.
Anybody? Okay, great. 0.75 meters left. Divio and Soames already finding a double kill to really just open this all up. Ajax may go down, but Kawa being on the high ground, you know, that's not that's not exactly where you want to be, keeping the Roadhog up and on. A great opportunity. Harrisburg walking away with that 2-0 victory, and a rather convincing one at that. Right at the beginning, at that side swap at Junkertown, I said, you know, Tug, I am worried about Rutgers performing against Harrisburg on Junkertown, and I'm a little upset to say that my prediction was correct. Harrisburg coming through and just winning that with flying colors, still undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the simple matter, dear viewers, that we as casters might meme around a little bit, but we want extra Overwatch. We do not want 2-0 sweeps. Now, this was a lot closer. I got 62% kill participation for Lethal. My God. Call it, yeah, no, 69 for the defensive, the gamer number for the defensive participations for Brig before somebody else does it. 69% for kill participation. Defensive side is absolutely insane. Gap number one, a lot more even.
Yeah, no doubt. Map number one, even though it was a 2-0, we were looking at 99-40, and then I think 99 to. Actually, it might have been 0 on the second one. But
yeah, it was, but still, like coming out on the first map and taking it to 40 or so, especially given that nobody even takes that point for, I mean, the first 2 minutes of that game, that was really like the best neutral position that this team had so far.
No doubt. Definitely signs of hope, and maybe we can see that flourish a little bit in the lower bracket. But Tug, is there anything you'd like to say before you call it a night, my friend? I'll be sticking around, so if there's anything you wanna do before we let you go.
Just some fantastic looks. I have no predictions as far as favorites and whatnot. I'm just really, really looking forward to seeing the winning team here today for the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Punch that ticket. Grand finalist winner that'll be coming in at a point advantage. Whoever wins in the grand finals, whether that's the winner side or the loser side, will be punching the ticket to that. I'm here for some awesome collegiate action to see how these teams are going to kind of like progress on just from this online competition, taking on to LAN. That's what we're here for. Jag will be coming up next here, dear viewer. We'll be going to a short break. We'll be back with that. And again, a new caster here just a little bit. Had a great time. Septilence, fantastic as always.
As always, my friend, we're going to throw it to that break, folks. We'll see you soon with some more CECC Overwatch in just a bit.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic 2022 Overwatch Invitational. I'm Sebdolence, this time joined by Jag, and we're going to be bringing you, I believe, 3, maybe even 4 more series here tonight. Jag?
I am feeling great. It's awesome to be here on the broadcast. Thank you so much to FBI Tugboat for being here for the first few games. I really appreciated all the casting you did here with my main man, Sebdolence, but we are here for the winners final, and then a lot more, including the grand finals later on. And I gotta say, this winners final, it's pretty stacked, and in particular, I'm very excited to see Harrisburg. I think Harrisburg coming in as the number 3 seed is very surprising to me, honestly. I'm not sure if the seeding was done by, SR or anything like that, but this is a team that has been absolutely dominating Collegiate for many, many years. Just finished 3rd in the National Collegiate Championship put on by Blizzard. They have to be the favorite to get that spot in Georgia and that $1,000 prize pool, in my opinion. But Maryland, they're an underdog, but that does not mean they're out of the equation whatsoever.
And Harrisburg, they have been giving us an absolute star-studded performance today as well. It has been nothing short of impressive and incredible all the way down the line. We saw an amazing earlier. We've seen a lot of weird character choices, but somehow they all work very well. And this team just refuses to lose. One of our few undefeated teams left in the lineup, and they are gunning that spot in grand finals, which, Jack, like you said, they are very close to getting that already. Once they get there, they then will have to win it all.
Yeah, and I think that just kind of speaks to the star power that's on this roster. I mean, 4 of the players are former Contenders players. Some of them have been included the entire time. But I think the person I always think of is Elk. Elk, the former Philadelphia Fusion players, the flex support, who's also had to play a few other things in their time. I think they also had to flex on the main support at one point, and while they were in the league to fill in some holes that the Fusion roster had. But they have been with Harrisburg, I think, since about 2019 now. So they have been in Collegiate for the long haul. They have been doing amazing things there. Not only that, I mean, now they have Tap and Lethal at the DPS lineup. That is a very deadly EU combination coming right at you. It's going to be quite a bit of effort and skill to overtake this team. And that's why they're my favorites. That's why I'm picking them to go all the way.
Yeah, and Lethal is just, has been an absolute powerhouse today. The Tracer has been nothing short of incredible, dropping 3, 4, 5 eliminations seemingly every single fight, and it has really been a sight to behold. Harrisburg, they are the titan of the Mid-Atlantic Invitational, and somebody is going to have to try and take them down, but the question is, can they? This is the type of team to never go down easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we're just waiting for teams to get into lobby.
I think there was either a tech issue or a player had to swap something. Whatever. We'll find out in just a little bit. On the bright side, we do know it's going to be Control. A lot of things. We've seen Lijiang Tower and Busan today. We saw Oasis earlier. And I think we're missing Ilios. I'm not sure we're missing anything else. Nepal! Everybody forgets Nepal, including me. Thank you, production, for informing me. Is Nepal? I don't know if Nepal is the map pick or not, but I'm very excited to see whatever is coming up next because these players have really been having a field day with it. My only lad that's been missing is Bastion. I saw that Jay Silly several times today, but I would love to see some Bastion gameplay, which is funny because I know everybody hates it, but I love it. I can't help myself.
I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with Bastion. I think that, it's like, it's just like a point-and-shoot character. Like, why is that something you want to play? Why is that fun? But there's a lot of different strategies. I love the Symmetra TP strategy in particular, where you just teleport Bastion somewhere that he probably should not be. Just absolutely massacres an entire team. You see that a lot on maps like Kings Row when, it's least expected, but that's the best time to do it. There's a lot of other ways you could kind of play that. I think the more traditional comp is kind of the bunker or the pirate ship, especially if you're on something like Junkertown. You just kind of sit the Bastion on the point, pocket him with the shields, with the immortality field, with the mercy, healing, and damage boost, and then you just kind of let the Bastion free. Can work out, but it looks like we're going to find out what that first map is right this second as we get through, and
this gives me nothing.
I think this is either Nepal or Lijiang Tower. I think it's Lijiang Tower.
I'm gonna guess Nepal,
find out.
just so we have some spiciness on the desk. Let's go!
Nepal, you're
it
right.
is Nepal. I see. Our producer said Nepal in my ear, but I didn't know if he was just telling me because I was the only one I didn't name, or if it's the map we were seeing. So I'm very excited to see that it is Nepal. And Jack, both teams had a Widowmaker for a second.
Yeah,
I'm very confused on kind of what's happening there. Both teams bringing out a Widow. It looks like Tap is going to choose to stick to it, and Tap was struggling on the Widow back on Junkertown, so this is going to be interesting. I wouldn't say this stage really calls for a Widow.
Yeah, and you know, I think in general Nepal not super great for a Widowmaker. There isn't a lot of side lanes like you'd find on Ilios, especially on Ruins. Usually you want those straightaways. You can instantly dink someone. There's just so much. This is kind of a straightaway, but there's just so much natural cover to kind of cipher through and avoid that it's very hard to find those angles. And also you're going to be a sitting duck just like that.
Yeah, Divio has been an absolute menace all day long today, taking people out early and just living in opponent backlines. Looks like they're going to try to do that here once again, but Akawa traded out. Losing that Sigma early, that is the only shield the team has. Lethal trying to make up for that lost space. Paul is going to fall, and all falling, I mean, it's a massive Elim. You take Immortality Field offline, you take Ant Matrix down, and a lot of healing off the board. Lucio AoE heals, but not that much if we're being honest. And Maryland, even after losing their main support and their Widow. Okay, never mind! That's gonna be it! Lethal talking about those pulse bombs, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, and Lethal gonna be putting down 4 against Maryland College Park to flip that point straight back in favor of Harrisburg. What an opener.
Wow, 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 wow. And, you know, that'll be a nice headshot as well as this fight continues to kind of stagger out. Here's the thing about a ball comp into a brawl. You can sustain on the brawl for a bit, and you can take that first capture, which does increase your chances of potentially winning the point. But the ball comp can just run around you for forever. They can find angles and sight lines that you didn't know existed as they get behind you. And although they're able to get that first capture, which is oh so important, they give it up immediately. They've already been lapsed in time. Tap does get taken out, so that might be an opening, but they're just taking all these 1v1s, and Brawl, you want to be running together as a team.
Yeah, and that's the one that I'm worried about. Like I mentioned, Tap was struggling to win out the Widow 1v1s back in Junkertown in our previous series, so I was a little bit afraid of seeing that again here at Maryland College Park. They're coming in hot, a triple kill out the gate. And some seriously important elims. Lethal was gone, the main shield and the Zen had all fallen in simultaneous. They're a complete team wipe now as Divio and Elk also go down. Harrisburg just underneath that halfway marker.
Yeah, and it's getting down to the wire a little bit with these ultimates. I mean, Maryland, they do have quite a bit to use, but the fact that there's still a Transcendence on the other side could be all that Harrisburg really needs to sustain through it. They already get 2 picks. The DPS are gone, so your Blizzard's off the table.
Lethal all the way in the back line there, misses the pulse bomb onto the Ryan, but I think Mushi is going to go down anyway. Akawa is going to find that elimination. And a lot of ults already from Maryland, including the Ant Matrix, that they choose to bring to the table early. No capitalization off the back, and Pumpkin looking for a fight with Cap, able to find the Elim, but giving their life to do it, not really worth it at the end of the day.
And all they really used there was the Gravitic Flux from Akawa, who's not taking quite a bit of damage, has to get out of there. But they get to keep a lot. They get to keep their support ults, most importantly. So Maryland, the fact that they're going to have 4 ultimates coming at them, the rally and Transcendence might be enough just to heal through our armor pack, through all of that, get themselves healed up enough. It's really going to be about the Transcendence, I think, especially when you've got a Blizzard and a Graviton Surge. We're going to have to see how it's used, and already, though, the Minefield able to get one.
The Maywall from Lou, I think, actually made that worse. It split the minefield right in half, and all of a sudden Paul had nowhere to go. He couldn't back up, he couldn't jump, he'd land right back down on the mine. It was a very unfortunate circumstance, and as Straight Stockton goes down once again, that Infrasight immediately taken offline. Little to no value. We're going to have the Grab Blizzard combo come through. This is the attempt to try and flip it back in favor of Maryland, and they can for one whole moment, but as the double support all comes out from Harrisburg, they are a shoo-in to try and win this fight. Soames finds one, looks like Lethal finds another, and Ushi taking Divio off the stage. That's going to be pretty unfortunate. We see the whip shot now onto Paul as well, and Harrisburg, even after losing so many, the support line is the team to win it back in those final seconds. We are now down that overtime timer, and the supports, they did everything they could in an attempt to make that happen. Harrisburg winning it 100 to 57, I believe, 51 or 57. My hat off to Elk and Soames. I mean, that was unwinnable without them.
Absolutely. That's why I said it was so important that those supports stayed alive. They had their ultimates. And then once they're able to do that, keep the team healthy, the rest of them can pop off. And Lethal there at the very end. I mean, it's not like the biggest play in the world in the grand scheme of the map, but I just think it's so funny that they get the stick, and then instead of like running away, they just wait for the last second to try to go for, you know, their reset. That was so close to being what could have been, you know, an accidental self-explosion with the pulse bomb, but instead able just to, you know, create enough space and time for the team to make sure the wrecking ball doesn't even touch the point.
Here it comes.
It's a shame we didn't have the actual, you know,
well, that's got to be play of the game, though.
POV of that, but man, that really changed the tone because they don't get that triple pulse bomb kill. I'm not sure if they're able to break through this brawl nearly as easily.
Yeah, that triple pulse bomb made a lot of space, more space than I feel like a lot of people would expect. And the fight already kicking off here on this point. Gonna be a quick one. Akawa able to find Dragonoid, who has been subbed in, a name we haven't even said yet. So Maryland bringing in Dragonoid, a player we haven't seen yet today. Harrisburg with an early Elim is gonna be answered by 2 Lethal and Soaim, since lose your Ana so early. Ana can be a real issue. Trade Staunton takes out Tap in the blink of an eye, and a fight that started so strong for Harrisburg looks like it's gonna be turned against them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan of the Lucio Ana attempt at the Wrecking Ball comp. Ana, does have that long distance, which is really nice on this point in particular, but there's not a real nano target. Your anti might not really find value, especially because the other team is pretty mobile as well. And then Lucio just kind of exists in hopes that they're able to get a nice sound wave boot kind of sort of kill. But not able to find in that first fight, not able to really just set up the way they want to. That pulse bomb, though, is huge, and once again, Lethal might be opening things up.
Lethal loves those pulse bomb sticks, and I mean, Roadhog, one of the biggest hurt boxes in the game, very easy to call him out when you need to. Akawa gonna be able to find 1 tap, putting down 2, and Harrisburg flipping it right back, almost the exact same percent on the board right now, Jack. Harrisburg with that point flip in their favor. I really don't see a world in which they don't keep it. Tap taking down Paul. What a stagger to close out that fight.
Yeah, it's like Maryland, they do get that first fight kind of going their way. They get point positioning at least where they can capture it, but they can't hold on to it. It just seems like in an instant, 2 to 3 people are blown up by the DPS and support line here on Harrisburg. Tap does lose that, but immediately is traded back out by Lethal. This DPS lineup, even when one falls, the other one is there. Looks like Pumpkin's trying to zone out Lethal, but Lethal has a pulse bomb ready to go.
Trying and failing, I want to add. They go in deep, they try to take out Lethal. Unfortunately, Lethal hasn't been able to make the space for what's happening around them. Straight Staunton takes out Lethal now, and with a double kill from Lou, that is the opener. That Maryland needs to really flip this back around. Maryland, they won their 3rd fight when Harrisburg was at 49%. It looks like we're getting almost an exact mirror of what we saw back on stage 1 of Nepal. Now, Maryland College Park, they are in a good position. They've got quite a few ultimates to boot, but Harrisburg, they have won fights that felt unwinnable.
Yeah, and they're coming up on a few ultimates. The Transcendence, the Minefield, the Infrasight, so there's a lot that they could try to use with Ernest. Tap's able to win the 2v1. I mean, there's 2 people shooting at you, still is able to get the headshot, gets the Infrasight. Tap, you are insane.
Paul jumped right into the headshot, too. That was just a series of unfortunate events putting Paul down, and losing the Zen should hurt Maryland College, but instead they find a double kill of their own. The tank line completely obliterated, and here comes Harrisburg in an attempt to really seal the deal. Dragonoid refusing to go down without a fight, taking both supports offline and securing a fight win for Maryland College Park. Tap has decided enough is enough, a double kill to line it up. I'm not sure anybody is alive right now. Oh, sorry, Mushi is still there, so it's that Roadhog really trying to hold down the fort for as long as possible.
Yeah, but if there's anyone you want there as the person that's on the point, it's Mushi, but oh no! They died casting the sound barrier!
That's the 2nd time we've seen that today, Jack. That is so unfortunate. And Tap with a clay pigeon shot on a straight stunt after a pile driver from Divio, and that is devastating that beat is lost. I mean, things were looking so good for Maryland. They're one half-decent fight away from winning and taking us to stage 3 of Nepal, but Lethal with their, 9th pulse bomb kill of the map. I mean, this is just an absolute field day for this Tracer so far.
And one thing to mention is that Lethal and Tap, they put together an Uprising Academy, so they have the synergy, they have that teamwork that makes the dream work, and they're able to get eliminations, or at least their teammates are. That's a fight over before it ever began.
Lethal, Akawa, and Soaim, it is just absolute devastation coming from them. And like you said, Lethal and Tap, a terrifying combination, a terrifying duo on this DPS line. And when they get an inch, they will absolutely take a mile. They'll take 100 miles if you let them. And it looks like they're looking to do that right here on Nepal, a map that they lost in the beginning. Things were looking very bleak, but with a couple of turnarounds, a couple of decent pulse bombs from Lethal, it is all stacked right back in favor of Harrisburg. 1 closing elim from Blue. It's not going to be enough to seal the deal. Maryland College Park with 1 more. Lethal gets ready to wrap up the map.
Oh, and that's a really nice whip flail. I'm not sure if there'd been much really that Maryland could do there, but the fact that Elk is able to hit that makes sure that there's no last-second contest. There's no chance that map continuing. A very solid performance from Harrisburg. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't 200-0. We're gonna see which pulse bomb this was. I think this is the one. This is it. Yeah, right here.
Wow. Oh, and he turned the wrong way. Oh, had the Rhine turned right instead of left, could have kept most of his team alive there. But that 3K 9, hey, look at that, 9 pulse bomb kills on the board, 29 eliminations in total. That is almost a third, almost 33% of their eliminations were via pulse bomb. That is, I have never seen a statistic like that before.
you know, here you have it. First time for everything. And before we get to our next topic, we're going to be taking a quick break because my camera is deciding to be my microphone for some reason. So as we get that sorted out and make sure that I have the best audio quality possible, we'll be taking that quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. Map 2 coming up just.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 edition. I'm Cyberlins with a much better sounding Jag, and we are very ready to bring you our second map of the series, which we've already gotten confirmation is Havana.
Yeah, very interesting pick. We already saw the Widow duels that happened between the two sides, and I think we're just going to see a lot more of that. This is a map that has great sightlines for a Widowmaker on the first and third point, excuse me. Second point, actually, not as great because there's a lot of natural cover and high ground to deal with. You can make it work. We'll see if they try to force it there, but that first point, I think that's where we're going to see a lot of those battles go down because if Harrisburg wants to play this the way they want to, I'm guessing they're going to probably try to go for some forward hold. In fact, I'm assuming both teams are going to go for a very aggressive hold on their defense. They call it the Havana hold for a reason, and I know you in particular, Septons, love to see it.
I do. I think the Havana hold is an incredibly exciting thing, but before we talk about that, I want to talk about a point you made that I definitely agree with. With Widowmaker, it's interesting. First and third work super, super well, but with Tracer, first and second work very well. Third point is where she starts to struggle a little bit. So I think this could really be a map that is entirely dependent on the success of each side's DPS.
Yeah, and I think sometimes DPS, they can be a little bit stalwart in their picks. They say, well, it already worked for these 2 points. Why should I swap now? But Tracer doesn't work on that third point because it's very hard to get up close and personal like you want to. Tracer, very good at close range. Medium range is all right. Anything beyond that, she completely falls off. There's a lot of fall off of her primary damage. Just becomes very ineffective. Kind of like a diva, I would say. So, if you try to go for those up close duels on third, because there's so much separation that you have to kind of break up, you usually will use all of your blinks to get there, and then if you use your recall early, that's not ever a really good thing you want to do, so that's usually why you see a lot of players will swap to something more like a Cassidy or an Ashe, which, can go for those more long-range duels. Not always the case. Sometimes they will just try to stick with the Tracer, especially if you've made enough space, but it's usually not the best pick overall, but, these players are super talented, who knows, and they might just make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think third point, if we even get there, will be all about that, where it is officially capped into third point. If you can get up and down that first corridor up to the bridge, then I think Tracer can work. But if you get stalled even once in that open space, you're probably going to have to swap off. Right now, though, jumping into Havana in just a moment here, I want to see if Tracer even makes an appearance early. Lethal has been on the Tracer almost all day. I think Widowmaker is a shoo-in like we talked about. And I truly believe Havana can definitely end in a circumstance where we're kind of thinking it's all about how well these DPS are going to perform today.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what these initial picks are, and all right, well, not super surprising from Harrisburg on the defense. It isn't, the traditional Havana hold. I think we can say that pretty efficiently. Usually it's going to be a Cassidy or a Reaper, and then a Mei, and then more of a Brawl comp, and then you just kind of hold on the defensive spot, or the attacker spawn as much as you can. There's still ways to do this, especially if they actually do, like, go for the Rhine here, which is I'm just like perplexed by a little bit, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm just thinking, all right. You don't usually see the double shield Rhine Winston comp. So that kind of tells me they want to put the Rhine on the cart, probably to play a bit of a hybrid side where they can just, kill as much time off the clock as possible. The rest of the comp does not play like that. Yep, there's Akawa just going to stand right there.
Akawa doing Reinhardt things, and totally a little bit weird, not something we see super often, but exciting nonetheless, and I think it can work really well to help this Havana hold perform like we were talking about. I mean, DVO is already in the back line, finding a partial Elam as so aims the bio nade, not only picks that up, but hits about 3 others, which just gives Harrisburg the green light, or I guess the purple light, to go in and find these eliminations just immediately out. Straight Stockton swaps to a Widow here, which I'm kind of like, why? They're all very up close and personal. It's going to be really difficult to make Widow succeed, but you can find even the one Elim that could work really well for your team.
Yeah, it could also be great if you're able to take out Tap, but you still have to deal with the Rhine shield that Akawa has, which makes it a bit more difficult.
Right.
And now the Nano's going to come out to play.
Oh, the Nano onto the Winston. Nanoed Winston, outside of Primal Rage, does, I believe, the most damage output in the game for a Nano target. The Shadow from Akawa is going to be blocked out, so now DVO has to clean up even more, but it's not going to be hard with Soames and these bio nades. This was something we saw way back on Rialto in Harrisburg's first series of the day. Soames, bio nades were used almost exclusively for the offense.
And they're huge because it's down the Reinhardt, where even when they're on their spawn, they can still be attacked. They are kind of losing this engagement out, though, as finally it seems like the stall has been broken out, but still killing time off the clock, and that's really what the point of this is. It's not about winning the fight or holding here for the rest of the map. It's just about getting as much time as you can. That's a minute 30 gone. Do use 2 ultimates. I think Akawa's probably going to swap, but maybe not, all right? Okay, they're staying with this. Very interesting.
I'm definitely worried about that. There's some circumstances where 2 main tanks can absolutely work well. We see that with Orisa Ryan, but Winston and Ryan are arguably the antithesis of one another, and it's really difficult for them to succeed as a full-blown kind of team that cannot work in tandem very well together. But Maryland popping every single ultimate they have is definitely going to help them win this fight. The highest of noons comes through, pick up DVO, and then all of a sudden, here comes straight Stockton out of the tracer of their own for the first time in a while, picking up 2, looking for that 3rd with the help of anybody on their side. Elk takes down the Ryan. Will that single elim be enough? Unfortunately, not even close. It's going to be Maryland continuing to move this cart forward.
Maryland, they use quite a bit there, 4 ultimates when all is said and done, but they still have a sound barrier, so they have a defensive ultimate to use here. Worst comes to worst, if there's a re-engagement, which does look like there might be. Yep, Kawa's going to charge in. But you know, I feel like they're just trying to basically pressure out Tap as much as possible. That pulse bomb was directed completely to them.
Yeah, definitely trying to focus out Tap as quickly as they can. I think Tap was a big reason we saw the last map end the way that it did. They were trying to, get rid of that Widowmaker early to eliminate that damage from the primary fight. And as this fight just is an absolute wash in favor of Maryland College, things are looking a little bit harder for them. Harrisburg coming through, trying their darndest, but it's just every single time, yeah, somebody gets eliminated, somebody gets staggered late, and it costs them.
Yeah, the whole point of the close hold not only is to kill off time, but also to take that second fight around the first bend, so that way you get time for your 3rd fight. And they got everything they bargained for, but they couldn't win anything out after that initial stall for a minute and a half, which is really not what you want here. This funky comp that they're running, I know you said they've been kind of running funny things all day. This might be the time to not do that, because this is not going to work. In that shatter from Akawa, I don't think it hit anyone.
No, I don't think it hit anybody. I think it was a bit of a panic ultimate trying to make some space on the high ground, and as soon as Akawa drops, they're completely obliterated. DVO goes in now with that Primal Rage, trying to get rid of as much as they can, knocking the Cassidy a little too high for my liking, giving their life in an attempt to take that Cassidy down. And Jag, this Genji from Tab has been insanely hit or miss today. We saw a 4K earlier today that went absolutely insane. We then saw them dash into a team and get folded like a lawn chair. It has been so back and forth that we can only hope it works well for Harrisburg here.
Yeah, I mean, right now it feels like a little bit of musical heroes, not exactly the most coordinated compositions in the world, but I think they're trying to have a little bit of fun with it. If you get a little bit too comfortable, it can be your demise. I mean, Elk on the Lucio, definitely one of his tried and true heroes, so see if that can get it done. Williamso being pressured out, not able to get out there. This is looking really, really good for Maryland.
Looking great for Maryland moving forward, especially as Straight Stockton picks up a triple down and out, making a quadruple. This Tracer ready to tear it up. Elk drops the beat, but too little, too late. A day late and $1 short is going to cost the team this fight, and 2 ultimates they're really going to want back. No ultimates at the ready, and Maryland getting ready to cap this second point.
And the good news, if you're Harrisburg, is you won, or you lost the fight, but you still got a lot of time off the clock. They still haven't capped the second point just yet. You're continuing to stall it out. You just don't really have anything to work with here. Pumpkin going to use the sound barrier just for safekeeping. This fight isn't done just yet. Divio uses Primal Rage, so despite the fact that you've been up big in kills, objectives hasn't been really great for you. Tap, play time.
Late time indeed, my friend. Picks up a double with the help of Lethal there. And we hear the Earth Chatter from Akawa. Find both tanks, but unfortunately no eliminations. Instead, it's Akawa who goes down, already incredibly low on the HP and just not able to capitalize off the back. A great eat, partially accidental from Dragonoid, but an eat on that pulse bomb regardless. And we saw how impactful those pulse bombs can be, so to remove one from the fight so effortlessly can really go a long way for Maryland. 1 minute now on the clock, and I've got to say, Harrisburg, they have burned. I mean, I think it was like 240 something when I made the comment they were ready to cap second point, and it went all the way down to a minute.
Yes, it did, and they just continue to stall for their lives. They did get a few eliminations here and there, which is good to build up the ult bank, though I do think they made a few swaps as well, so Lethal Tracer Akawa on the Zarya for double bubble. But they've got to really find some presence on the point as a defense, I think. Right now, they are just trying to take fights all over the place.
There's straight Stockton giving us a great example of how Tracer does not work here on the third point of Pavon. I wouldn't be surprised to see a swap. And Jack, you know, we did the entire CECC West Invitational or qualifier and didn't see double bubble a single time. It must not be popular on the West Coast or something, because it was insane. We didn't see it at least once. And now Harrisburg are bringing it out here into the Mid-Atlantic Invitational here. And it just makes a lot of sense. It's one of my favorite team comps. Uh-oh.
You know, I'm kind of more of a fan of traditional dive, if I'm being honest with you. I think the bubble can work, but I think the Winston Diva is usually the way to go. In the meantime, Transcendent's going to be forced here, and I said that Harrisburg has to play close to the point. They're playing really close to the point now.
Yeah, very close to the point indeed. They're trying to hold out this choke as quickly as they can. We got a little Venn diagram of immortality fields. They both go down, and it's a full-blown Baptiste 1v1. I almost wish Pumpkin wasn't there. I'd love to see how that would burn down, but Pumpkin finds the boop kill, so Stockton takes out Elk, and as Tap goes in with the blade, Didio's Primal Rage comes to a close, and this is a fight Harrisburg is desperate to try and win, but somehow, someway, Pumpkin takes out Tap and lets Maryland move this card once again.
Again, losing fights, but holding positioning on the objective means less time, less movement. The cart's barely getting around that first major bend now as it goes towards the gateway. At least you're in a position where you have a final fight potential, right? I mean, you're not going to have a lot of ultimates to use, but neither does Maryland for the time being. It just seems really, really all over the place right now. Neither team really has a super solid footing.
Oh, wow!
Harrisburg just in the blink of an eye, able to eradicate them.
They heard you before you even finished your sentence. They were ready to drop 3 in the blink of an eye. My goodness, just an incredible performance coming out from Harrisburg there. And Tap now on the Doomfist. I'm definitely worried about that, Jack. I think there's a lot of things that make Doom really difficult to succeed here. The Lucio boop, the Cassidy stun, the accretion isn't going to be a problem as Tap gets a flank kill onto Dragonoid, but a pulse bomb takes them down and out. Akawa sends a grab it deep in an attempt to find some damage, but still can't pick up the Elim. A full charge Zarya struggling to find Elims. That's not something we see every day.
It's a grab from too far downtown, but the trades are coming through and the fight's already on. This Doom just trying to get back into it. This is overtime already. Where did the time go?
It's amazing how Harrisburg kind of felt like they were large and in charge, but Maryland just refused to lose so many fights. I mean, it was like they could keep the cart moving, they could keep the action happening, and continuously, even though it felt like Harrisburg was winning every fight, the cart made it all the way almost a third point. That is impressive, to say the very least.
You know, I think it's kind of, I think it's the, I agree with your kind of terminology there, but I think it's kind of the opposite. I'm amazed that, honestly, Harrisburg, despite losing all those fights, didn't get full capped, didn't give them that much time going into this third point, or the second one, really. They did have a pretty nice stall overall. Like, they lost so many fights overall, but they just continue to have one person or two people on the cart being in a nuisance, being too fast, too furious to be caught by Maryland. And then at the end, they clutched up. It just seems like, all right, they're like, all right, like, well, let's take this a little bit more seriously now. And then they just won the 1v1s all over that third point. It was very wild. It was very wacky. It was very chaotic, is the way I would describe it. You know, it didn't really, you know, Overwatch, we give it a lot of praise for being a very team-based game. You see a lot of great coordination and synergy and combination. I didn't see a whole lot of that from Harrisburg with what they were running there. But if they can play that good, you know, just kind of doing that, imagine what they can do when they're all on the same page.
It is fascinating, to say the very least, Jack. And Harrisburg, Tugboat was kind of making a similar analysis where Harrisburg often had this thing where their fights would be like broken into 2 fights. They would separate and they'd take 2 fights at the same time. And we always thought they were going to lose, but they ended up coming out on top of every single fight. And I'm wondering if it's kind of just a mechanical difference, if it's a team-based difference, if it's truly never 2 fights, they just make it look like it is. And speaking of fights, I think this one's going to be over before it even begins. A great pin onto the Sigma, but it's the immortality field that goes to keep them alive. Straight Stunton, taken out early by Lethal, who's already halfway, well over now, to a pulse bomb, getting ready to take somebody out early, and it is Dragonoid on the wrong side of that Tracer.
There's a Lucio alive, but probably not long for this world, and a much cleaner opening engagement to stop the stall defense. And now you can just sit on the payload, be a good Zenyatta. I mean, what is that, like, World Cup 2017 was wins, I think we did that a long time ago. Very, very old reference. But anyway, as they continue to move the cart, they have great positioning. They have high ground, which is something that Maryland wasn't really able to take because of how long it took them to win that initial fight, and rotation wasn't there, which means this Roadhog can just try to hook someone from the low ground. Really, really good start from Harrisburg on this attack.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta consider as well, like you were talking about Maryland, it took them 90 seconds, I think, to get out of spawn, and right now it is not even close on the side of Harrisburg. They're just keeping the wheels chugging along, and it looks like things are gonna go great for them. Lou finds the elimination onto Akawa, so maybe that slows down something, but DVO needs a half-decent elimination there. Gets the hook onto the signal, but fortunately Immortality Fuel saves the day once again. And Jag, you should have seen DVO on this Roadhog earlier. Absolute menace. I mean, I think at one stage of Oasis had 6 environmental kills, like just going insane on the Hog. Unfortunately, that's not going to be insane enough, as Maryland, they just got the numbers right now.
Yeah, what's so interesting about all this, well, I mean, I think Dragonoid's about to fall here, was that we kept spectating people on the side of Harrisburg that were winning their fights, but overall, Maryland, they were actually winning the war. They were getting more eliminations, and yet still, Harrisburg's moving the car. And I think part of that is just they have a closer response, they have closer respawn times, and they're able to get people back to the car quicker. But again, they're winning the 1v1s out, and they're getting the more crucial targets. So even when they lose people, the people that are still up for Harrisburg, they can do enough to really help continue that fight and then eventually win it.
Oh, there it is. I'm shocked that Akawa was able to get his shield up in time, but it protects the Orisa and keeps it a full 6v6 for a moment. But Lou goes down, Paul down as well, and Lethal living in the back line per the usual. Lethal just doing lethal things. SoAIMS finds 2 of their own, and that is, oh my goodness, Jack, that is a complete and total team kill against Maryland College.
Yeah, but they killed more time off the clock, I believe, or actually, no, never mind. It's about the same, or maybe a little bit less. I thought, looking at the time, they had been able to have a pretty solid first point defense, which they did. Definitely, getting it under 4 minutes is a good way to start. Not as dominant as I thought it was, and I mean, Akawa's just running through them right now.
Yeah, speaking of dominant, I wouldn't be surprised to see a solo shatter here. You know he doesn't have a flashbang. You might as well try and go for that Elam if you can find it. We'll count that as a 4K DVO there, excuse me, for Bushi. No, my goodness, for Akawa. Too many main tanks happening right now, but Akawa able to find a 4K. Dragonoid going with that Cryptic Flux. Might be able to make something happen. I think there's a really good opportunity to use it. A great block onto that Earth Shatter, and Akawa now has to overextend if they want to try to capitalize. Okay, that's sure overextending.
Interesting choice, though. Gonna use the Flux on tap. And it looks like DVO is gonna get out of it, but there's still a Reinhardt in the backliner. At least there was. I'm not sure where they went.
He's still there.
He's still... Okay, this is all over the place right now. There's one tank on the point, one tank far away, and no one can be found out besides Tap.
The Rhine, he's still back there. Why is nobody focusing Akawa? I feel like finding the Rhine first and then pushing into a 6v5 would be essentially a free fight. Paul is going to be able to find Akawa finally, but he was so long out of the fight that they ended up losing a couple of their own. Straight Stockton and Dragonoid outfall in a 5v6. Going to be even more in favor of Harrisburg as Lethal and Tap are ready to turn it on once again. A couple players go down. They're like, all right, we'll do it ourselves. They find some elims when they need to, and they've got 4 minutes here. That's as much time as they started with.
Yeah, I was going to say that first point defense, pretty good overall. The second point one did not go the way of Maryland whatsoever. And I think the reasoning for why they didn't go after Akawa is, well, the card is really close to getting capped.
Right.
So if you commit to just killing a Reinhardt, then you might miss out on the objective and getting the point over free. But you do it anyway in the end, so maybe just going for that initial pick and then trying to run back was the move. I don't live in a world of possibilities. All I know is I live in definites, and right now the definite story is that Tap is just on a rampage and Lethal is also there. That time, not going to be able to find the better of that one, but does get 1 pulse bomb elimination.
Yeah, good stun from Lou. Going to be able to take out Lethal in the blink of an eye there. Uzai is going to be going in quick, able to find Akawa. The main tank has fallen. That should be kind of a go button, I think, for Maryland College Park, but instead, they're still kind of playing a slower pace. SoAIMS has fallen as well. The main support is now missing. A lot of big opportunities. The Widowmaker is gone. And Maryland, they're still kind of back holding a choke. Okay, the beat. That's got to be their go button to get into this fight. Supercharger down to the Orisa. She could not be long for this world if they chose to engage, but as the main tank Reinhardt returns to the fight, it becomes that much harder to succeed. SoAIMS finds an Elim out of the Baby Diva and a Coalescence. Keep the team alive. Pushing up and through the arch, nearly 3 minutes still on the clock, and the Elims just more and more in favor of Harrisburg. That Cassidy, danger close to going down, but SoAIMS smart enough to not get too close.
And making sure they don't get flashbangs. Should be able to win this one out, though. I think this might be it right here. This is going to be for the series. It's a best of 2. Trying to find a way back in right now, Maryland, but they're just down to the scraps.
Maryland down to the scraps, and those scraps names was just Pumpkin. The last one left alive, that Lucio. Harrisburg with another 2-0 victory here today. Actually, I guess turning into tonight. It is 9 p.m. here on the East Coast, so they've been playing for quite a while, quite a few hours in Harrisburg. They have not dropped a single map yet.
Nope, and it might be a while before they do. They have punched their ticket to the grand finals only one best of 5 away from winning out the tournament, winning the Invitational, and winning a spot in Georgia. So a lot more Overwatch to happen tonight. Maryland College Park, they might have fallen here, but there's still plenty of chances for them. And wow, I was right. Look at that elimination percentage right there. That is insane.
43 elims?
57%.
57% KP. Wowza. That is, I mean, we knew Lethal was good, but come on, how many players are out there getting over 50% KP? I mean, that is just incredible, to say the very least. And I think we're actually going to try to interview somebody from Harrisburg if we get the opportunity. Either way, we're going to throw it to a short break. We'll be back either with an interview or with your next series in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far. Why, hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 edition. Still Septulence and Jag, but this time we are joined by Soames from the Harrisburg Storm, the only team to go undefeated here this day. Today, I keep trying to say this weekend. I'm so used to being weekends so far. But Soames, my first question for you, a very simple one. The only team to make it undefeated all the way up and through the series. You've secured your spot in grand finals. How does that feel for your team?
It feels pretty good, you know. I think we always expect the best out of ourselves, so going in undefeated, it feels nice, and I think that's kind of everything that we wanted to do. You know, losing or getting lower seed wouldn't be kind of to the standard we hold ourselves to.
Right.
So I'm happy.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I can only imagine being happy. You guys have given us a stellar performance here today, and I want to ask, you know, coming into this, you have gone on. Your team has gone to become the technical third best collegiate Overwatch team in the country. So entering something on what feels like, you know, a slightly smaller scale, were you concerned at all kind of coming into this a little more local? Were you afraid anybody was going to give you guys a run for your money or maybe even beat you?
I don't think that we were super worried coming into it. You know, we're pretty warm after kind of the last week when we placed third, so I think we had a lot of practice and all our strats are good and ready to go. So I expected we would do good. I'm just really excited. I really want to qualify and hopefully show up in Atlanta. I think that'll be a lot of fun and a great way to end the semester.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you guys are well on your way to doing it. Only one series separates you between that first place prize and as well as that qualification to Atlanta. I want to talk a little bit more about you and your career, Brith, while we got you. You've been one of the longest tenured players now on Harrisburg. You've seen a lot of different iterations of the roster. I mean, recently you guys lost Mikey and Cyrus. Now you have Tap and Lethal coming into the mix here, putting on quite a show on the DPS role. Kind of just tell me what it's been like, you know, playing with all these different players throughout your career and how you feel about your current iteration.
Yeah, well, I think that's a really good question. Nobody's really asked me that before, but yeah, I've been playing for 3.5 years. And I won my first semester, the TESPA finals, and we played Maryville in the finals. And if you look at their team, there's not a single player that is left on their team. So after Retina stopped playing, it's I'm the only one left from the dinosaur ages, and you got all these contenders players coming in. So yeah, Lethal and Top, they have a lot of contenders experience. Obviously, Elk came from Overwatch League. Akawa has contenders experience, and Davio had contenders experience. So I think it's just really cool to be able to play with these players that have a lot of experience and that are better than me. So I feel like I learn a lot, I get a lot better, and it's always fun to kind of bring new players to the table. I like Lethal and Top a lot. I think they make a good addition to the team. And they bring that European edge, which is always nice, you know? Get some variety on the team.
Yeah, really quickly, I just want to hop in and say you looked phenomenal in this series. You looked great in the last one that I got to get catch a bit of, excuse me, while I was just watching from the sidelines. So definitely don't put yourself down at all. You were playing great. The whole team is playing great.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Absolute. And Soames, one more question before we let you go, even though we will see you pretty soon back in grand finals. But is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you're here with us?
I want to shout out my girlfriend, Emmy. She's always been very supportive. You know, it's hard being away from her 6 hours. She lives in Toronto. So hopefully I finish that semester, get some gamer money, and then we can go out, you know, get a nice steak dinner or something, right?
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Soames, and best of luck in those grands, my friend. We will be watching.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we're going to throw it to another break. We're going to be jumping down into the lower bracket finals. Oh, I'm lagging a little bit. We're going to be throwing it to the lower bracket finals in just a couple of minutes here, and we'll be right back with that in just, I'm sorry, semifinals? Semifinals of the lower bracket, not regular finals. That's my fault. Either way, we'll be right back here with some more CECC Overwatch in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic 2022 Overwatch Invitational. A whole lot of words and a whole lot of fun we are here to have today. I'm still Septilence, joined by Jag, and we're going to be jumping into another series. One of only few left, Jag. We are definitely nearing the end of this event here today.
3 remaining. We got the losers semifinals, losers finals, and then the grand finals, where Harrisburg is waiting in what could be a rematch of another team they've already played already. In fact, I believe all of the teams that are left standing today are teams that Harrisburg were able to beat along the way. I looked at the bracket really quickly. Old Dominion, they lost them in the first round of the upper bracket. Rutgers, they lost them a round ago before the winners finals. And well, Maryland, College Park, they're waiting in the losers finals right now for one of these two teams. So no matter what, we're going to see a rematch against Harrisburg. But who's going to be able to make it there? Well, Rutgers and Old Dominion, they're going to have to sort that between themselves in this next matchup.
Yeah, we've got a vengeance story no matter how you look at it. Everybody has got something personal up against our grand finals current team. Only one of the 3 remaining in the lower bracket will make it there. And that 3 is about to dip down to 2, like you said, Jag. We've got waiting in the wings already. We're going to be seeing UMC PG in that lower bracket, waiting for whoever they need to take down to try and get another shot at that top tier team of Harrisburg. We have seen and heard from them enough to know that they are here to pull no punches. They are here to win at any. And let's see which of these teams has a little bit more gusto to try and fight back.
Well, if you look at seedings, Rutgers has a slight disadvantage, the number 7 seed coming in against the number 6 seed Old Dominion. But, you know, that isn't the whole story. I think we're about to find out a lot of who is actually going to come out on top in just a moment. We did confirm that Ajax is a Farmers Contenders player, though, has role swapped onto the main tank. Used to, I believe, be a support player back in the day. So,
Mercy Lucio.
Yeah, so, you know, that's one of the bigger names we definitely have in this tournament. We'll have to see if they can help lead their team to victory as we go to Lijiang Tower this time. I didn't even have to guesstimate it because I see this is Control Center. And the Symmetra teleporters are going to come out galore as both teams try to rush their way onto the point. We saw this in the previous series that Harrisburg and Rutgers had. The Doomfist versus the Junkrat.
Yeah, and the Doomfist did nearly as well as it's working right now for Iron Man. The Doom was actually the first to go down. Beef Chief going to be the first to fall, and all of a sudden, Old Dominion in a tough spot as Iron Man is just storming through them, turns 2 into 3, looking to find a 4th if he's fast enough, but the teleporter will unfortunately get in the way. Not able to find that 4K in the early fight. Already halfway to that Meteor Strike.
Yeah, that is, you know, I mean, here's the thing. Doomface are going in for the 1-tap. Junkrat is a little bit more just hoping to spam out your opponent, so it takes a little bit more time, and you're hoping those grenades bounce the way you want them to. It's really just kind of a, do you play the long game or the short game? I think one thing to notice also is that Symmetra's on the field. Old Dominion should have the advantage, but right now Rutgers is taking it to them. I'm sorry, I just talked through that whole fight, and I might as well just keep going at this rate. The reason why the Symmetra works better for Rutgers is because there's 2 shields that you can charge that beam off of. It does get ramped up in damage off of, you know, just hitting your opponent or the shields they have. With the Sigma barrier as well as the Reinhardt shield, there's just more to feast off of.
I can't say I blame you for talking through a fight when the fight's 6 seconds long, Jack. There's only so much to be said in that small amount of time. Iron Man trying to give us another incredibly fast cleanup fight. Rutgers, I mean, they are just, I mean, this is brutal, Jack. They are pulling no punches. Old Dominion, I don't think they've even seen the point yet.
This is a spawn camp. They've seen server room, and that's about it so far. They've not gone to the point just yet. They also have a few ultimates to duel. They're going to teleport to try to rotate around, which helps them get a bit closer, but there is the touch onto the point.
Touch on the point, finally making an appearance, and Old Dominion losing Niche in the blink of an eye like that is really going to hurt the rest of the team, like dominoes falling one by one. Aristo next to fall, and I mean, there's just so little Old Dominion can do right now. Rutgers utilizing their ultimates so well, though. Just phenomenal rotations.
Yeah, Niche just was looking up into the sky but could not figure out where that self-destruct is. You think with 2 barriers, maybe that would help save them, but the tank got completely separated. We're going to the final fight here. This is the final chance, really, for Old Dominion to try to get a contest. They do get the photon barrier out, but I'm not sure if anything else is going to happen.
I highly doubt it, to be honest. The photon barrier comes out with the way Rutgers has just been all over this team. It's impossible for Old Dominion to even utilize these ultimates well. Niche has the shatter. I'm glad to see they didn't use it. Jack, 7 seconds. I mean, that I think was our last fight.
I think it was indeed. That might be just a sound barrier for kicks.
Merciful.
There is a touch on the point. There is a switch actually over to the Doomfist, and Deep Cheap wasn't too far away from getting that ultimate, but even if they did get it, think about this. If you use the Meteor Strike, you are not contesting the objective. So that probably would not have been enough for them to sustain.
No, sorry, I couldn't help but giggle during that where Parsifal popped their ult and then just kind of like lone guard stood in the 1v6 trying to stall out for time. It was very funny. It was successful as well, but it definitely gave me a chuckle. Now, Jack, moving into Gardens here, this is arguably more different than Control Center versus kind of Night Market. Control Center and Night Market both have a lot more close corridors kind of fighting, where on Gardens here, it's just the one point. It's just the point that's the only really closed-in area these teams seem to be attached to.
Yeah, I think generally on a map like Gardens, they rarely fight away from the point. Like, you can fight outside of it sometimes, but you're never going to be too far away. As you were saying, like the other maps, you can kind of go all over the point. And, oh boy, all right. Well, I'm not exactly sure what has happened to that Reaper.
Butterfly and Index bonked. They ran the exact same rollout and smacked into each other, and then both got a boop. I thought they were both going to get an elim. I was going to lose my mind, but right now it's players losing their lives. Rutgers losing that D.Va early, and that is going to be an unfortunate way to kick things off. That takes Matrix down, that gets rid of those rockets, and gets rid of your team's primary damage dealer, at least in your initial build, while that Iron Man still trying to find his way in. Beam Chief takes out Butterfly, and his Beam Chief falls themselves into a bloodbath, left, right, in the center niche, trying to find some damage, but going to be damaged to death. Iron Man to go down in a blaze of glory. Legend 9 off the map, and Rutgers, a sloppy fight, but a fight win regardless.
Yeah, if Control Center was controlled, this is the exact opposite of that. Like, this feels all over the place. This feels very back and forth. The fact that Lucians run into each other at the very beginning and then a Reaper goes off the map, I mean, you don't see that every day, but environmental eliminations very probable here because the point is surrounded by a pool of water. As the spike continues, Iron Man does have that Meteor Strike. Could try to use it aggressively or as an escape tool, but there it goes.
That answers that, Jack. It is going to be aggressive. And while it doesn't find any elims, it definitely deals a decent bit of damage. And that Sim goes a little too far. She will skip up and over the drink instead of going straight into it. Parsifal finding a double kill of their own against Old Dominion, getting Rutgers that 40% on the board. They're keeping this action packed, doing their absolute darndest to try and find another victory. A 2-0 on Li Jiang can absolutely go a long way.
I was so convinced that Iron Man was not only going to punch Deep Cheap to safety, but also was going to accidentally put themselves into the drink. But unfortunately, they both get to live to tell the tale for a little bit. The point stays in Rutgers' favor. They use the Photon Barrier, but they still have an Earth Shatter, a Self-Destruct. Not too far away from another Meteor Strike as well as Sound Barrier. I mean, things are looking really good for Rutgers. And Old Dominion, they got to figure out some way to get on this point. I'd love to see them try to go for a teleporter play, maybe teleport behind them for the Shatter. They get out Iron Man, that's a huge play, and there's a teleport.
I'd love to see the Shatter, but Ajax, okay! Ajax has decided that he's going to Shatter. A passive opening coming through there, and that should actually help the team quite a bit. However, Wiz goes down really quickly, and it's a 5v6 for the time being. The D.Va Mech lost to Cassidy, cannot be far behind, and it's Optimal and Aristo go down. This is looking better and better for Rutgers. The counter pin comes through, but nobody's there to back up Niche. All they did was lay themselves down for the elim.
And looked a little scary there, honestly, because Ajax abandons the rest of the team after getting their own Shatter. They chase the eliminations. And one thing that my girlfriend, who's also a collegiate coach, has told me a few times is, you know, it's not your job to follow up after the Shatter hits. You should put your shield up and let your DPS find the eliminations. The Shatter was hit from Old Dominion, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day, despite the fact that they were vulnerable. Rutgers, they stand strong. They take both control points here on Legion Tower very decisively. One map away from moving on to Losers Final. And Old Dominion, they got to find something here to battle back.
Absolutely. It's interesting as well because that is probably one of the first fights or games truly all day that I've seen where I'm not thinking, oh, somebody won because of blank, because of a single player this entire time. Like, it is a lot of games today. We've seen a lot of lethals. You know what I mean? There's been one player that really comes in, finds a lot of elims, and can carry the team to greatness. But Rutgers, they're all doing their part. Iron Man may be that primary striker, that primary damage dealer, but nobody on the side of that team is a weak link.
And even when they spread out, you know, they're able to get back together. Like, I think there were moments maybe that we saw on Control Center, you know, the 1v6 Baptiste play. That can be a little bit dangerous sometimes when you have your Matrix. I guess it works out fine. In general, they're able to get back together, even if it's a bit scrappy. Works out pretty well. And we're going to see this replay right here. And I believe this was a teleporter attempt. This was the self-destruct that was just thrown up there into the heavens. And you see what happens is that they get so split apart, even though there is a Sigma barrier. The Rhine is just looking the wrong way. Their barrier can't help them. And it's plays like that where I think there's a difference between Rutgers and Old Dominion. I feel like if that happened to Rutgers, they probably know where each other is and stick together.
Yeah, so definitely as we enter our second map, which will be an escort one way or another, it's going to be interesting. We should keep an eye on whether or not Old Dominion is splitting, if they're moving in as a full 6, or if they keep getting separated, the way that we have seen on both stages of Lijiang Tower. We saw it here on Gardens with Niche in particular, overextending a little bit off of a Shatter, and then we saw the same thing happen back on Control Center. There's a lot of back and forth with that, and if they coordinate more as a full 6, maybe they can find larger successes in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think just like if you're going to play Brawl in particular, like you have to stick together. It's kind of how it works. Even away of the Sigma, I mean, Sigma can off angle a little bit because he does have some pretty good range, but you still want to keep those shields together and you want to be kind of using them in tandem. I mean, the whole point of double shield, like Orisa and Sigma is Orisa shield is the main one. Once that's destroyed, that's when Sigma comes out. Usually you use the grasp either before or after the Sigma shield is destroyed. And then from there, Orisa shield should be back up. Ryan, Sigma, a little bit different, but generally you want to make sure that the Sigma shield is in places Ryan 1 can't be. I don't expect to see a lot of Brawl moving forward. It really depends on the map type. I still think that Chaos Comp with Wrecking Ball is the way to play right now. I think it's more of the meta comp than Brawl is at the moment. But also, it is Collegiate, so you never know what could pop up. We've already seen a Reinhardt Winston, and I never thought I'd see that with my own eyes, so who knows?
I still cannot believe we saw a Reinhardt Winston today. That is bonkers. I just would never have expected that to happen. Regardless, and like you said, there's definitely some team comps that rely a lot on primary tank synergy. The cast comp, I would say technically not one of them, because Ryan Zarya is the exact same as those shields you were discussing. It's Zarya bubble and then Ryan shield, and then Zarya bubble and then Ryan shield. The same way that in the other comps, it's just shield, back and forth between those two shields. And the cast comp is very fun to watch. Wrecking Ball is personally one of my favorite characters in the game, and I think it could go a really long way if somebody wanted to bring that out. Right now, Old Dominion's sticking to a tried and true, the double bubble, something that can work very well. But our biggest critique of them right now is lack of communication. So for them to pick a team comp with that relies entirely on team communication, this is going to be really fascinating to watch play out.
Very intrigued about really all of this. Rutgers, they are going to run the Chaos comp, but a bit of a different variation of it. Usually when you have a Mercy, that means you're going to be blocking someone. It's going to be Iron Man on the Pharah. Parsifal's probably just going to be playing around the Sigma. Wiz, where does Wiz fit in with this Symmetra? Maybe just to teleport the team in and out? I don't know. Like I said, Old Dominion, like, I like the Echo, I like the Sky Battle, but there's no Mercy to pocket the Soldier or the Echo to really make sure that one of their damage dealers is getting the max amount of help that they need.
And you can't even, like, car wash because this map is so open for a majority of it. I feel like the sim is going to be really difficult for Wiz to utilize well. They go in early. I kind of like that pseudo attempt of a car wash right outside the spawn door, whether that's to farm ult charge or even try to find a cheeky elim. Could go a really far way for the team, but unfortunately Wiz just could not find that action. Now, though, Wiz drops onto the low ground, gets a little more up close and personal. The microwave getting charged up nice and warm there, and it's going to be Wiz with a double, looking to turn it into a triple. With the help of Rocks, they're able to do just that. Slept right outside the spawn door, and look at the team, look at the heal to keep them alive.
Pretty sure Parsifal just teabagged their own teammate, but that's
fine
because
no.
I don't know. It's a tactical crouch to make sure they don't get help while they're slept. Who knows? Anyway. I think the big thing I actually really liked when Niche was on the Winston. I feel like that could have given them a little bit more mobility. Maybe they try to dive into the back line, hitch up Parzival or something. They've gone to the Roadhog, which means they're trying to go for pick plays right now, just like trying to get the Pharah out of the sky and get that one tap with the hook. It's gonna be really tricky if they aren't able to land a hook like really soon. They're just kind of an ult battery, especially when the rest of the team's kind of playing on different ground from them. Like they're trying to hold down main, everyone else is high ground. It just doesn't seem to be really any way forward for Old Dominion currently with the way that they're playing this.
Yeah, Rutgers, they're giving us their best impression of the Havana hold, something that we see on Havana, the other escort map, very often played at the collegiate level. And I've got to say, 2 minutes is a very successful hold on any map, let alone one where this composition, this strategy is not used very often.
And they haven't really lost anyone. I mean, they have got a res too, so maybe if they lose one person, you can still continue to hold this, not the end of the world. It's looking really, really good for them. They still have ultimates to use at their disposal as well. I mean, this 1v1 that's being taken right now, UG has to get the ultimate up. I think they've got to get a duplicate ready to go, but the Gravitic Flux is going to be what comes out first.
That duplicate can go so far. That fight could go so far for Old Dominion because it did 2v1.
What? Did you see that?
The opposing team. And no, I honestly did not. I missed whatever happened.
That was an accretion at one of the craziest angles I have ever seen, but I think it's all for naught. Because although that was a great Sigma play, immediately 2 people are taken out on the side of Rutgers. And now the rally's going to come in. Might put, yep, it seems like this might be the end of this hold.
I mean, maybe. With the way Rutgers has been able to win fights that felt unwinnable, I am so ready to watch them come back and win the entirety of this fight. However, they're going for that full 6 rotate out, trying to get the group back into full numbers. Parcival down, Rox down, and Index, they're just holding left click, and it is working wonders for the team so far. Ajax now on cart, stalling every possible second. And Jag, they stalled almost 3 minutes. I mean, that is incredible. We never see that.
No, I have never seen a hold work out that well. It's either going to be a full hold or, you know, it's going to be broken up after a few minutes. It's not going to be the fullest of holds here, but that cart is only getting around the first bend right now. Second bend is on its way, so still plenty of time to try to contest this. Iron Man has a great idea of where this D.Va is. I mean, they still have the barrage, and my guess is they're just going to wait for this D.Va to be out of the equation, and they're going to go for it.
Absolutely, they're just going to wait for it. Like you said, the bomb comes out, even finds an Elim. And then Nano from the Legend 9 does get some action here, but instead it is Wiz on the Widow, the Wizzo maker, if you will, finding a double kill, trying to make it a triple, but Widow almost never wins a 1v1 against a D.Va. Barrage comes through and, I mean, just does dividends for the side of Rutgers, takes out the main tank and the main damage dealer. And D.Va, we're going to count that. She goes down as well. All of a sudden, it is up to Brigitte to try and save the day in a 4v5v1, maybe? I mean, it is a tough situation to be in. 20 seconds left, Jag. And we have seen the card stalled here so many times.
This might actually be to the disadvantage of the attackers. Usually think, oh, well, we just got a lot of free push. We actually got really close to the first point. But it's so far away now from the attacker's spawn that they're probably going to have one person touch it just to trigger overtime. I don't know if the rest of the team can get there. I mean, this On is being hassled in the backline by this Pharah. It will get there in the nick of time, but this could be a Flux 9.
Oh, it could have been, but they do it a little bit too early. Index goes down, traded out for Parzival now, so support down on both sides. The High Noon could have been big, but Iron Man not going to let that happen. Deesh takes out Wiz, the Widowmaker down and out. Iron Man with another kill, turns into a third with the help of Ajax, and fight that definitely could have been traded out in favor of Old Dominion comes to a close when Butterfly takes out Beep Chief. Takes out Beep Chief and Niche. That is one angry Butterfly. Nobody's wings are being clipped here today. Rutgers, they full hold on that first point.
Sometimes you just gotta pull out the Mercy. You gotta go for the battle Mercy. You know, it's not every day you see your get the Glock, but this time around, I think it was actually 2 melee eliminations to end things off. So I think the Valkyrie can really empower you to just fly in and just go for a little love tap, and all of a sudden they're going back to spawn. It's pretty crazy how that all ended up, because it looks like Old Dominion finally got a footing after being shut out for most of their attacking round, being stuck in their spawn. And they were getting a lot of free cart progress, so maybe it was all just a play from Rutgers. They said, hey, if the cart's far along enough, we actually have the spawn advantage. We already know we've got the alt bank advantage, because we've been cycling our ultimates really progressively throughout our defending round. So just wait for them to push into a place we're comfortable enough. We wipe them. I mean, it's kind of conditional that you do get that wipe on them before the last fight initiates. And then you go from there. It worked out perfectly. They had enough ultimates online to win that one out pretty cleanly. Rutgers, they now know what they got to do to get a matchup in the losers final. It's not even a first point, caps a little bit before that, but it's still a long road ahead here on Rialto.
The win condition has absolutely been set, Jag, and it all comes down to the success or failure of the defense of Old Dominion. If they can get up close and personal, find even 1 or 2 fights out the gate, they can burn down a lot of time, make it winnable. But if Rutgers comes out and just steamrolls from the very start, that's where things are absolutely going to go south. Iron Man on the Bastion right now, and I truly suspect we're really going to be seeing that, because they want to go for an Elim as early as possible. They find the Echo off to the side. Iron Man goes for the cheeky play, but unfortunately, that Echo's a little bit faster. Oh no! Iron Man gets cheeky played by their own Lucio! Oh, Index taken down. Wiz gets the counter kill. Beep Cheap ties it back up, and this is not the kind of fight Old Dominion wants to have. Rutgers with the largest possible spawn advantage in the world of Overwatch, and every Elim for them is going to be huge.
It is huge, but again, this is all about just killing time, and right now they are finding Elims, they are stalling the clock. And I was going to say, if any team knows about how to win, you know, in a 2-1 fashion, it's Old Dominion or Maryland. Both of them have done it. Index continues to win some amazing fights here on the Lucio.
Yeah, Butterfly into the drink once again. A very unfortunate thing to see happen to your team, especially because that Lucio almost necessary to get some of these tanks out of spawn. Iron Man with a double play coming in quick. Iron Man just been the player of the game so far. Double turns into a triple if we include Beep Chief taking themselves out, in Rutgers 2 minutes faster than Old Dominion getting this card on the move.
They're finally starting to get something going here, but
wow,
not a lot of ultimates to their name. And Iron Man's been taken out. The Pulse almost the thing they're closest to. Wiz almost has that dragon, but Ajax only to swap to the Zarya, so the Grav combination not going to be there for quite a little bit unless they can get this really, really quickly. Ultiminion very close. The Deadeye, as well as the duplicates. They have some stuff to work with, and they've already taken out Wiz.
Wiz falls early that takes the Dragons offline, which I guess Silver Lining gives you more time to farm up your Grav, but all things considered, losing now 2 players has got to spell disaster. Butterfly falls third, and the DPS disappearing. Well, Dominion looking really good to win this fight. Yeah, we've seen cards stall in this corner hundreds of times. There's a very real chance Old Dominion can win this.
Yeah, and I was saying that I'm not a huge fan of Ryan comps here sometimes. Like, I'd actually say double shield, chaos is the way to go. But this is where Ryan probably plays best on this map, better than anywhere else. Maybe the stairs on second point. You have so much natural cover here. It works out perfectly. You don't have to really worry too much about high ground. If they wrap around, you can usually rotate on them. You got to be worried about that room. Wiz is it's a pick from the side. And now, all of a sudden, it seems like it might be going the other way. And Iron Man gets a pulse bomb on top of that.
Iron Man's pulse bomb finds Elim. And the support, I guess, is being filled by Beep Cheap here, who brings a Transcendence to the table. A very fascinating call. I'm not sure if it was a misclick onto the Zenyatta, but definitely an Elim going to be coming through there either way. Transcendence to be able to keep the team alive. Parzival responds with the Transcendence of their own, and it's Rocks who finds the first blood in quite a while. Butterfly gets that Vengeance kill on Index, and Iron Man takes down Niche one by one like dominoes, Jack. Old Dominion begins to fall, and Wiz gets taken out, but the damage has truly been done. Iron Man with a 3K.
Really actually like that duplicate. The Zenyatta Transcendence getting it online was able to sustain them with all that extra healing for just a bit. But now they got to charge in, and what a charge.
What a pain. I mean, talk about a little bit of luck. The pile driver timed perfectly. Niche gets a lot of damage, but unfortunately not the kill. And that Elim would have gone a long way for them. Doom into the backline. Beep Chief taken out before they even get a chance to breathe. And with less than 60 seconds on the clock, and a 4K from Wiz. Blink and you miss it. Rutgers walking themselves right into the lower bracket finals. They are desperate for that shot once again up against Harrisburg and Grants.
Yes, they are, but there's still one team laying in wait that's going to face them. That is going to be University of Maryland. So it's not all said and done just about who will be facing Harrisburg for that rematch, but one team will definitely be getting a chance at revenge here. And this was, it's really interesting because we saw that Rutgers, they put up a bit of a fight against Harrisburg, but they came out in this game looking angry. They looked like they wanted to put this team away. They wanted to put Old Dominion away before they even had a chance to get going, and boy, did they do that. I think this actually might have been their most dominant, I would say, map of the series. I always think of Control is kind of like, although it's one map, there's like different points, so they play almost like its own map each time. Out of the 3 engagements that we saw from these teams, this one just looks like, it's a full hold. It's an amazing defensive hold at the very beginning of the map. And then their attack, there was a little bit of uncertainty at the beginning. Old Dominion did have at least a minute off the clock. Beyond that, they just ran through that first point of Rialto.
They really did, and an amazing performance all the way down and through. I think we're going to try to get a chance for an interview. I know we are quite a bit behind schedule, so maybe we skip that and come back with our next series in just a couple of minutes. Either way, use this time, get some drinks, get some water, do what you got to do, but come right back here for some more CECC Mid-Atlantic Overwatch in just a bit. Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. I'm Cephalence, joined by Jag, and this time we are joined by Toaster Fridge. It's going to be exciting to hear from Toaster Fridge on everything they feel the team has been able to do so far. Rutgers having a pretty on and off day tonight, but you've secured a spot in the lower final. So, Rutgers, Toaster Fridge, I want to ask what you feel like Rutgers has done to secure this spot in lower finals, and if you feel like you guys are going to be able to adapt to not only win this, but then go back up into Grants.
Right. First, I wanted to thank you guys for having us. It's been a really good time. Obviously, the loss to Harrisburg was a little bit tough to have to take early on, but we're happy that our preparation has been coming through for us and making us ready for a match that has come our way. And fingers crossed, we can get a rematch with Harrisburg later down the line.
Absolutely. And I got to ask, considering that you guys have not played against Maryland just yet, I'm sure you guys have been watching the stream. That probably saw them in their last matchup that was also against Harrisburg. How do you feel going into this lower bracket finals? Like, how do you feel you guys stack up with them overall?
Right. Yeah, we have been obviously tuning into the stream and trying to scout out a little bit, but our motto has always been to sort of stick to our own game plan and not try to play around the other team's strengths too much, and just stick to what we know, because that's what we're comfortable with, and it's gotten us as far as we've gone so far. So, got to be doing something right.
Most definitely one of 3 remaining teams in the entire thing. We've come all the way down to the 3 of them, and you have to get through one more for that shot back at grand final. So, Mr. Fridge, before we give you time to, get right back into this next series, I just wanted to ask one more quick question. Is there anybody you want to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you're here with us?
Shout out to I'll give the shout out to our guys that have been working all night to put us through to Losers Finals here. It's been a long one for us. Usually our blocks don't go quite as long as this tournament has gone so far, but they've stuck through, and I definitely appreciate it for that. So
perfect, very well said, my friend. Best of luck to you in these lower bracket. We'll be watching.
Thank you, guys. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we're going to throw to another break, not only so Rutgers can maybe get a snack or something they've been playing for quite a while, but also just so we can get this next lobby up and running. We'll see you right back here with some more CECC Overwatch in just a bit. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational 2022 Overwatch Edition. I'm still Septilence, joined by Jag, and it's important to note, Jag, something that I feel maybe we haven't talked about as much today is not only are the teams we're about to see fighting for another chance at Harrisburg, but they are, at the end of the day, fighting for something much, much bigger.
Yeah, and we just saw what that was in that ad right before we came back on the screen for a spot in the LAN that's happening in Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th through 8th. And I believe tickets are also on sale right now. So I think, if you're in the area, you should go and get some because there's going to be some great collegiate action coming at you. But yeah, that is what is on the line today. We've had $1,000 and then that spot in tournament. What more could you want right now? These two teams that are competing in the losers final, they've got a lot to play for, and right now they're just trying to get into that grand final that Harrisburg is already in.
Yeah, I mean, Jag, if that's not motivation, I don't know what is. $1,000, a spot at what people are calling the largest collegiate esports event in the United States, and the vengeance, the anime comeback story. I mean, there's so much on the line right now for either of these teams, and I hope that they truly all just bring their 100% A game. And I know they are, because we're jumping to a map that both these teams have played at least once today, Lijiang Tower.
This I don't have to guess. So that's the nice part. We don't have to figure out if it's Nepal or Lijiang Tower. It's definitely Lijiang Tower. It's also definitely Lijiang Tower Night Market, which we did not see in the last series. So that's the one trick that Rutgers might have to up their sleeve is, they didn't have to reveal on stream what they played at least in the last one, Maryland College Park, though. A little bit more well-rested, not having to play it another game for a little bit now as they have been waiting. Well, I think the thing is they saw what Rutgers just put out, so they probably have a good idea of what's going to happen. Rutgers, they said in their interview, we're not going to play around what Maryland's doing. We're going to play to our strengths, and we'll see what those strengths are. I'm not surprised that we're probably going to see Symmetra again, but Symmetra Doomfist. Usually you would see a May here.
I mean, it's happening again.
Round one.
I'm intrigued about this.
Yeah, they're doing it again. The Winston Rhine is making an appearance for the second time today. That's not something I thought I would see one time, let alone two. And right now, Rutgers looks like they are making it work in dividends. Oh, Ajax a little too confident, though. That left shift can cost you. Luckily enough, the team was there to peel when he needed it most. And Rutgers, they are looking good, even better now, as two more fall. And they are absolutely securing that first fight win.
All right, so just hear me out here. This might actually be a very big brain thing. When we saw it being run by Harrisburg, I still have a lot of questions about that. But here, this kind of makes sense because Winston is great at one thing that a lot of characters aren't, and that's destroying Symmetra turrets. So if you're expecting a Symmetra, the Tesla cannon just immediately blows them up.
I wish Ajax would have left shifted right there. I think that would have been really funny. He could catch somebody out, but he chose to play it a little bit safer, a little bit slower, and it looks like it hasn't cost anybody quite yet. The DPS on the side of Maryland College are desperate to try and find some elims, but it is an earth shatter from Ajax to really clean up any sole survivors. Maryland College hard losing their second fight. Jack, Ajax is already on a 10-player kill streak.
Now 11. It's 11 right there, so that means they've gotten 11 out of 13 eliminations, or at least had a piece of those eliminations. Very impressive early on. And Rutgers, they are holding this choke point very, very well. And I think this time they're aware of the attempt to teleport above the top. That's why you saw Rox is just kind of hanging out there. Do back out. I think they're going to try to teleport in once again, or maybe they'll just run.
Oh!
Earthshatter's going to miss.
The small flick from Ajax just really going the extra mile there, finding a lot of availability and a lot of space for the team, saving several teammates in that small step to the left, really changing the flow of the fight. It looks like Ajax is going to be coming through, trying to find an opportunity off of that Symmetra, looking to swing a little bit more, get that hammer in there and take down at least one more. It's a 6v4, which can definitely be winnable, but as Mushi goes off the stage, I think that's going to be kind of the red light for Maryland College Park.
Yeah, I think this is the stop, do not pass go, do not collect $200 on this trip. But, I mean, this is a very deep engage. I think they were trying to sound barrier a bit earlier, but Butterfly might have mistimed it. They are all the way in the spawn, and they are losing this one out.
Yeah, and Jack, they may not pass go to collect $200 right now, but whoever wins this series goes ahead and collects $500. A second place of this Invitational does walk away with $500. So winning this series, it is $500 on the line right here, right now. And it is going to be a massive opportunity for Maryland to get one step closer as they have finally put that point in their favor.
Not only that, but they also get the Photon Barrier out. You see that Straight Stun is able to charge up their beam on the Photon Barrier and then the Rhyme Shield, so they're just a laser cannon right now. The Microwave is ready to go. And Sound Barrier, okay. Used, maybe not in the most necessary situation. That might be something they want back later, but Pumpkin decides to commit it. I will say the one thing is that, although I wouldn't have used that there, Maryland has so much at their disposal, like this Graviton Surge.
Yeah, that Graviton Surge really going to go the extra mile here early in Maryland. I mean, they are just collapsing on it like fish in a frenzy. A massive opportunity for Maryland to keep these numbers up. And Jack, it's super important they do so because at 90%, Rutgers has to win one more fight, and that's it. And then they can walk away with the first stage of Li Zhang under their belt. But Maryland continues to win out these fights. It becomes harder and harder for Rutgers to take it back.
Blue is off the table, goes in with a Meteor Strike, does not find what they need. They do get the Immortality Field out, so that's a nice trade. We're just gonna see, you know, there's the turret, now they can go back in. There's a Primal Rage that Roxas can use here, and that could be huge because there is a lot of potential for environmental eliminations.
Oh yeah, environmental elims go crazy here, and Rox may have the opportunity to bring them out. Like you said, that Primal, not only is it great for stalling, but it is mighty good at knocking people off the map just like that. Paul goes down, and a lot more elims in favor of Rutgers. They are danger close to walking away. There's a second one onto Pumpkin, the entire support line taken out by Rutgers, and that is the opportunity they needed to not only flip it back, but I'm pretty sure win Li Zhang Night Market.
There will be a Wrecking Ball contest, but that Primal Leap might have just put them off their course enough. There's an absolute beast stall out. The TP, yep, everyone gets back in, and all of a sudden it's a 6v6.
No, not anymore. Now it's a 5v5, Jack. We looked at Overwatch 2 for just a moment. Ajax taken out, and it looks like Butterfly gets that counter kill. A 4v4 down and across the board. An insanely close matchup, but as the Doom falls, did Rox not die there? Oh my goodness, they kissed the death pit, but they apparently were able to leap out in the nick of time. That Reinhardt has to left shift in an attempt to keep himself and teammates alive, and this will be a bloodbath kill. The bit around Rox finds one, Wiz finds another, puts it away. Second time, they single-handedly take out the support line of Maryland College Park to win this first stage of Li Zhang Tower.
You know, we hate to point out individual players, but sometimes there's just a play that goes so awry you have to.
Yeah.
I think Blue went a little bit too aggressive. That Doomfist, you know, it's not the end-all be-all, but having that one-punch capability, that threat that's kind of in your back pocket all the time, if a squishy character goes too close to them, they're immediately taken out of the equation. That pressure is completely mitigated because they know that Doomfist is not in the playing field when they get that elimination. That lets them push in, it lets them take positioning that they might not be able to otherwise. And then from there, Rutgers able to secure that one. It was very close, and Maryland did a great job fighting back. I mean, they got 75% on the clock. That's the fastest, or the closest, excuse me, control round I have seen so far, percentage-wise.
I think
not
the closest
enough.
we've seen today.
Yeah, there you go. Closest one we've seen today, but it's still not enough to win that one out.
Let's see if Maryland can find themselves on top of this engagement early, and I don't even get to finish the sentence before Iron Man has noticed that, no, that's not going to happen. Iron Man's going to make sure when his Pumpkin goes down, your support's missing. That is just a deal sealer if I've ever seen one. Even if Iron Man goes down here, it hardly matters because with the support's missing, Maryland can only hold S, pressing W to death sentence.
I mean, you gotta cap the point now. You do win the first fight, but you also lose people along the way. Good news, you got the Smash Teleporter. So they should be back in the nick of time. You get the point now. And now your question is, you just hold here. I think you have to. Usually you hold right at the doorway, but because you lost so many people, you had to co-cap the point. You can't do that, but it might actually give you a great angle here. The punch not long enough.
Oh no! Oh, that's so bad! That went so south so quickly, Jack. The punch goes through. Iron Man just stands in front of Lou, tanks a bunch of damage, and then goes down with a support to boot in Maryland. That is their green light if I have ever seen one. They're going to be storming into point to find 5 of the 6 necessary eliminations to flip that point in their favor. Only 24% on the board.
The 2-for-1 special there with the mine. works out great. I mean, that just seals the fight right there. And then you got to wonder, we talked about going too aggressive. Costly last time. This time Lou's able to take advantage of the other team doing it. Rutgers, they're going to pay for that, and now Lou has a Riptire ready to go, and this Am Matrix as well, just going to fire through it.
The defense matrix from Rox there, keeping the entire team alive, essentially negating the Am Matrixes. It gives them enough time to get out of the line of sight and completely negate the ultimate, but an ultimate that will not be ignored will be that Earth Shatter from Moose High, who comes through and finds a quintuple kill, if we include the Diva, who is running for their very life, but now she makes it out, so I guess we're just looking at that quad.
That's nice for Rox, and that means they don't have to worry about being demech. They don't have to worry about getting back into mech, maybe going off the side, going back to spawn and swapping. So that is a little bit less time than could have been delayed, but Maryland, they finally have a percentage on the point. They have ultimate still to work with. They're going to have quite a bit here, and that Riptire is still ready to go, and there it is.
Lou going for just a wacky play here, spawning the Riptire right in the middle of the point, able to find Iron Man, who again, maybe we consider that an overextension, which is going to give Maryland the exact thing they need. More numbers, more damage in an opening to get up into Rutgers' faces once again. They are one solid fight away from being able to win this stage and take us all the way to our third and final stage of Lijiang Tower.
Butterfly used the sound barrier. Pumpkin still has theirs. That's one thing that Maryland has that Rutgers will not be able to. Photon barrier was used as well. Now we're going to swap to the Junkrat. Rutgers, they still have 3 ultimates to use here. They have enough time for one full team contest. It's really just getting through this point, and I think Wiz will be able to do a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, I was so worried. I was so worried about the sunken costs fallacy and it not being possible to charge a Riptire in time. But Wiz finding not only an Elim, but possibly opening the gate to find another. Rox taking out Musai, a phenomenal opportunity. Rutgers, they follow, they collapse onto Maryland. That was a phenomenal team coordination moment. And that's funny because Rutgers, I talked about earlier how I wanted them to be a little more communicative as a team and work together as a full unit. And that play right there could have never happened without a complete understanding of one another.
Great swap, too, to the Junkrat, but they're giving up so much space here. They wanted to hold the door. They couldn't. Still have ultimates. That Amatrix is going to be annoying. Self-destruct going to be thrown in on top of the sound barrier.
Oh!
Gonna find 2!
What happened? What went wrong there? 2 are going to be taken out by Rox there in a fight that could have so easily flipped in favor of MCP. Is going to be ripped away from them due to a single press of the Q button on Rox's keyboard. Rutgers, they're getting ready to tie things up here, Jag. They're going to be kissing 70, maybe even 80% by the time Maryland can come for a full re-engage.
And remember, sound barrier adds 750 temporary shield, self-destruct, can do 1,000 damage if you're in the area, and I think that was right above them, so there was just no way they could survive that. Sound barrier if it maybe been like right at impact, maybe, but now it's all in Rutgers' favor.
Never forget back in the beta when the Diva Bomb did 10,000 damage, but that doesn't do nearly as much damage these days. Wiz doing enough with a lot less than 10,000 damage, but finding 3 eliminations down and out. Maryland, they go in, they are immediately removed, and Wiz just left-clicking here, an absolute menace on the J Silly to find that quadruple kill and secure possibly a win here, Jag, for Rutgers on Control Center.
And not only did Wiz get the double kill, they also canceled the Gravitic Flux, so any chance that Maryland had in that fight was really just gone. And now it's kind of all over the place. It's topsy-turvy, but no one can touch!
It really do be like that sometimes.
I
hate to say it, but the chaos was so perfect. The chaos was so distracting. They were in the way of everybody they needed to. They zoned out with the Riptire, and there was nothing to be done on the side of Maryland College Park.
This is it. This is when they cancel the Flux.
This is that double. Amazing. Flux goes out, and MCP, they just fold. There was so little they could do here. Wiz continues to move in, finds a 4th elimination after this. Truly an impressive. I mean, there's only 3 cards. Wow. You never see that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before, but first time for everything. I think one thing that we have learned here today is that it is never too late to swap heroes. If you think, oh, well, I got my ultimate, there's only 20 seconds left. It's fine. Go for it. See what you can do, because that Junkrat from Wiz made all the difference. If they stayed on the Doomfist comp, I think for sure that goes to a round 3. Yeah, that was a round loss. They go to Gardens, and who knows how that plays out. But here they make the swap at the last second. They have an amazingly impactful mine and then a Riptire, and just everything seems to fall into their lap there at the very end. And now they are 1 game away from moving on to that grand finals, at least securing that $500 prize pool, maybe even 1,000 if they can upset the Giants that are Harrisburg. But one step at a time right now, Septolins. We're going to be going to another map very shortly, and I believe it is going to be either Escort or Hybrid, so we're going to have to see which one is chosen out here.
Yeah, it's going to be Escort coming in next, and we've seen Dorado, Rialto, and 1 Havana. Oh, we did see Junkertown as well, actually. Wow, we have seen a lot of Overwatch today, haven't we? I'm just kind of thinking that through. But there is one that is a personal favorite of mine that I still haven't seen today, Jack, and I haven't seen it in a while. My collegiate friends seem to have forgotten about it, which is a shame because Double Bubble is incredibly impactful. But Watchpoint Gibraltar, a map that I feel so many players have really just kind of pushed to the wayside. And I think bringing that in now could go a long way because nobody here has played Gibraltar today.
I think that's because it's a very dive-based map. I mean, Double Bubble, like you said, traditional dive can work out as well. You have to have a lot of coordination to play that to a T. When you get to that third point, Brawl is usually the name of the game because the high ground is less impactful. But those first 2 points, there's just so much high ground you need to play on. And that means you need the Winston and the Diva or the Zarya to be really in sync. And it's a lot harder to play than a Brawl because everyone's on the ground, everyone's in the same place. Dive, it's still a coordinated comp, but it's very spread out. So I don't expect to see it. Well, the one I was thinking of, funnily enough, was Route 66. I wanted to see that one. I think you can also run dive there, but I think that's just a really fun map, and I love the way it's designed. Honestly, that second point can lead to some very chaotic engagements, and the way that we saw that last map end, I want to see more chaos. You know, we always talk about like clean, consistent play, but sometimes when it's all over the place, that's when it's just the most fun to watch.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream or if I was just chatting with you and our production team off stream, but it's interesting because I've had the opportunity to see a lot of these CECC invitationals, and we learn that not only is there the primary meta of a game, but there's a lot of sub-metas as well, whether that's map preference or team composition preference. And I can tell you, because we just got off the CECC West over this past weekend, I don't know what it is about the West and loving Route 66, but we saw it, I think, every single series the entire weekend at least one time. It was a very, very popular map. So that's another thing to come here all the way over into the Mid-Atlantic and not have seen it even a single time. It's really fascinating just to see what these teams love, where they are from, and just kind of how these conferences seem to have fallen into their own sub-metas.
Well, someone who grew up in Seattle, I can confirm West Coast is the best coast, but we are here in the Mid-Atlantic seeing who can punch their ticket to the LAN event in Atlanta, Georgia.
That's not
here's one thing to consider. Yeah, it is not Route 66. I'm big Sag. But here's one thing to consider. These teams, West, Mid-Atlantic, doesn't matter where they're from, they will be all playing on the same ping at that LAN event. So you can't say ping diff anymore. You can choose whatever map you want. You can play whatever comp you want. But first, you got to qualify. And Rutgers, not on the verge of qualifying just yet, but one step closer if they're able to hold this one out here. It's going to be the close hold. And the one thing I'm most intrigued about here is I see the Pharah a lot on this map, but it's usually for the attackers. It's usually not from the defenders.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Jack. I was just sitting on that same thought where Iron Man bringing out the Pharah early here, incredibly dangerous because the team can definitely attack you. You can only go so high, and the skybox on Havana, not as high as I think a lot of people think it is, just about the peak of that roof is about as high as you can go on Pharah as well. And right now, it seems to be working wonders. Iron Man already halfway through a rocket barrage and looking to farm the supports here on the dumpster. I mean, the supports are getting dumpstered. Iron Man with the 3K and the cleanup out of Maryland College Park early. Remember, the ideal for a hold like this is a minute. Anything over that, that is just a phenomenal hold.
Just gravy on top, and they do lose Wiz, so maybe that hold is starting to fall apart. There is a res, though, so back to stick strong. I think the biggest thing is you mentioned the roof, that it's kind of just like that's about as high as the ceiling goes. You can slide off of that so far. You can actually reset your booster, as well as kind of just like how much fuel you got in the engine.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, we've officially entered the all gravy baby territory for Rutgers. They've gotten over a minute off the clock, and it looks like Muzhai was waiting until that very moment to strike. 60 seconds gone in Maryland College Park. Finally getting these wheels moving, headed toward Havana first.
I just want you to record that as my ringtone, the all gravy baby. That was great. Anyway, moving on. I mean, the good news for Rutgers, yeah, they kill time off the clock. I think the biggest thing is they need to make this Pharah work now, or they need to forever hold their peace, because this will not work nearly as well on the second point.
Oh boy.
So it's really important they hold this one out. And I mean, getting the one kill with the Dragon Strike works, but you do lose your Pharah.
That was so mean. Moose had nowhere to go. He just had to sit there and try to tank it, try to jump out as fast as he could, and unfortunately just could not do it fast enough. The pick onto the Pharah was massive at the Resurrection. Just phenomenal coordination from Rutgers. Some great heal to keep the Mercy alive to ensure they get their Pharah right back up and running. I love the utilization of these concussion blasts from Iron Man so far, used exclusively to disrupt team communication, spacing, team location. That's the word I'm looking for. I think it has worked really well for them because it is constantly forcing Maryland College a little further out than they want to be, or a little further off to the left or right, and those small spacing changes can do a lot to a team.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the time creating space, like we joke about self-destruct, like, oh, it's just a, you know, it's just creating space between teams, but it can actually be the difference. It is an objective-based game. Eliminations, they help, but it's not what you need at the end of the day to win.
Yeah, and I've got to say, what a shot from Wiz there. An immediate headshot kill takes somebody down, and out Pumpkin takes out Iron Man, but at the cost of 3 teammates. We are down to 90 seconds left on Maryland College. It feels incredibly likely they're able to hold on to this. They're going to have, excuse me, Rutgers. I'm sorry, I'm backwards. It feels like Rutgers is going to be able to hold on to this. They've got the Dragons online, which have been very impactful so far. Maryland, they've got to beat. Maybe they push in with that, but Dragons, I think, wins that engagement depending on timing.
Yeah, it's really all about timing here, and with that recon arrow, they're going to know exactly where they're coming from. They could just throw this early. I really like the swap that Rutgers had. They go off the pharmacy now, and that actually might have worked out in the favor of Maryland because they will have all of that temporary shield still.
Not only did they have the temporary shield, but they had the Lucio speed boost to walk immediately out of those Dragons. And you could tell Wiz had started the pull before the beat hit, so it was just definitely a timing dip in favor of Maryland College. But Jag, if they needed a timing dip, it's right here, right now. Moose High's gone down. Ajax 250 HP, a Shatter online, and he is looking to use it. Finds 3 through the Yat Matrix and is only going to be able to pick up 2 with the help of his teammates. Dragonoid still alive, trying to be the hero that Maryland needs. But right now, things are looking great for Rutgers to walk away with a full hold on their defense.
I just had a flashback to when I worked for the Outlaws, first game of the season against the Shock, or the second game of the season. You see Django go around the corner, hit that amazing shatter. I mean, Ajax, it wasn't as big, you know, timing wasn't expiring like it was in that game, but that reminded me a lot of that play, a big play to help win out that fight. And the full hold on this first point. It's looking lightly. Lou has a Dragon Strike, but is gone. That's one less ultimate.
Nope. A decent trade, not exactly a full life. You took the Pulse Bomb offline, and that could be huge. Dragonoid not moving in with that Rabbinic Flux. A lot up, and everybody back down, but nobody 6 feet under quite yet. Ajax finds 1, Wiz finds another. We're looking at a 6v4 in favor of Maryland College. Lou sends them from spawn, and they're doing dividends here, Jag. They're able to find Iron Man. Ajax takes out Paul, and Wiz, with some Dragons of their own, is all but going to seal the deal. We wanted chaos. It looks like that's exactly what we're getting, as that comes to a complete and total full hold, just barely in front of that first point.
And poor Lou, just standing there realizing, oh, there's no way I make it to this point, so standing still. I really like the Dragons that came out at the very end from Rutgers. It's not really to get eliminations. It is positioning. It's zoning. That's the term I was thinking of before. It is a zoning ultimate. Yeah, it doesn't get the elimination, but what does it do? It stops you from contesting the point. You can't trigger overtime again. Even though there's a Wrecking Ball on the way, you can't just stay there long enough because otherwise you're just going to die no matter what. So really well placed on the card to completely go through it. And Rutgers having a very, very nice defense here. I feel like I'm having flashbacks to, you know, what we just saw a little bit ago being done, I believe, to Maryland. Again, I think that's what it's very similar to what happened to Maryland against Harrisburg, unfortunately, where they got held basically at this. No, actually, no. What am I saying? I went all the way to the 3rd point. So never mind.
Maryland definitely having a rougher run here, which is surprising because statistically, Harrisburg is the better team. You'd think they underperform against them rather than underperform against Rutgers here. But I mean, if Rutgers wins this, Jag, that's the 7th seed in grand finals.
It just shows you that seeding isn't always the best indicator of all these sorts of things. I mean, they're going to be playing Rutgers and be playing another tournament this weekend, and I know they're one of the highest rated teams in the Atlantic/New England area. So very excited to see what they do there. I'm really excited to see what they continue to do here. It does seem like Destiny is calling for them to be in this grand finals, but they still have one more push to go.
One more push to go indeed, Jag, and it almost all depends on how successful this first defensive hold from Maryland is going to be. An immediate take from straight Stockton. A good opener, but Iron Man deep into the back line already, and Widow very rarely wins that 1v1. If Tracer can even distract the Widow, that's a huge opening for the team to try and get out of spawn.
Absolutely. Sometimes you're just playing to be a nuisance. That's why you got Wrecking Ball compositions. They don't really do so much damage. It's more just to be a distraction and just dislocate people.
Find those dislocations now, like you said, and if that pressure can continue up in favor of Rutgers, they're going to be able to walk away with it. Iron Man finally winning that 1v1 deep into the back line. Ajax not far behind. Moose High is going to be the second one to go down in Maryland College. They are not looking great here, Jack. Rutgers rolling up into and through Maryland College Park right now.
And they're trying to find all these eliminations to make sure that the respawns are separated for the side of Maryland College Park. They don't get a lot of movement on the cart, and that's about actually a minute when all is said and done, so you could say that they accomplished their job on the side of Maryland College Park, but they really have to get back onto the site soon, onto the point as soon as possible. They do have an Earth Shatter as well as an Animatrix to use to open things up. Don't overcommit too much, but I mean, they're just giving up so much space right now.
A lot of space being given up, and this isn't a situation in which you can give up space because the cart is 2 meters away, and those Dragons alone may be the deal breaker against Maryland College Park, as Wiz finds an Elim even off the back of them. I thought those were exclusively for zoning, but Pumpkin
Wrong place, wrong time. Maryland College Park swapping onto the slightly faster team comms, the slightly faster heroes, but there is nobody there to contest Rutgers. One person touches. I'm not even sure who it is. It might be, yeah, that wrecking ball. Usai gets in, but will be taken out in the blink of an eye. And with that, I believe Rutgers has secured their spot back in those grand finals up against Harrisburg.
It's really unfortunate for Maryland because I think they look back at this, they see the VOD, you know, trying to look back at what they could have done differently. They had the tools, they had the utensils. Yeah. They just kind of had an awkward engagement. I think part of it was the pressure from Iron Man on the Tracer, was really pressuring them out early on, forcing them to back up a little bit. By the time they finally make it out of the top spawn, you saw that, like, I believe it was the Ash, she wasn't with the rest of the team, so they get taken out by Wiz. Just a little bit separated, a little bit discombobulated. And Matrix is used but doesn't get value. Earth Shatter misses and the Reinhardt is vulnerable. It's just, you can kind of see like the signs of them not being able to get everything together at the last moment. And because of that, they never really gave themselves a full chance to compete against Rutgers in that last fight.
That full chance, like you said, just unfortunately was never there. And that does put UMCPG in a third place of all of our teams here today. That leaves 2 teams remaining, Jag, that we'll get to in just a bit. I think we're going to try to get an interview with somebody from Rutgers in just a moment here. Either way, we are throwing into a break, so everybody use this time. Get some water, get up, stretch your legs, do what you got to do. Come right back here for some more CECC Overwatch in just a bit. We'll see you soon. Good evening, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational Grand Finals. We started today with 7 teams, and we have whittled them all the way down to only 2. Harrisburg, the undefeated, the Goliath versus the Davids, and Rutgers, the underdogs, who have fought back for their chance at it all being $1,000, a spot at the LAN next month in Atlanta, and of course, the bragging rights, the comeback story that everybody is hoping for.
This was a matchup that we've already seen tonight, but that was a lot earlier in the evening. Now this is a completely clean slate. Both teams have an equal chance. $1,000 first place prize, as well as that automatic seed to the CECC LAN event in Atlanta, Georgia. So there is a lot riding here in this last matchup. And if you're Rutgers, I mean, you're probably feeling pretty good because you just had a very solid back-to-back show of performance, 4-0 in general in the last 2 matches. I mean, it was a little back and forth at one point, I would say, against Maryland, but yeah, the latter half, they really took it into their own hands. Harrisburg, they've been sitting for a while. You know, they were able to go through the upper bracket, haven't dropped a map, but they have been waiting. So you got to wonder, you know, is the team that's coming in a little bit hot-handed, will they be able to get that upper hand, even if they did lose earlier on in the night to them?
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult task, Jag. It really, truly is. Rutgers coming in a very large deficit. They were 2-0'd earlier today, and there is, of course, that potential of a 2-0 because it is grand finals, and to prevent a bracket reset, we give our undefeated team 1 point already on the board. This is a 1-3 after all, so realistically, Harrisburg's got to do what they've been doing all day long and just win 2 maps back-to-back, and they take it all.
That's such a nice advantage. I mean, that's really what you want as going through the winner's bracket. You don't see that a lot, honestly, in a lot of competitions, but being able to get that point, sometimes it's like a map pick advantage, stuff like that. Yeah. But here, having that 1 map point under your belt already, basically all you got to do is get a 2-0, which you've been doing all night already. Rutgers, they have a much tougher hill to climb, having to get 3 maps overall, but who knows? We could see the difference maker somewhere along that lineup. I think Iron Man in particular has looked very, very impressive through this last 2 series that we got to cast together. So I think they might be the ace in the hole that Rutgers needs to really get across the finish line.
Without a doubt. Iron Man has stepped it up tenfold from what we saw earlier today. And like you said, Harrisburg has to 2-0, which they have done 4 times already. So it should be pretty in their back pocket to make the magic happen. They are certainly no stranger to that 2-0 victory, and there is a very real chance they bring it out again. Like you said, though, I really do want to take that moment and talk about Iron Man, a player that struggled. We didn't see a lot of in the first series, and then from there on out, it was just vengeance on the mind. Elim's on the grind. I mean, it was just all there at the moment. Iron Man has been the true kingpin of the performance we've seen from Rutgers so far.
I think the biggest thing is we've also seen kind of an array of heroes. Obviously, Iron Man has looked prolific, I would say, the most on Doomfist, but we've also seen the Pharah. I think we've also seen, I want to see the Junkrat at some point.
A Junkrat, a Hanzo, a Tracer. There's been a lot.
And, you know, Tap and Lethal, I cannot say enough praise about them as a former Uprising fan. I was a huge fan of them when I was in Uprising Academy. I followed them through those days. Lethal, unfortunately, had to leave the team because of ping issues. Now I believe they are in NA, so shouldn't have that as an issue. As you talked about before, they were teammates then, so, you know, they had that DPS energy together, but they have not shown us a very wide array. I mean, we have seen a few picks here and there that have been a bit funky, which kind of Harrisburg has been doing all night. But it's really been Tap on the Widowmaker and Lethal on the Tracer. Those have been the two standout DPS characters for each player respectively that I've seen. I'm wondering how they're able to battle into Iron Man more dynamic.
Absolutely. Iron Man has shown us probably some of the largest hero pools in just today as a whole in this entire Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Iron Man has been swapping from projectile to hit scan to whatever you want to call Doomfist. I mean, there has been a lot of change. And now on the sinking Sopra, come on, man. Iron Man really going to step it up today. And already it is Rutgers coming out the gate hot. Tap doesn't even get the chance to play the game as they are eliminated by Ajax and the remainder of Rutgers. That is a tough fight to walk into.
Yeah, if you get hacked out as either, I would say, an Echo or a Wrecking Ball, you're kind of in just a world of hurt because your mobility is gone. Tracer as well, so Iron Man, what they're sacrificing it for pure DPS damage, utility is what they're trying to make up for it. And that elimination they got early on, you know, it was nice, but I think there's going to be enough time for them to reconvene, and no one's playing the point. All right, now they're going to see a capture, but in the meantime, they've lost a mech and a support.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to get maybe 5% on the point. Harrisburg has been doing something that Tug and I were referring to today very much as just win the fight before you win the point, or before you win the card. To Harrisburg, very clearly they have given a play style of eliminating as many opponents as humanly possible, whether the fight is happening on the point or not, before they actually cap the point and put themselves on a defense.
And we've definitely seen that. I mean, they did the exact same thing against Maryland, and I was kind of questioning it a little bit, but if this has been a consistent thing, I mean, they're only giving up like 14% at the end of the day. Sure,
yeah, right.
In general, your first capture point percentage makes you skyrocket, like in terms of attempts at winning the map, but so far, so good for Harrisburg.
Yeah, so far so good, and getting better as Wiz is taken down, Pulspawn immediately taken out of the fight. Okay, a really strong trade coming through. So that's going to be both Tracers down, Lethal sent back to spawn. Rutgers really stuck in a corner right now. They have the lowest healing output in the game, so it's very difficult for these supports to try and keep their team alive, as we can see. Proof of the pudding right here, a 3K in favor of Harrisburg. The Pulspawn comes through onto Akawa, but the damage has been done here.
Wait, hold on, they make it the flip, they do!
No! Not the C9 flip. Oh my goodness, it's not even for a win, but they do get the back cap regardless. And hey, that's at least you can say you did that in a grand final.
I mean, it's only for a moment, and the flip comes back immediately, but Iron Man finds two, might find a third, gets the hack onto the Tracer, has the EMP. Oh my goodness, they could use it right here, cancel the minefield.
Wow. I mean, Jack, I love when our predictions come true, and Iron Man living up to that right here, right now. The absolute reason that Rutgers is even still in this comes through. It's 3 eliminations in a crucial moment. EMP's a full minefield negating DVO's ultimate, and it makes it possible for Rutgers to get right back into this. Now, here comes Tap out of the Diva, trying to make up for that empty space, but it's a 1-1 trade as Elk and Parzival are both taken offline. It looks like the next to go is Butterfly, and that, unfortunately, has to spell the end here for Rutgers in this attempt. Lethal finding a 3K to boot. That'll wrap that up nice. Only a 18% difference right now.
I mean, right now, Iron Man will be really careful. They're getting focused out. I think everyone's going to be there. Yeah, Call was there too, but I mean, this is...
Oh no!
Oh no, Call went too deep, gets hacked out, turning around to the Zen. Oh my goodness, Iron Man, you are incredible with these hacks.
Iron Man refuses to... I don't think Iron Man's died yet. Iron Man just refusing to go down, playing the mini health pack when they have to, and now is Lethal. Picks up Parzival once again. It forces Butterfly to pop that rally, and Rutgers, they're in a really good position to keep this dream alive, especially as Ajax finds Divio, takes them offline. Rutgers, they flip the point again, Jack. So it's Harrisburg playing that style of, let's kill them. Who cares about the percentages? Who cares about the point? Let's just try to get these E-limbs as quick as possible. But Wiz has decided they want to find some E-limbs now. It's time for Elk to go back to spawn and see what it feels like to be Butterfly for just a moment. Gravitic Flex comes through from Akawa, and the pressure is all about Rutgers all over again. Divio finds one, but the numbers are still in favor.
Yeah, Iron Man, they just got to keep this person alive. They are absolutely insane. They get the hack out. They have another EM, and it's not last fight territory just yet as it hit 70%, but they're getting closer and closer to it. There's no ultimates online yet for Harrisburg. They're closest to a mines, and they're actually just going to use the EMP right there.
Oh, Soam's down. Elk down. That is a blink and you miss it moment, but that EMP comes in clutch. EMP into pile driver, immediately dismissed, deleted the support line for Harrisburg. And Jack, there are 13 seconds left between Rutgers and being the first team to take even a stage on Harrisburg.
Yeah, stage of the map, maybe a map itself. This continues. Rutgers looking like a whole new team right now. Maybe that hot hand that we talked about is just all they need to get across this grand finals and be able to take the first map of the night off of them. They might not touch, they do touch, but they're hacked out.
The grand finals buff going crazy for Rutgers right now. There's a minefield on the point, but I'm not sure it's really going to be necessary. Harrisburg moving into a 6v4. Didio goes down to the numbers, even less in favor. Parzival pops that Transcendence, gives the team a huge way to get in and eats a pulse bomb to boot, Jag. That is a massive Rutgers. They almost got that rally online, and here it comes, giving the team even more armor than it looks like they weren't even going to need. A massive opportunity is mere seconds away from Rutgers. They just have to win one more fight, and it is looking good. Elk going to go down next as Rox finds that Elam only 8% shy of that self-destruct and desperate to use it, but something happens. Everybody steps off in simultaneous, and Rutgers walks away with our first stage of Busan. They've got to do it one more time to tie up the series.
We talk about how, in general, Harrisburg's so good at cleaning up these fights where playing the objective at the beginning isn't necessarily an issue. But here you see instances where it costs them greatly. That 14% they gave up at the beginning, that could have been another fight potentially here. The fact that Tap loses the 1v1 against Iron Man on the point and the backup isn't there in time and it slipped for another 10%. All of that had added up to a win for Rutgers. So you might think, oh, in the grand scheme of things, a little percentage here and there, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
But boy, was it a big deal there. The first stage of a control map lost by Harrisburg in this entirety of the tournament. Could it be the first map lost too?
It's so funny. We both of us said, oh, 14%, that's not that much. And it truly feels like that 14% made the difference Rutgers needed. So, I mean, what a great turnaround. As we change stages, though, it becomes harder. Iron Man has to play a different game. You can't play as out in the open. You need to find locations of health packs that aren't going to be camped or viewed very often. You really need to stay out of the line of sight traditionally. Ajax goes in quick, gets taken out by a lot of damage. Luckily enough, doesn't fall, though. A very slow burn game. This is interesting. Both teams kind of peeling back a little bit, looking for that first elim.
Right now, for the first time, it looks like Harrisburg, they're just going to take over the point and try to cap it outright. And I think they're going to be able to in just a moment.
I like it. I think it's a really smart play because they can tell Rutgers is also playing slow. And at that point, they're probably thinking, we just lost because of 14%, right? Let's get on that point as quickly as possible. But it is Iron Man once again, Jack, finding a Zenyatta and being traded out, but losing the Zen. Definitely more impactful than losing a Sombra, especially as the Wrecking Ball and the Echo are going to fall like dominoes. Harrisburg goes down. It shows how important one Zenyatta can really be. It should be a point cap in favor of Rutgers, but somehow Harrisburg has not gone down in a full 6 yet.
That has not been capped yet. I feel like it's already been about a minute and a
half.
Okay. There we go, finally. Harrisburg, they start playing on the point and then they give it up. I think they were trying to find picks again, maybe just try to bait Rutgers into an engagement, but actually they kind of bait themselves because they left themselves very vulnerable in the backline where Iron Man has just been thriving off of opponents. Has to get out of it there, but already to 85% for that EMP.
Iron Man got a Discord headshot there. Things got a little bit scary, but they were able to jump right back out. 5% away from that EMP, and let's see how successful it can be. Maybe jumping in. Iron Man falls very low, trying to find the Zen. I think this is about to be a one-man EMP if it has to be. But the Zen goes low anyway, dies before the EMP even goes off. Elk not far behind. The supports are down, and we all know how I feel about that at this point. If that support is down, the rest of your team is quick to follow. Rutgers comes through with a four-man elimination. Heck, they're almost halfway done. This is so unbelievably possible.
This Chaos comp is looking so good right now, and it looks like Harrisburg, they're trying to find some way to figure it out. They swap now to a D.Va. They had an Orisa at one point, so they're trying to test out a lot of things. They're running out of time. I mean, it's already about 50% and counting. There's still a Mines, a Rally, almost a Gravitic Flux for Rutgers. Harrisburg, they do have a Transcendence to play off of, as well as almost a Duplicate. They do have a Pulse Bomb, so there's things to work with, but you see these hacks, they just are so high value.
Iron Man goes down. It was supposed to be a 2v1 against the Wrecking Ball, but instead Iron Man is the one to be on the wrong side of an invitation. Wiz gonna be able to finally pick up that elimination. Traded for Butterfly, traded for Parzival as well. Tap comes in on the Echo, making absolute dividends in the Chaos. Rutgers has to give up that point. They're very close, but it's not gonna matter if it's close. They've got to secure that victory.
Absolutely. What does it always say? Close always counts. Only counts in, or what is it? Force grenades?
You're close.
Something like that?
It only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And then if I keep saying it, I just start to slowly devolve it because it's funny. I think it's funny. It is definitely close here. 70% on the board, and I'd say Rutgers is maybe 5-10% under what I would always call last fight territory. So if they can just flip it back in their favor, even a single time here, Jack, that could be the opportunity Rutgers needs. They get close, but as Ajax is taking out the blink of an eye, Harrisburg, they're looking to shoe in to at least cap some more percent in their favor.
It's really interesting because Iron Man wants the Cassidy, and I feel like here if you want long range like Ashe or Widowmaker makes more sense than a Cassidy.
Oh wow.
All of a sudden it feels like they're getting taken apart here. I feel like the Sombra was kind of what made their comp really stand out. And now, I mean, I get the Cassidy, you got the flashbang, so you can still stop the Wrecking Ball or the Tracer when they come in, maybe even tap the Echo Flies too close to them. But in general, I really like the Sombra pick. I feel like it really is what made it stand out, and now they've completely gone away from that identity that helped them win that first round. And they're now actually finding themselves on the outside looking, and they've just been elapsed in point percentage.
And it's interesting as well because Iron Man had one bad matchup against Lethal, and apparently that was enough to kind of convince them, okay, I need to get on the Cassidy so I can deal with this Tracer a little bit better. But Jack, I'm 100% with you on that. I think Sombra was kind of, I called her the kingpin earlier. I think she was the most important part of this comp to make it work as well as it was for Rutgers. So for them to swap out of the Cassidy just definitely seems like a bit of a panic decision. Maybe it's going to work out well. You get one Elim, but Iron Man probably being traded out here. Oh no, instead it's going to be Ajax. Lethal finds that Elim, forcing Transcendence. A huge Elim, but there's 1 second left on the clock. You need to find these kills right here, right now, or it's all over.
You forced out. Full Song use Deadeye is ready to go, and that Gravely Puts will find one, so they might be able to clear out the point here, get rid of all those mines. This is a war being fought on what feels like 3 different fronts, but it will be another capture for Rutgers. So Harrisburg have not equalized in rounds just yet. Rutgers not quite at that last fight territory. They should be any moment though. Elf has the Matrix here. Where do you put this? I feel like it's either got to be kind of just like facing the point from your high ground, or maybe you try to rotate around with it.
Yeah, I'm thinking facing the point from the high ground. That's definitely where I would put it, but pretty sure these fellas are all higher ranks than I am anyway, so I'm sure they've got something up their sleeve one way or another. The only ultimate at the ready from Rutgers is high noon. Maybe a pulse bomb soon, but Wiz hasn't been necessarily super successful with pulse bombs. We see a single Elim here and there, and those Elims could definitely go a long way if need be. 99 now, Jack. Can Rutgers punch it out one way or another? Pulse bomb finds a stick and does not find a kill. It's actually Ajax who goes down first, which takes out the minefield, but Lethal is now gone. The high noon going to be as high as it needs to be to find that Elim. Soames takes out Wiz now, and all of a sudden it is a 1-1 trade turned into a 4-1 trade as Harrisburg is every Elim under the sun. They will be able to close this point out, rally or not. Going all the way to stage 3, and believe it or not, Jack, 3rd time we've seen Busan today. This will be the first time we've seen Mecha Base.
Mecha Base.
Yeah, I'm a Junkrat player, bro. I love Mecha Base.
It has that big fight feel to it, doesn't it? It's like, all right, everyone get around. It's where D.Va hangs out in her free time and sees the Omnics invade South Korea. What a fun place to be. But I mean, I love the little I guess Easter eggs that are right below the point when you get to see all the mechs in their rooms. I think that's a little neat thing. But anyway, this is traditionally Observer, so great. You're gonna show us where it is. Yep, right here. Yeah, and D.Va's mech is missing. Who would have figured that? Anyway, I think one thing that's been traditional about this point is that usually you see Brawl, but it ain't gonna be Brawl here. It's definitely gonna be Chaos Comp. That is what both teams have ran. Iron Man back on the Sombra. I really like that. I want to see how they end up playing this. I think it's got to be like the hacks onto the Wrecking Ball. If they could get one here, that'd be a huge start.
And it's just a shame, Jack, because I believe had they not swapped off the Sombra, we could be on map 2 already. So if Harrisburg goes on to win this boost on stage 3 and then put themselves on tournament point for a spot in Atlanta, I will just continue to feel bad because Rutgers was so close. Those only counts in hand, horse, and shoe grenades.
Yeah, there we go. It's already degenerating, but let's see how this fight breaks down as well. It seems like Harrisburg is already taking a very strong lead in this.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible lead early on there. It's a 3-limb coming through early, and there's nothing Rutgers can do. You're never winning a 3v6 in a situation like this one. Divio takes out Ajax, and that's an early point cap. It's really going to hurt Rutgers. They seem to be very strong when it comes to capping first and holding. But when they have to take back, when they have to be forced into a full offensive foot, that's where the team seems to struggle.
Harrisburg play this a lot differently because, yeah, they win the fight, but they win it on the point. They are not running around chasing. They're bringing the fight to Rutgers, which means they get to get the eliminations. Actually, the last elimination after the point is capped. Very different thing from what we've seen earlier.
very different play style indeed. A pulse bomb comes out and Lethal just absolutely sinks any hope or dream Rutgers had of coming out of that fight on top. Another elim comes through onto Divio, but this is just one of those scenarios where it's like, you got the elim, but it's truly not going to do much.
What?
And what a read from Tap! Oh my goodness, sends the mines out early to catch Wiz on their way out the door to ensure that elimination comes through. Genius!
That is one of the biggest brain things I'd say. They have to use the duplicate to stay alive, but I mean, I guess it's better to burn that ultimate now than keep your life for the cause when you don't really need to. I'm just still in awe. The reason that's so amazing is because they completely predicted where the blink would go, and that way the sticky grenades just actually like attach to you even though they're on the ground. Just incredible. But what also could be incredible is Iron Man's EMP, which is locked and loaded.
The Iron Man EMP is here. There's only one ultimate after ready on the side of Harrisburg, maybe almost two, and Rutgers, they're going to have to hold on a little bit longer. Jag, this is looking more and more like the series I was afraid it was going to be. 75% on the board. Rutgers, they've got realistically one more chance to try and flip this point in their favor.
That all changes with the fact that Harrisburg, they played the point and they get it early on, and they already have so much point percent just because of that. This could have been 20% less right now if they had. So now Iron Man's gonna have to probably use the rally. They're detected. The rally's not gonna be canceled by the EMP.
Oh, it is a big EMP though, Jag. 5 of them gonna be taken down by the hack. Divio traded out is an immediate minefield to come through from Ajax finding Tap, and that's a flip in favor of Rutgers. We're just in such an uncomfortable position because now they literally cannot make a single mistake for the next, 93 seconds.
Yes, 91 and counting now. It's also interesting because Elk's on the battle. If you have the Zen, I mean, maybe that's a little bit different. Maybe you got the Transcendence by the EMP and you're able to save that fight, but instead you're going to be playing for the Ant Matrix, which actually, I believe, was just used, so never mind. Now it's down to this gravitic flux that you have. Rally's still available for Butterfly, so they could try to just sustain through it with all that extra armor that comes in through the Rally. This doesn't feel like any team necessarily has the advantage, but there's so much more pressure on Rutgers because of the fact that, like you said, they lose this point, and it is basically done.
Yeah, they lose the point. It is absolutely curtains, and losing Iron Man is not a great way to start things off. The Gravitic Flux only going to find one, so not the end of the world, especially with the supports there to try and keep him alive. The rally has to be popped to make up for Iron Man missing. Team staying alive is now unbelievably important because the second they let go of that point, it is all over. Akawa trying to make that happen right here, right now, sends out an early minefield. Nobody falls through it, but it's made the space. At the end of the day, that's what's truly important. Lethal with that first blood onto Rutgers. Now Ajax falls. Wiz not far behind, and Jag, I hate to say it, but I think Busan is going to be coming to a close here. Harrisburg fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end and making sure that they're the team that comes out on top. Divio takes out Butterfly, and just like that, we are getting ready to say goodbye to Busan.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Sombra that was so effective on that first point here at Busan that gave us a little hope that Rutgers could pull this out. What would definitely be a bit of an upset is not coming into fruition. Harrisburg are now on match series tournament point because, again, they do get that advantage, that one map already going into their map total because of the fact that they made their way through only the upper bracket. You're one game away from getting that spot in Atlanta, and it was definitely a nail-biter. This is by far the closest match that we've seen from them today. They had to go to a third point. That second point was 99-99, but this third one, they ran away with it.
Lethal with 16,000 hero damage. I think 23% of team damage in total. That is absurd, to say the very least. An incredible performance. Harrisburg, they earned that victory. And like you said, it was definitely the closest map we've seen, even outside of these teams. I think that's the closest map we've seen all day. That is just an incredible performance down and across the board. And with only one map left, it's going to be an escort. The question is, which one?
And I think if you're Rutgers, you got to think about this really strategically. I mean, Havana did definitely go your way last time, but you also saw that there was Havana played earlier by Harrisburg. They brought out some funky stuff then. I think Harrisburg's going to realize, like, hey, like, you know, this was a lot closer than we wanted to for comfort. So maybe they don't bring out some of those weirder compositions we've seen from them, like the Ryan Winston, which I did like on Lijiang Tower previously. Did not like it when we saw on Havana. Didn't really seem to have any real rhyme or reason to it. Right. So I'm interested to see if we see a more serious Harrisburg composition this time. Because if I was Harrisburg, I'd be thinking, man, like Rutgers actually, you know, put up a really good fight. And if I'm Rutgers, I'm thinking, well, maybe we dropped the ball a little bit on that. But look at what we did. Look what we accomplished that no other team could. So maybe this is ours to win. Maybe we can actually pull up the upset.
And our producer just whispered, hey, Seth, guess what? And I'm hoping, fingers crossed. No, I'm not allowed to get excited. Hold on. Okay, we're just going to wait. We're just going to wait it out. I'm just going to find out what it is with everybody else. But I am happy to announce that we are finally seeing Watchpoint Gibraltar. It is going to be something very exciting, unless it's not, and I'm being lied to, which would also be funny. But either way, I would love to see Gibraltar. I think it would be a good spice up, and I feel like both these teams playing Wrecking Ball, I think Gibraltar can lend itself to Wrecking Ball the same way that we are seeing Wrecking Ball utilized on Busan. It's about getting aggressive and getting quick into the back line and just being that general nuisance. And with Gibraltar being, I don't know, 45% high ground, it becomes all the easier for Wrecking Ball to do that.
All right, well, I am looking at chat right now, and I can tell you what it is if you want me to spoil it for you, or do you just want to find out? I mean,
I think
it's like Christmas Day.
It's like Christmas. It truly is. I'm 99% sure it's Gibraltar. And it's funny because I don't even like playing this map personally, but I just miss seeing it because my collegiate friends have all gone and thrown it away, and I miss it so much. I think it's a great map and one that is going to be interesting because there's this weird, like, non-advantage advantage where nobody has played Gibraltar today.
Well, you were 99% correct because it has been confirmed. It's going to be Harrisburg as well, start defense. And one thing, Gibraltar, I think the reason why it's not played a lot is because that second point defense can be so incredibly tough to break. I've talked to a lot of players at different levels, collegiate to pro, and they all say the same thing. That spaceship hold is so difficult to get past as an attacker. So I think that's generally why you try to avoid it. That's probably why Harrisburg wants to be on defense first, because they know they've got that advantage where maybe we give up first point, but that second point should be a lock. And, they went toe-to-toe with the Chaos comp, a little bit different variation. They mostly had the Echo versus the Sombra. And, although it wasn't super clean on downtown, which they lost, they were able to bring it back on Sanctuary, and then on that last point, Mecha Base looks really, really clean. So they've got to be feeling pretty good about running that same comp again, is my guess.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be all about comfortability on composition, and I think we're just waiting for Rutgers for the moment. They're probably talking a lot about what team compositions they want to bring to the table. This is their map pick after all, so they may be talking about what they want to run, traditional dive or double bubble or anything of that variety, but they need to talk about what their win conditions are, what their goals are. And Jack, I want to know, is Iron Man gonna stay on the Sombra? It feels like Iron Man has been the real front runner on the side of Rutgers. Can they keep that up?
I don't really see a way for Sombra to work here. I feel like Sombra on control makes a lot more sense because it's always two teams running at each other. It's always going head to head. There's no real, like, oh, you're going to play here at one point because the cart is there. The point is always at the same place. So Sombra, there's a lot better ways to kind of figure out where you want to try to be hiding and hacking. But there's a lot more on-the-fly decisions that have to be made playing Sombra on a map like this. So there you go. It looks like it might be an Echo. They're on attack, so they could swap it up. I think this makes a lot more sense. You want to take care of tap. You want to try to go for that aerial battle. If you're on the same page as Parzival, you get a Discord onto tap while you're fighting them. It could work out in your favor, having that extra damage that's dealt to them. It looks like they're going to try to show why they have been the stand-up player, why we have continued to say their name constantly throughout this. And again, we said versatile. Well, 2 new heroes added to the mix right now, but unfortunately for Rutgers, this could be their last map in the tournament.
There's a very real possibility, like you said, that this is their last map in the tournament. They will have to give us a miracle performance if they want this win. But Harrisburg, Jag, they're doing it again. Ryan Winston. And if Harrisburg wins, okay, never mind. I was going to say, I need to ask somebody about that, but DVO is going to go ahead and bring out that Diva Star, relatively traditional dive comp coming out from Harrisburg.
They're the defense, actually. DVO might be a little bit late. You can see they're actually just into the fight now.
I got bamboozled!
That could have been a big issue there if Rutgers had been keen to it, but didn't have anything to scout that out, so couldn't see that it was a 5v6. And they'll just be fine of taking the underneath pass swing, getting a lot of push. I think the fact that there wasn't a Diva at play means that Harrisburg couldn't push up maybe as aggressively as they wanted to on the defense at first. And it looks like they're stabilizing now, but they lose Lethal.
Lethal goes down early. That is a massive play for Rutgers here. A little bit of an overextension. Discord, left click, you can usually take out a Tracer pretty early if you find that headshot, like Parzival was able to. Now Akawa is going to be able to find Iron Man, so we're down at DPS on both sides. Spawn advantage for Lethal, at least for the time being. Elk gone, Parzival gone, and Akawa refusing to die, but taking as many down as they can.
And the good news for Rutgers is they might lose that one out, but look at how much space they got with only a minute. It's already underneath the bridge. I thought it actually got a little bit further than that. Just not. Still pretty good forward progress on the objective. So that's something that they can look forward to. I think they're trying to take the high ground while leaving one on the cart, and that's trying to force someone back to contest them on the cart. But if they win this fight on high ground and then take the cart and are able to get like 1 or 2 eliminations off the back of that, the odds of them, being able to get closer and closer to getting that first point cap just go up exponentially.
Without a doubt. And Gibraltar, definitely the style of map where it's like, I feel more often than not we see teams get full health just shy of this first point, because the spawn advantage for the defending team, it definitely becomes, a notable problem when you're on the offenses. They can just respawn and be back in the game within 15 seconds compared to some other maps. It can take as long as 20 to maybe even 40 seconds on some of our longer maps. But right now, Rutgers, they are really struggling to find elims. They've faded out a couple of ultimates, but half their time bank is gone. They've really got to make sure they can get through out of that first point. The first elim, though, is going to be on the Iron Man from their counterpart on that Echo. Cap, who now has the transformation and is going to farm that bomb.
Not only that, but they also get 3 lives essentially with that transformation, so a great duplicate use. It's going to be a trade back and forth, 1 for 1. We're just going to use the pulse bomb there. They get the duplicate down, but I don't think they can engage this any further. I think they're going to be wait. They get a call out. That is the go button. That is the green light.
Yeah, absolutely. And a transformation of their own. Iron Man is completely here, going to get slept out and bombed. They're probably not going to get much value, but hey, you found the elim, and that's enough value for good old Septilin's going to be forced out of that transformation now. Oh, but not quite, as they are forced now into Baby Diva. The kill feed always gets me on that one. Going to be taken away. IL is going to find an opening for Wiz to sneak up on that Ana. Dismiss her from the fight, and as Soames goes down, this is all but a shoo-in. The Rutgers with this first point cap. Not a support in sight. There's people living in the moment.
Yeah, and like I said, that's why you go for the Diva, right? 3 lives, so they get the mech, then they get the baby, and then you go back primary Echo form, so they're able to help get across the finish line with that ultimate, able to stay alive. Cap has been winning these 1v1s, I would say for the most part, against Iron Man, but Iron Man still having some clutch plays here and there, so nothing to be too upset about for now. This is where you really have to do your best work though as an attacker, because this spaceship hold, we talked about it before, very advantageous for defenders.
I've definitely seen more tournaments and more series end on Gibraltar second than probably any other map point in any map of Overwatch. This is truly where the goods are separated from the greats and the defenses can be the make or break moments. Right now, Rutgers doing a phenomenal job disrupting Harrisburg, playing a very consistent chaos kind of composition. They're not all focusing the same person, but as the nano boost goes on to Lethal, who's immediately taken out of the fight, that is the exact go button that Rutgers needs to keep this pressure on Elk. Danger close to death, but somehow living to tell the tale, and as the point gets 0.12 meters away, Harrisburg has to turn it on right here, right now. The second point is hardly going to be a defense at all.
Tap gets 2. We continue to talk about objective. They're not playing it, and that is costing them quite a lot of space on the second point. Elk throwing in the Bionade gets the Baby Diva, so I think they will stabilize. That was so close, especially in a fight that they weren't losing. They weren't necessarily winning it either. It was kind of just going back and forth all over the place. But they just didn't play the cart the entire time. I understand, like, Spaceship is a great place to hold, and try to take that left high ground with the health pack room is also a great place to fight it out. But you gotta be aware of where the cart is. It almost got in for free.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous circumstance. 0.12. Had somebody waited 0.2 milliseconds, over. All done. Game over. They would have had that second point. And capping third is notably easier than capping second. I'd say 99% of the time. Elk about to have that nano boost online once again, and that can really come in clutch for the team if they need it. But Harrisburg on a back foot, excuse me, on a front foot for the first time of Gibraltar. Like you said, not playing the cart, I think was really harmful for them. But they've got an incredible spawn advantage. Now they've got a numbers advantage. And this team, they are quite literally strangers to losing. So they're going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that they walk away victorious. 90 seconds, I'd say that's maybe 2 fights.
If you're just joining us and you've not been watching the tournament throughout the day, so far, Harrisburg has only lost 1 control point. They have not lost a map to date. So losing a map here would be pretty crazy to consider with how dominant they've been. They've already beaten Rutgers once in the upper bracket. 2-0 victory. Looking for a 3-0 right now. Rutgers, though, they do have the EMP ready to go from Iron Man, and I think here, you gotta find out the backline. You gotta get those supports gone, and at least Lethal is already gone.
I think the scary part is there's no longer a Zenyatta, so it's really difficult to get in and just kind of immediately pull the support. Now that EMP, yeah, I'm going to be honest, not a good one. DDO, the only one hacked out, it looks like it does absolutely squat for the team. Iron Man goes down, Ajax was already gone, and as we enter the final 40 seconds of this round, things are looking bleak for Rutgers. This pulse bomb has to get at least, I'd say 2, maybe even 3 to really help Rutgers out here. They need a miracle, and as Wiz goes down, that miracle is just ripped away.
They still have a little bit of time. Lethal gets theirs, Eden, tap falls. So all of a sudden there's a light, but you really need to, I think at this point you need to just kind of regroup and wait for the respawns to come through. You don't want to take this fight. I mean, Wiz is already so close to being back. I would just say take the cart. Force them off the high ground. Don't even take the fight up here. Just try to play the objective and make them come down to you. Maybe try to force the gun off. That's the only other, like, force the gun off high ground. If you can do that and get everyone onto the point, like, you've done a lot of work there. That's a big part of the job done.
Ooh, a good hack onto Akawa, though, completely negate any mobility. The pulse pump comes out from Wiz, and looks like it finds Diddley squad. Ajax finally able to find that first elim, though, and the Supporto, the rally coming out early from Butterfly, trying to just find an elim, some value. The massive Bionit Elk cancels out 3, forcing Parzival to use this Transcendent. Now every ultimate under the sun used down by Rutgers. There's the minefield, the EMP coming up soon to the bomb, not far behind. It's going to be all about pressure and ultimates utilized. DBO and Tap bring out them bombs, able to find a Wiz at the very least. Rox loses that mech, and as Lethal goes down, this is going to become more and more unlikely. A 4-man EMP is the damage follow-up there when they need it most. Tap taken offline, and this is becoming just a Herculean task, to the very least. Jag, the pressure is against them, and Harrisburg, the spawn advantage so heavily in their favor that it's almost impossible for Rutgers to win this.
We got a Sombra, a Zenyatta, and a Dream, and Akawa is off the field. The mines come out right before they fall. Can anyone even touch? The ticker is going down, and they're so close. That was by the skin of its teeth. That was so close to being gone, but I don't think even with the touch, they can really sustain here and stay alive on this point.
I mean, that was the 0.12 meters equivalent of being on offense. It really, truly was. And as Butterfly's taken out by a late Akawa mine, that has got to be the deal breaker. Rox doesn't even get back into the mech. It was just for decoration. And as this comes to a close, I mean, there's definitely a win condition set, but Rutgers, they're going to have a big journey ahead of them, a very large task. Win this map and then go on to win 2 more, Jag. This is going to be a rough one if they want to try to bring it back.
Talked about second point, how difficult it can be to break through. You said this might be the hardest map to get through on. I think this one in Kings Row. I think Kings Row is actually pretty underrated. I think that second point can be really difficult if you're stopped at Archway. But this one definitely is the first answer to the most difficult second point in the game. Just think about what it would be like, though, if they had not touched the cart. Just think about how different this map would be right now. With, what was it, 0.2 meters?
0.12.
Yeah, so it was so close from them giving up that amazing advantage. They have the defender on second point because they weren't playing the objective throughout most of that initial push through Rutgers. Lo and behold, they get there at the last millisecond, are able to fend off Rutgers for the rest of that attack. And now the win condition has been set to be the winners of the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. You got to get past that first point and then basically to that second point capture. That is all that it takes, but saying that is all is not a really indicting how hard this task truly will be.
Yeah, it's absolutely a just win forehead kind of moment, you know? Like, it's possible, but is it doable? It is really going to be a tough run for Rutgers, but I'm not ready to count them out quite yet. I'm going to start calling it the Iron Man factor when the team just really starts to kick it up a notch, do what felt impossible mere seconds beforehand. This is going to be their final time to shine, though. Let's see if Harrisburg come out swinging or if they'll get swung on.
And no Symmetra teleporter. I'm a bit surprised by that. We've seen a lot of teams try to set up an Ashe or Widowmaker on that opposite high ground of the Symmetra, then they usually swap to a Tracer. Neither team has run that strat. Instead, both teams trying to either play the point and take the high ground simultaneously, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Not as much point progress yet, though, for Harrisburg as we saw from Rutgers at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be Iron Man with the elim, so that's very reminiscent of Rutgers' attack. It was Lethal who was down first, and this time it's Tap. Already a great play in favor of Rutgers in the cart. I think a little bit of progress, but I don't really consider it progress until it's under that archway, or what used to be called the car wash when Symmetra was a little more popular, but now it's just that arch, the box once again, and the car will be moving, but Rutgers doing a really good job stalling every available second. Ajax goes down, and that's got to be a good position for Harrisburg.
They're still not on the cart, and then now they're finally back on it, but they're finishing up the fight as we see them do time and time again. On the cart once more, and like they're going to be eliminations, but you could leave like Elk on the cart, someone who's a little more long range, because right now, I mean, they have not touched it in a good bit. And you think they're on the defense right now. Finally, they get back on it, and I don't think it's going to be costing them at the end of the day. Like, this is a Harrisburg team that's really, really good, but I think they're, you know, against other teams, this might be much more of a folly for them.
Rutgers certainly found themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle, but they can go in and find some eliminations. They can stall it free first point Tap. That's going to be massive. The Tap finds one. Wiz able to almost take out Lethal, but not quite yet. Has to recall of their own.
A lot of back and forth. It's all about the total elims, the final blows that really make the difference. Wismith, Pulsebomb not going to find a spot with it. Instead, Elk is the one to take them out. Transcendence from Parzival in an attempt to keep the team alive. Still half the time bank remaining. Rutgers, their backs are absolutely against the wall, and as Butterfly gets taken out by Tap, it becomes that much harder to try and hold this first point.
And only the tanks left on the point, so despite the fact that they don't really contest it when they need, or not contest it, just pushing the cart when they could be. As I say that, actually, maybe this is turned over from the defenders, a big EMP, but no, they're not able to touch despite the trades. That's going to be a point that Rutgers are going to want back, I think. Ajax had to run away because they were weak, and if they had stayed in the healthy, it could have been a big different story. Lethal again! Getting these multi-kills with the Pulse Bomb. Tracer extraordinaire.
That is, oh my goodness, absolute masterclass on Pulse Bomb usage. Somebody's got to go through this whole tournament and just make like a frag reel of all the Pulse Bomb kills Lethal has gotten. Because at this point, we've got to be near 20. Like, it has been absurd, the amount of Pulse Bomb elims we have seen from Lethal so far. And it is just Lethal really doing lethal things that has given Harrisburg this massive opportunity to keep momentum, to keep constantly pushing the cart forward. They've got 3.5 minutes to move, I don't know, like 40 meters, maybe?
Oh, the self-destruct, the remake, Oh, just in the nick of time. That would have been so bad.
The luck of the draw on that one. Holy cow. Tap was out for blood, but the transformation came to an end a little bit too early. Day late and $1 short. Akawa goes down, traded out for Wiz due to a great Pulse Bomb, but this is where, if Rutgers is going to turn it around, it's right here because they've got a pretty decent spawn advantage.
Yeah, high ground as well, and it seems like Harrisburg, they played the card this time around. Tried to take the high ground a little bit as well, but didn't succeed as much as they would want to. It's a nice late stagger on Nivio, so back to the drawing board for a little bit, though. I mean, this might be a little bit too close. Yeah, now you go. So Ajax gone, Transcendence forced out by the other team. You have your own. I mean, Elk is basically in defender sides right now, playing from the high ground and isn't facing that much.
I was gonna say, nobody's even looking at Elk, who's just chilling up there with the wrong team, just hanging out in the back line. Lethal, speaking of back line, is gonna be able to take out Wiz, and yeah, this has unfortunately gotta be the beginning of the end. One Elan, make it 2 in favor of Rutgers, but they're still down by at least 1. That spawn advantage better come in clutch. Right here, right now, there's still 130 seconds remaining. Harrisburg, they're just peppering this team down one by one. Soames finds one, traded out by Ajax now, and a 3-man EMP is unfortunately not going to have as much value as they were looking for. I think Rox is the only one on point right now.
But the cavalry has arrived. They get back in the nick of time. So I think Iron Man was a big part of saving the day. Elk, as well as Akawa, were able to find some picks in near the spawn, but then Elk gets taken down. There goes a lot of your damage amplification because you don't have the Discord Orb. And then the respawn just too much to overcome. So very, very close to that finish line, but not quite there just yet. They do have a duplicate. My guess is they'll probably go for double self-destruct with Tap onto the Diva. But I mean that's pretty regular, right? That's been kind of time.
That's so dirty, honestly. I love that. That's so cheeky because like you can dodge one bomb. Dodging 2? Now that's a whole different task to ask. Akawa is going to show the team that they don't need a bomb. They just need a very good Wrecking Ball player to come through a quadruple kill. Or sorry, quadruple. 4, not 5. A quadruple kill to come through, and Harrisburg has done it, Jag. As a surprise to probably very few people, the undefeated team remains as such. They have won not only $1,000, the bragging rights to say they won the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational, but they have won a spot in Atlanta, Georgia next month.
They have, and they should absolutely be one of the most feared teams that's going to be there. I think
doubt.
Northwood as well is going to be there, so I think there's going to be some fun times there because these are two teams that faced off during the Overwatch Collegiate National Championship, and Northwood finished 3rd. Northwood finished 2nd. Harrisburg finished 3rd. So we talk about revenge. Rutgers, they were trying to find some here in this matchup. They were able to take a round off of Harrisburg, which no other team was able to do here today. So while you aren't able to find the overall victory, I think you can take some of those moral victories back with you and say, hey, we played our hearts out. We played up to one of the best teams in Collegiate and did pretty dang well. But for Harrisburg, they've got their eyes on the prize set for Atlanta. And oh my, do they look ferocious.
They look ferocious. And I think, that 1-point advantage really coming in clutch here because it only took 2 maps. It was a 2-0 victory, but they had that 1-point advantage, so it bumps them up into the 3, and it was a first to 3 after all, so a phenomenal performance coming in clutch there. I think we're getting ready to throw it to a break. We're going to try to get an interview with somebody from Harrisburg, hopefully, so we'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers? And one more welcome back here this evening at the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. Still Septilence and Jag, but this time we are joined by Elk, who has not only secured a first-place victory in Contenders North America Seasons 1, 2, and 3, as well as a brief stint in the Overwatch League itself, but now has been on the very team to secure a victory here at the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. So Elk, let me ask, man, a very hard-fought victory. You are the only team to go undefeated the entire day. How does this feel, and what does this mean for your team as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, obviously winning always feels good. You know, when I get asked why I like playing Overwatch, it's because I'm good and winning is fun. Winning makes the game very enjoyable. I think it means a lot for our team. We got third in TESPA, like the collegiate contender scene overall this year during nationals, and that's not really where we want to be. So we're always looking for something else that we can prove our strength in, and we think that the LAN event is going to be a great opportunity to do so.
Absolutely. And speaking of the LAN event, I want to ask, you're going to be going up against some real powerhouse teams, a couple you may be familiar with. So I wanted to ask, is there anybody you are really looking forward to, or maybe slightly about going up against at LAN?
I think with my experience as a player, I'm not really concerned about playing against any teams, but it's always fun to have matchups against some of the top teams, be them, Maryville or Northwood or Bay State. I know Bay State's already qualified for this event, so that's definitely going to be one that's going to be exciting. We have lost to them in the past. We have also beaten them more recently, so those are always exciting. ISU is another team that I'm excited to see how they do. Yeah, so I wouldn't really say I'm afraid of any team, but I'm excited to play the teams that are going to make it very competitive matches.
Definitely.
Yeah, and we see those competitive matches as well. But really quickly, I want to talk about your support partner, Soames, who was in the interview booth with us a little bit earlier, talking about how they felt like they learned a lot from the experience of teammates like you, as well as some new players that have come in like Tap and Lethal. As someone who's been working with Soames now for quite a long time, I think you guys have had a team since 2019 together. What has that been like, and how does it feel to have that support line synergy?
It's definitely good. Since playing with Soames, I actually was on Flex DPS for a while he was on the team. So him and I started off playing support together. We had a gap where we needed the DPS player, so I transitioned over to DPS for a while, and this is my first semester really back on support with the team. And it's been good. Soames is an incredibly mechanically gifted player. Right now he's in top 10 North America on the support leaderboard. He has the aim. Sometimes he needs a little help with the brain aspect, but he definitely has the mechanics to be ready to pop off when it's required.
I think we all could use a little bit of help with the brain aspect from time to time. But last but not least, for my question before we wrap things up here, I mean, you said it yourself during our little break before the interview that you actually were not there for the national championship this year. You were preoccupied with some personal things. So now that you will be there with the team on LAN, how do you think you guys will do?
My expectation when a team I'm with is playing in an event is always to win. I think that's where you should aim for, even if it feels like, and mind you, in this case, I do think we have a very good shot at winning it. But even if you're on a team that you think probably has a low percentage chance to win, the way you're going to improve is by always setting that bar as high as you can for yourself. And then when you don't meet it, or if you struggle to meet it, finding where you can improve. And I think that every team going into the event should be looking to take first. We're probably right now favorites out of all the qualified teams just because of our performance in the collegiate championship this semester. But yeah, I'm expecting to have some close matches, but I'm also very hopeful and expecting us to take the championship.
Very, very well said. I'm a huge fan of that mindset and that mentality as well. It's always about shooting, even if it feels sometimes out of reach. But Elk, just one more quick question for you before we let you call it a night. Is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you, shout out to while you're here with us?
Ooh, that's a good one. I guess all of my previous coaches, because I've been through a lot of teams and they've all been very helpful, and especially HU's two current coaches for the Overwatch team, Shake and Minnie. I think that they're very helpful in our progression as a team, and hopefully we can get both of them out to LAN. One's on campus with us and one's remote, so it'll be exciting to actually have everybody together at that LAN event.
Definitely. Well, Elk, thank you so much for joining us, and again, a huge congratulations. We cannot wait to see what you're going to do at LAN.
Thanks for having me, guys.
course, thank you. And with that, folks, unfortunately, I guess it's time to call it a night. It was a short one. It's weird. These events usually take like a whole weekend, but today was only a couple of hours. I say a couple. I've been here for like 6, but that's okay. I had a great time, and I hope all of you did as well. Jag and I always love to do these events, and we always love to be here. So thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you to all the teams that came out today and played. Thank you to our production of the backline, Cool Scoots and K-Tad, for making everything that literally isn't just Jag and I existing in our own houses possible. We appreciate both of you so very much. And we love each and every one of you. Please check your pockets, some water. Don't forget to love each other. We'll see you next week for the Last Chance qualifier.